Hello, everybody, and welcome to the ALGS Pro League qualifiers for Split 2, the finals. I am Porosaurus, and I am joined by Mellowcrit and Spider Tiff to bring you the first game tonight as, well, who knows? Who knows how many it's going to be, right?
Oh, no. For the Tiff for
Oh,
a
hey.
second.
Oh, that's crazy, because I was like, I can totally hear you. So what is a stream without some little bit of audio issues? No big deal. But right, it is
Minor
match point
glitches.
finals tonight. It's going to be absolutely wild. We saw South America go, what, was it 3 games?
Yeah, and we saw a very
games,
different situation over in APAC, so, I mean...
Yeah, what was there, like 15, 14, 15, or something like that? Hopefully we'll sit comfortably somewhere in the middle. I guess we'll get to what our predictions might be here soon enough. But first, let's talk about how we got here. So we did have 2 days of gameplay on Friday and Saturday, which gave us our winners and losers brackets. But this was, what is this? This is our winners bracket, yeah?
Yeah. Yes, indeed. Yeah,
Okay.
and we got bots that was... I mean, just playing fantastically, 76 point there in that first place finish. Team Intel bringing up that second place spot with 69, and Team Redeem there in third place with 66. But a lot of really high-end performances. And Tiff, I know that there's some teams that you've got your eye on in this stack, but that top 10, it was relatively close. Do you think we're going to see scorelines that close here in the PLQ finals?
I mean, that's what I want to see, right? You don't want to see someone kind of just run away, point sponge it out, but there's a lot of good teams. You mentioned it, that I have my teams on, or my eyes on some of these teams, especially bots. I think Jaloan stepped back. They've got Stunny coming in on this roster, and I'm really excited to see how they perform. Sure, they were on the top of the winners bracket, but they didn't actually net themselves any map victories, and something that's going to be absolutely mission critical tonight is the ability to win if you want to take over the match point finals and win the top. But I mean, you could still just be absolutely consistent and find yourself inside the top 8, and you'll be fine regardless.
I guess that's one of the big questions is how important is consistency going to be? I mean, there is not a lot of time. I mean, if it goes 3 games, obviously everybody's looking to get in the top 8, but if it only goes 3-4 games, you're not getting a whole lot of chance to really make up for any poor performances. So do you think we'll see more of a slow start, or do you think we'll see more of a fast start for teams trying to go for that KP?
Well, so I always like to look at the first map as kind of the information gathering map, is like how people are going to be playing. Are they going to be kind of aggressive? Will they be focusing on prioritizing the rotations and not kind of inting on fights that aren't going to warrant them eliminations or just get both teams killed? You know how often we see that, Mello? You're like, this is a fight that you shouldn't be taking, and it kind of chalks both of their games.
Yeah, and it happens more often than I would like to see, but I will give a lot of these teams credit, and hopefully we'll continue to give them credit throughout this finals, because we had a very competitive winners bracket. Obviously, we had a little bit more of a blowout on the losers side, if we can take a look at that leaderboard, because there's a name up there, Poro, that I'm sure everyone is tired of hearing at this point, but with a performance like that, 122 points, it was head and shoulders above the rest, just absolute dominance. So I will say faltering on Stormpoint, whether it be because, you know, they know they had the job done, they were just kind of you know, prepping for the next day rather than the next final that they would have to play in. But yeah, 122 point scoreline is a little bit ridiculous.
Well, and you talk about the 122 points overall, 61 of those points were gotten in the first 2 games in back-to-back wins. So is that, I mean, obviously, since we're looking at the teams that have the possibility of coming out strong and fast, are we kind of giving it to Rise already, or is there anybody else that's really kind of caught your eye here?
Look, I'm not going to give it to him. I want to. I love that they're being led at the helm by Retzi, who's an absolute legend in the Apex Legends scene. You've got 2 former Gears of War pros joining that roster as well. We've seen what they did in Challenger Circuit. However, we're starting on Stormpoint, and they had a lot of their big maps on World's Edge yesterday. And you mentioned whether that be they just kind of had a little bit of falling off there on Stormpoint towards the end of the series. I don't know. So we'll kick it off on Stormpoint. We'll see how it goes for them. But you've got a lot of other qualified members on these teams. I'm looking at other members. I like Sausage Sorcerers. We want to call them SS for tonight because I just genuinely don't know if I can call them Sausage Sorcerers because I just feel like it's very wizardry. But you got Tech, right? Me and Mello were kind of chatting behind the scenes before production. We're like, his ability to actually call zones are so impeccable, and that is going to get you into the long game. You can get a lot of those KP built up so you can end the game with points. And granted, they came in, I believe, second in that losers bracket overall, but it was still 40 points behind Rise.
Yeah, I mean, looking at Sausage Tours, obviously they turned things up a little bit, managed to get second place overall, but they started off 2 back-to-back 0-point games. Now, if you're a team that starts off really, really slow like that tonight, Mellacrit, what do you do? What's your mindset going in, especially if there's a team that may be kind of grabbing things by the reins and taking over? Do you start freaking out a little bit?
I mean, it's really hard to stick to a game plan when it seems like it's going definitely not your way, when things are kind of going awry. But I think SS is definitely an example of one of those squads where they kind of knew that they had it in them to bring it back. Those zone calls by Tech were super critical to get into very good power spots. We saw their 3rd place overall in kills in that loser side bracket. So it's definitely a matter of keeping your head in the game, understanding, all right, we had 2 goose eggs, we can bring it back, we can make big plays happen. And in a game like Apex, of course, there is the inherent bit of RNG that you're trying to mitigate as much as possible, but sometimes the cards are stacked against you and you got to do what you can, but they brought it back in a huge way.
So I got to ask, obviously this is an extremely high pressure situation, right? This knowing that once a team gets that 50 points and then gets that win, everything's done. This is that time when IGLs become huge, the big players become huge, and big performances come huge. Is there any players that are really, I know we've mentioned a couple, are there any players that you're going to particularly have your eyes on tonight, Tiff?
I'm going to go with Retzi. I think it was really smart for those Rise boys to pick up the 2 former Gears of War pros, picking up Retzi, formerly on the Sentinels, way back when Lou was on the roster as well. That was just one of those teams that was so fun to watch back in the day and all of their success. And I just feel as if you have the ability to listen to someone that has been in the scene, that wants to get back to that upper echelon of Apex competitive. That is the way to succeed. And clearly something is working out for them. If you've essentially got your fraggers and the ability to have your IGL anchoring and holding down, letting you go out and find those eliminations, you can kind of trust each other and work well together, which has obviously been proven in the losers bracket. Now you just have to be able to find the success in overall tonight. And just honestly, top 8, if they can just get as many points as they did just on 2 maps alone, they're going to be fine.
Scary stuff. It's scary stuff. Well, top 8, as you said. And once again, just keep in mind, 50 points. They got to get to 50 points, then get that win, and then the whole thing is over. Mellacrit, do you have any particular team or player that you have your eyes on to maybe be the one to push it? I mean, obviously, we're talking a lot about Rise.
Yeah, I mean, getting into this first game, one team I'm definitely going to have my eyes on is actually going to be Team Diverge, and it's a team that I think characteristically, Tiff, when we were casting in the previous bracket, it seemed like their game plan was kind of that high skill ceiling, high reward, but they often found themselves faced off against Rise in a lot of those endgame situations. So whether they can adapt to that, whether they can find their success the same way they did in losers bracket here, joined by a lot of other teams that either might have a similar game plan or might be able to exploit that game plan, I think that's going to be a big question mark for me, but definitely a team to keep an eye on.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a really good, valid point. I think we should definitely keep an eye on them as we jump into our map. Number 1, you can see this zone is pulling all the way to the right side of the map, you know, centering around Launchpad, Gale Station, Fish Farms. So a lot of those teams that are landing on the north side are going to find themselves having to have extensive rotations. And you look at teams like Rise and Bots, they're already kind of down in Barometer and Shipfall and won't have to necessarily rotate as far. But those are the teams that look to find as many eliminations throughout their rotational journeys as possible. And since they're already almost there, it's going to be very peculiar to see how they go about this.
Yeah, for the time being, we're going to slow things down. We're going to check out if there are any contests on the maps, which there doesn't seem to be for the time being, at least. We saw a little bit of flex dropping there at the end of the losers bracket, most notably probably by some of the teams that were a little bit higher up on those standings towards the end of it. But yeah, nice long rotate here by both Pathfinder using that trident. Try and get a nice wide angle on this. Looks like they're going to go even further south, looking towards Shipfall. Actually going to pass that team that is still looting. This rotate speed is definitely something to note. And they're not the only team that's doing this. In fact, I'm a little bit surprised to see Buff Pathfinder doing this in particular. But with that composition, it's no surprise they're trying to get deep very early.
Look, anytime I see someone just hop into a trident and just go into open water, my heart starts to drop a little bit because it just takes a couple people to look their way, and next thing you know, you're absolutely decimated. But you're already sitting on 2 purples and a blue, getting poked and prodded. They just want a little bit of information. But yeah, that's going to give them the shield, and whether they feel that they are going to be confident enough to jump into that fight. But Buff Pathfinder is doing what they do best and just long hauling it in. They do have the Loba, so they can drop the black market once available and really buff up their loot should they need to. But that early rotation into fish farms, as a lot of these teams are going to start doing, is going to show, hey, maybe this is where we're going to need to be making our way. So with the amount of teams already starting their rotation in here, we could have an interesting map 1.
Absolutely, could not agree more. Here we see that so many teams are already committing full force into this fish farm area. There are quite a few spots to play, but the timing of when you play them and when you take your fights is actually almost as important as how quickly you get there. And a lot of zone teams in this lobby to know. Team Diverge, definitely on your screen there, one that you have to consider that sort of edge of zone, third zone keep out, though, of course, having to adapt your gameplay when you see ring pulls like this. Fish farms is not the easiest area to access late. There are obviously the actual fish farm pods that you can play in a little bit later, but getting a building early, getting a place that you can feel pretty safe and farm up those evos early definitely feels pretty good on an ending like this.
Yeah, it's really tough. I like that you highlighted it's tough to get into this POI late game, but in particular, it's the distance between these buildings. And as you can see, there's so many openings, there's windows, there's doors, so you can siege these buildings quite easily. But the moment that you make a play for them, you're going to be looked at by every single team. And you can see Tech, SS just made their way in. They're going to elect to play the back rock, and Tech still on white does have a 30-30 to be able to poke the teams in. But we've already had a team fall. Rise is on the move. They've taken out Slept On, and Karasuno is going to fall as well. So not a really strong start for them. Last I saw, I believe, Rise, they were making their way still just at the north side of Shipfall, but just a lot of information gathering here for SS. The fact that they've been able to grab this building is quite nice.
Slept On and Karasuno, 2 of our previous Pro League teams falling early on map number 1 here on Stormpoint. Another team that, again, I guess I gotta note the fact that there are so many freaking zone teams in this lobby. Team Diverge, another team that also likes to play that center edge sort of play, or center zone sort of play style. I've heard one of their players, Z Davis, be colloquially referred to as Zone Davis. So definitely not a team that is unfamiliar with this kind of rotate, but wow, there are just so many squads here so early, Tiff.
Honestly, if this is going to be one of those like stalemates where we're just going to go the distance and everyone's just going to poke and prod throughout these buildings, it just feels like a heavy game of chess, and it is akin to what you kind of see inside the Pro League. Like, we just got back from the Split 1 playoffs, and it was, every game felt like it was just this massive chess game and went the distance all the way to the end. So if we're going to get that here just for the Split 2 Pro League qualifiers, I couldn't be more excited. I do love where Saucer and Co have that positioning behind the rock, but you have Joey Blackout right in front of them from Redeem, and these are some of those I've been keeping my eyes on. In particular, you had already kind of mentioned it, but also let's go ahead and talk about Enemigo, right? You see them in their rotation on throughout Antenna. They haven't necessarily hit that skyward dive, just like Rise is. We knew they were aggressive, and they are going on the full push in.
Yeah, and it's difficult because in fish farms, the fight timings are there's few and far between great opportunities to take these fights. It looks like they try to get aggressive, but you can already see how many teams can have angles on this. Detox, fantastic spray there with the R9 doing so much damage, but A1s does get fully thirsted and knocked off of the map. Detox and Retzi now left as a duo to try and recover this beautiful knock, and that's going to be onto Jet from Team Intel across the way.
Little door play right here. They do have the Watson Jenny to go ahead and heal them passively, so that's really nice. They were able to recover that from the team. Detox going to need to do this, but they are in a 2v1 scenario, and just like that, Team Intel is out, and they do have the banner recovered. But the issue is, look where that respawn beacon is going to be. They're going to have to make their way out. Now, if they had a crypto in their composition, which wouldn't really make sense for the aggressive nature that they are kind of playing on Team Rise, they would be able to utilize the drone to go get that, as you saw, like Tech on SS who have the ability to do, or maybe someone like Hashera. Just the ability of resets that I have seen from a crypto player, but now you're going to have to walk out there and make that happen. So we will see. But in the meantime, Team Diverge looking to get into a little bit of action over here on the south side.
Playing out here in the open space, but do have a decent amount of cover from a lot of the LOS that you might be seeing from some of the buildings further south, and definitely the teams that are right in front of them as well. So feeling safe for now, trying to poke, trying to get those Evo shields up a little bit. And I don't know if you noticed, Tiff, but right before we swapped over, Rise already had 5 kills. So maybe potentially telling of where this is going to go. Right now, actually getting a full thirst onto Joey. So it's not a great start for that team either.
Definitely not. They didn't come in with any advanced starting points either. You know, bots, they had the 10 starting points coming in here. If you're new to the match point format, you don't hit win condition until you hit 50 points. So for someone like Team Rise that didn't have advanced starting points, they are starting from scratch here. Sleepy Panda not going to have any cover here, utilizing the Bangalore smoke to try and finesse their way out with an incoming Bloodhound scan, which is so fun to say all this because everything regarding all the legend compositions will be changing tomorrow. And I cannot believe, if you think about this, Mello, this is the last time we're seeing some of these comps because it's going to be a shakeup.
Absolutely. Another big shakeup there. Redeem, the team that was in front of Team Diverge, actually getting eliminated by Draco. So it looks like Team Diverge has done the deed. They've done what they needed to do with a little bit of help from the other side of the POI. They will help to take down yet another squad in their way. Very crowded already, and you actually mentioned Enemigo earlier. We saw it in the kill feed. They're actually getting a knock onto one of the members of Rise. So curious to know if Rise maybe start to get punished for a little bit of that over-aggression. Again, their fight timings are very tight. Their opportunities to take them, though, in this POI, not as often as maybe some of the more open, some of the longer rotates. Look at how densely populated Fish Farms already is. I love to see it. I think I've hampered on it a little bit much here, but just something of note. A lot of teams that know what they're doing and they're putting it on full display.
I mean, look, we've seen this zone kind of play out. It's been a few months since I've particularly seen it. It usually pulls all the way back to the tip of kind of that little island that you see on the south side of the mini map on your screen. But SS holding a very solid building. They're actually going to elect to move further south because I think they're anticipating that as well. So for all the teams that are looking to make their push, they are going to have to fight forward while anchoring in their back for any egg games. And E8 on being going completely under fire. Seer exhibit is out, but Presley is just close the distance, wants to get up and in their face with the Prowler because you know that hip fire is just going to be disgusting.
That crypto ultimate does actually manage to break the ultimate of the Seer on the opposite side, and now drug free on the front foot of this engagement. Presley going down all the way down, getting fully thirsted, but now drug free having to find a bit of a disengage of their own. But once again, the damage has been done there. They get away. They haven't actually picked up any of the kills for their troubles, though, unfortunately. Like SES might be doing a bit of that for them. Yes, indeed. E8 eliminated from game number 1.
Yeah, we were looking at the EA roster, and what I noticed when DiffQ on that roster, you know, formerly known as Solo Cute Goats back in the day when Shiv and them played in the Pro League in EMEA. So I thought that was a really interesting roster change. But when you've got SCS just full rotating up with the RE45, they take the high ground. I mean, there's just really nothing you can do at that point. So now we look to the team's great view of the map, and it is going to show you that it is literally pulling to that area of Fish Farms, but you have that 50-50 decision of which side is it actually going to pull to. You have Bots and Co. just on the inside of that next ring looking at Enemigo and their team. But it's just like, you have to make sure that once you navigate, because when you have these open water endings on Stormpoint, they are atrocious.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And I will say Buff Pathfinder, we saw rotate very early to that spot where they're sitting now. We get the preview They have made a very good decision. That gamble may be paying off, and they have that Trident to maybe set up for some cover late game if they can continue to hold the spot, and of course try and farm up those shields and maybe some kills along the way. Deadass, another squad that is very talented in the 3v3. They were definitely one of the squads in the Challenger circuit that were known for just wiping squads full force. Not really getting as much of an opportunity to do it quite yet here. And Go actually going so low. That must have been like 3 HP, a pixel of health left.
My heart is out here pounding for Go, but I saw on the timeline today that he tweeted a kilo a GIF and was like, I am ready for it. So you've got to make the Zoldyck family proud here today in the Pro League qualifiers. This is it. We want to see you in Split 2, and it starts here. If you're tweeting out a kilo a GIF, like, this is the time. Like, you have to lay it down. I want to see hearts get ripped out.
Oh, absolutely. And everyone is going to be putting their hearts all the way into this last opportunity. Really, the time has completely run out. Everyone has made their claim, right, to just get here in the first place. Such a long and intense journey through so many difficult Apex Legends lobbies. And now just 8 of the 20 we have left standing will be moving on to the Pro League, the upper echelon of competitive Apex Legends. And it really is exciting to see, but much like the losers bracket, it is a little bit bittersweet that we had to say goodbye to some of these squads, that we will not see them in Pro League, though, of course, I definitely fully expect to see them in the Challenger circuit for Split 2.
Definitely a little calm before the storm. We might have a nice isolated 3v3, and I say isolated, but you know there are people holding charge rifles in this lobby that are going to be looking to just kind of be the thorn in the side of these teams that are fighting. We get Senax on your screen right now. It's just very interesting, the change up. You know, formerly on the Sentinels in the Pro League, they've dropped down, they brought in Slayer, trying to close the distance, but unfortunately just takes so much damage. Cross able to grab the opening knock, and they have 2 cracks, so this should turn the tide in their favor, especially with the RE45 in the hands of Slayers.
Yeah, Crust making it look way too easy there alongside Senox and Slayer. Drug Free is eliminated for KP to SCS for the time being, but now immediately having to deal with a third party. They have the Watsagen there, and it's not even theirs, but they're utilizing it to block some of those grenades and slowly heal up the damage being done to their shields. Cozy on the other side of this fight with Oi Senpai, the only member that's full health, and from 1 second to the next tip, immediately getting dropped.
Oh no, not Senpai going down. Another one down. Vize last alive for Team Cozy, trying to get up close and personal with the PK, but when it's not connecting very often, this is very challenging. The fact is able to clutch it up. What an absolute legend. And as you get a nice free cam shot, see your exhibits and bots going crazy, you can just see all of the chaos that is unfolding. We knew this was going to happen, Mello. We knew as soon as this ring started to move and all of these teams were forced outside of their buildings, trying to find a new home in the next zone, everyone was going to collapse upon each other. The fact is, though, Detox and Rexy still up. They were not able to get the res off on A1s, and we were talking about that. We're like, there is no way they're going to be able to make this happen. They do still have a respawn beacon in the distance, but I can't imagine that anyone's going to let them approach it.
Yeah, it's like there was just a switch that flipped, and suddenly we're down to just 8 squads. Very difficult ring to play. Even when you're there early, there's teams that know they need to pull the trigger. High risk, high reward gameplay in some of these pushes. But Rise, being one of the teams that's still left alive, is definitely just, again, a testament to their survivability. In a lot of the situations where they were picking up kill after kill in that losers bracket, it came down to then rolling a squad and even fully defending from multiple third and even fourth parties after that. So they're still here. They are still a threat on the map, but they aren't even in the next zone, Tiff. This is pulling full down to the tip of that peninsula, like you mentioned, and all that's really left to play there is a couple boxes and a Trident.
I mean, I have watched this zone play out. I think the last time I saw it, it was like tripods just trying to hold the southern tip of the peninsula, and it was just an absolute chaotic fest for them to make sure they're anchoring their back in the open water and the building. But you still have this to play, and Buff Pathfinder has been here since the absolute beginning. If you remember, back when we dropped into match number 1, this team was vibing in the Trident, making their full-on rotation, sitting on 2 purples and a blue. So the fact that they've been here just absolutely leveling up and picking up 4 eliminations throughout this entire match, this is their game to win.
Yeah, I love that they're being proactive, and I would have to agree, definitely their game to win here if they can hold on and avoid some of the violence that's starting to break out around them. It's going to be Bots, who has fully run out of space. 37 seconds left before the zone fully closes, and they have to make a move. JQ down solo. Stompy's just a pixel of HP left before fully going down. That's going to be a source that swings all the way in. JQ does get knocked and fully thirsted, and it looks like Pubsky and Co. are going to finish the job, and they have to do it quickly. Bots is eliminated, but now that team has to walk as well.
See, I think the biggest issue is taking a fight right now is you're not going to have a good enough amount of time to be able to fully reset before another team ints on you. There's 7 squads remaining. The round 4 is currently closing. There's just a minimal amount of actual building space and cover in this zone. So you're getting to the point where you're just like, see, Asura, as soon as they finished that fight, they immediately got pushed, got taken out. Now we're down to 6 squads, and Cozy holding the roof, utilizing the Watson fences to tier a little bit and anchor the fact that no one can walk up on them. But you're playing basically just head spaces on this roof and biding your time to int on to a final game.
Oh my god, it's spilling out the entire bag of cells there, trying to get the last bit of health traded so that they can survive this next ring close. And generally we like to see maybe at least one more ring of play, but I've got a feeling, Tiff, we might not get that sort of treatment here. We've got the duo from Rise playing just the tip of that dock there. We've got the duo of Team Diverge as well, finding a couple of kills there onto, I believe, Bots right before they were fully eliminated. And LTC is actually the team that's made the rotation here. They've hijacked the Trident, and now they're in the back towards the pills with Watson fences set up as well.
I really like that positioning. They can show presence and kind of anchor that space, but Cozy on the roof, they should be able to get this reset. But I mean, as soon as I say that, what better character to throw out the focus of attention to hit that res cancel? They should have no issue though, but they're going to be running out of time because in 13 seconds they are going to have to start rotating. They know someone's underneath them, so it's a matter of timing it perfectly, right? Because as soon as they jump down, the team is going to be underneath them wanting to rotate into the zone. You still have Buff Pathfinder in the building directly in front of them that's going to immediately fire onto them.
And they're not the only team here that is going to have to fire onto the squads in front of them. Rise is eventually going to have to commit to something here. Vize trying to commit first to this. Detox is going to find a knock onto Oi Senpai, but Rise is eliminated in 6th place outside the top 5. Unfortunately, though, Cozy might be joining them here shortly, just in zone. They're able to walk in just a couple more inches forward and now playing the drop shield as their last slice of defense from the bullets of Buff Pathfinder. But it looks like they've survived the engagement for now, and now the back of this building is an absolute slaughterhouse.
I mean, we're down to 4 squads right now. Sausage Sorcerers on the roof. They're going to be absolutely inundated by this ring, and they have to push. Now it's going to all-out brawl underneath, but just like that, Zainu just puts the finishing blow into that. 3 squads remaining. LTC, if you remember, is at the bottom of this peninsula just waiting. Buff Pathfinder's inside. They just walk into the slaughter. Excuse me. I mean, there's really only so much you can do. Now Buff Pathfinders is going to send it on to LTC, and in the isolated 3v3, let's see how it goes. Beautiful opening opportunity down, but the trade comes in, so now it's 2v2, but the Prowler, man, it just goes off. Now Draco's going to have to be the last alive to make this happen. Can you swing this properly? Some good shield cracks.
They're going to maybe look to stick a bat behind this cover. 1v1 now, I believe. Still red shields across the way. Draco's eating a lot of damage, though, and the full swing is there from LTC. They will pick up the win after a big move there right towards the end game to grab the back of the zone. They had Watson Gen, they had some cover from the pills and the Trident, and of course the Gunny to match. They take down your first game of the Pro League qualifier finals for Split 2.
Oh, that's a hell of a way to start off the night, isn't it? I mean, gee, we talked a little bit about how much how the pressure is and knowing that you have to get all this stuff done, and it starts off with that circle, Tiff.
I mean, it's all about your ability to be able to call those zones, right? And sometimes you are completely dead on, and sometimes you are insanely wrong. And we saw it from the very beginning with Buff Pathfinder taking that nice rotation. But what they didn't account for was the fact that LTC was going to move in, which, by the way, Poro, you mentioned that you were really excited to see that team. Hey. So the fact is they came out, they got the map 1 victory, and they are working their way towards the 50 points. But once you gave up the space, but I think because they had Watson in their comp, they were able to show presence, utilizing those fences and kind of anchoring off, whereas Buff Pathfinder would have had to leave the shelter of that building early on and take that, and I think there were still too many teams and fish farms to be able to safely anchor that position.
I mean, it was great defense. It was great defense to go along with a little bit of luck as well. But I'll tell you who didn't. I mean, Vizay. That was some clutch play coming out there from Cozy from Mellicrit.
Yeah, Cozy definitely making moves right towards the end. We're going to take a look at some replays. Just how insane the inning truly was. Rise played most of that game as a duo. They managed to get the full swing and the wipe onto Team Intel, but at what cost? You have to wonder. They didn't have great position in that last inch, and I will say that last bit walk-up that they had to make happen. It was just very difficult. Fish Farms is not able.
It is not. Well, we are going to take a look at our overall leaderboard here shortly once we get through our highlights. But Tiff, we were talking about how a lot of these teams, you kind of have that slow feeling out period here being the first game. Obviously, new lobby, you got I guess, a general idea of where your drop spots are, and you kind of want to have time to kind of figure out what your pathing is going to be and everything. Didn't get a chance to do that time around, obviously, with this circle. So are these teams to be able to reset a little bit? Do you almost kind of call this game a wash?
No, you don't call this game a wash. I mean, it's a fish ending, which is all the way on the southernmost points, and the teams that had the largest rotation might not have had their ideal journey, but they're kind of fun to watch, right? If they typically happen, which it doesn't really happen all that often, but typically I've seen them pull more Gale Station and such. So anytime they go full into fish farms, I'm like, oh, I remember this zone. And typically people will be like, I know exactly where I need to go to play this. That's why you saw so many early rotations. And it was just the matter of being able to withstand the longevity, right? You just need to make sure you're getting the right building. We saw Rise challenge early on for that building, and they did everything well. They just weren't able to get their third back. But LTC taking this, having the Watson Jenny out there, utilizing the fences, forcing Buff Pathfinder, knowing that they just had to bide their time and say, hey, you're coming to me, right? That gave them the upper hand. And anytime you get down to these knockdown 1v1s, they can go any way, shape, or form.
Well, there you go. We didn't get a chance to talk about it beforehand, but we did have the advanced starting points in play as well. So our top, would believe it was 10 teams had points coming into this. So who was it that was at the top? I think it was Bots. That had had a nice stack of points for themselves. So, but here you go. This is just the match 1 report. So we'll see the overall leaderboard. You're going to see a little bit different points when it comes to the overall leaderboard. But LTC starting off with 20. That's a hell of a way to start, Mellicrit.
Yeah, I mean, beautiful stuff. That's exactly what you want to see. Getting that steam train rolling early is definitely the way to go for these match point formats, and LTC coming in with some of those starting points as well is going to feel pretty good about a 20-point performance. But I think one thing that I'm very appreciative of seeing just right off the bat is that top of the leaderboard is definitely a little bit tighter than what we were seeing in the losers round, a little bit closer to what we were seeing in winners. And there's a lot of names here that we certainly expected to be here. Even the top 5, I'm not surprised at all to see any of those teams sitting there with the points that they do have. So I'm curious to know how this is going to shape out with the overall leaderboard. And this is just game 1, Poor. I can't wait for more.
Well, there's your overall leaderboard right there. And I know we had eyes on, obviously, Bots. I think we talked about Team Intel as well. Had a little bit of a slow start in there in game number 1. If you're either one of those teams, fan of either one of those teams, Spider Tiff, are you even a little bit concerned at this point?
No, dude, it's game 1. I'm not concerned at all. I mean, Bots came in with 10 advanced starting points. So they were only able to accrue 5 throughout map number 1. And I think in your worst games, if you can get 5 to 7, it's not really too bad. Now, granted, remind you, if you guys are just here, you're watching, you just tuned in, what's happening? Top 8 qualifying for Pro League Split 2. So, yes, it is match point, and it would be a good flex to say, yeah, I won the match point finals and LTC Esports. I mean, they're already halfway. So they only came in with 6 starting points. So that 20-point game coupled on puts you over over the halfway point, but we've got to get to that 50-point threshold. And we were talking about it, South America ended in 3 games. I don't think we're going to have a 3-game ending here. Definitely, we're going at least 5 to 8.
Does seem that way. Melacrit, you agree?
I'd have to agree, especially because some of the teams that we see on the bottom half, I mean, they're probably just getting started right now. Redeem, Revival Games, some of the scarier fighting teams are also in there as well. Deadass. I mean, just a lot of firepower that maybe is yet to be ignited. Game 1, not too much to say quite yet, though. The early, I think, sort of archetype of teams that we're already starting to see, very different from your typical Challenger Circuit lobby, which is very exciting. And I think a lot of these teams have very good game plans, and it's about whether they can execute on them with so many other squads that are going to be they're going to be wearing their hearts on their sleeves for successfully getting pro league. I mean, that's a huge deal. That's massive. So definitely too early to call, but I like what I'm seeing already.
I think that's about where everybody, all the reasonable thinkings, no knee-jerk reactions coming in just yet off of 1 game. We're going to give it a little bit more time. Well, it looks like we are getting ready to go into game number 2, which I believe means that we're going to have a caster switch. So I get to watch the game with you guys this time around. Now, I got to tell you that Dia and Twiggy were very verbose while watching that last one, telling us all the hot insights. So I'm especially excited to hear what those guys have to say about here in game number 2.
Yeah, I can't wait to
Oh, there we go. Hey, I get to be in here too. That was a breezy transition. Hello, boys. How are you?
I think we can count. I think we can say that we were verbose.
Yeah, exactly. I think
what's going on? Oh my God.
A little bit of an over-exaggeration, tiny bit.
Well, we are getting ready to head into game number 2. Now, I got to talk to Tiff and Melacrit about their thoughts about game number 1. Anything in particular stick out to you guys, Dia?
Yeah, I was actually going to highlight the thing that I was curious about at the start of the day that I actually really liked in game number 1, the Intel versus Cozy matchup. Now, not a lot of people would have put these 2 teams against each other because neither of them are particularly aggressive. But both being zone teams, I was very curious about how they do. And in the overall leaderboards, they're actually right next to each other after game 1. Cozy really surprising me with the fact that in a fish farm zone, they weren't able to get to that god spot, and yet still were able to fight effectively up against SCS, something that I think a lot of people would not have expected.
Yeah, Cozy had a really nice scrap there, a couple of nice scraps actually. Anything in particular to you, Twiggy?
I think for me, obviously we said that wasn't a wash or anything. It was an awkward game one. I'd say it was an outlier in terms of obviously the zones and stuff like that. But I think it's not going to be massively influential on the rest of these things. It was interesting to see how a lot of the teams played that one. Obviously, a lot of the teams that got themselves in early and knew exactly where they needed to be at all times definitely really paid off for them, the top 3 teams especially. But yeah, I think it's going to be a very different story on this next game, unless we get another fish farm zone. You never know, but we'll see.
Well, I'm excited to see this one. So, boys, take it away. Let us know what happens here in game number 2.
All right, well, we're dropping in, as Poro said, to the second game of the day. Now, this will be the last map before we transition over to World's Edge, because we're going to be going 2-2-2-2-2 all day. So, if you are a Storm Point team and game 1 fish farms, which, as you said, Twiggy, wasn't exactly your thing, this is where you've got to bring it back. And personally, sitting on the desk, I'm hoping that we get a significantly different pull because Fish Farms is such an outlier. It forces a lot of teams out of their comfort zone, but things like this that pull straight to the center of the map give everyone their own time to shine. Those teams that do sit around the edges of the zone, like Lightning Rod, like Fish Farms, get to play edge really effectively, and if you're landing in the center of the map, well, it's for a reason. It's because you want to be in the center of the zone.
Yeah, and we can now see teams that didn't do as well, more of the edge teams that went out relatively early there in that game. Maybe TSS, who usually sits on that opposite edge to Fish Farms here, they're going to have an easier time getting into this one and just making sure they're ready for a fight, because obviously crossing into Fish Farms is an absolute hellscape. It's not quite the same with the center zone here. You've got a lot of hard cover to work with as you move your way forward.
Yeah, it's worth noting where we've got our beacons spawning as well. Given that teams in Barometer and Jurassic both have access to that information, you're noticing just in the eastern side of this Zone 1 that Tech's actually gotten a scan as well. Teams are going to be rotating through POIs with those beacons to be able to pick them up, if not in the first zone, in the second, so that if you are a team that wants to play a little bit more central, you have the opportunity to. Buff Pathfinder, though, taking a little different approach and posting up with the Loba as they rotate through this Prowler Island in order to give themselves the best chance of success.
I think we're going to have a little more time to talk on this one than than Mello and Tiff had last time. I think we got into the action very quickly last game. I think we were even caught off guard by it while we were just watching it casually. I was like, oh, there are 2 teams dead. That's, sure, okay, cool. I guess I need to pay more attention. I think this time we're going to have a little calmer time of things, but obviously it's going to be, you never know what's going to happen.
Yeah. I mean, well, with Slepton on this ridge, I am expecting that things become more calm, mostly because there are a lot of teams that already coexist in this area, and that unlike fish farms, do have a lot of space to do so. Nothing exemplifying that more than what we just saw from Team Diverge, sitting over by the gravity cannon, a position with no cover from above, but that in reality is really easy to play, and it's actually the perfect position for Team Diverge, who just last game were playing this aggressive zone team style really well. I actually spoke to Sleepy Panda before the games today, and he was talking about how Saturday's games sort of set them up for today by letting them know what the caliber of team they'll be going up against is and how aggressive they can get away with being. Because you think about somebody like Sleepy Panda, and he can really push the aggression to the max, but here you can't get away with everything.
Yeah, and I'm also excited to see if we see a little more of Rise this game. Obviously, they were hampered quite early on in that first round we went down to 2 players very early on, didn't really have an opportunity to go for the revive because it's such an awkward zone to play in. I'm interested to see if we'll see a little more of them here because they are early rotating in towards all of the rest of these teams. We've got a lot of players right in this next zone.
Yeah, so I like that you're talking about the next zone. We haven't actually straight up addressed it yet, but we've seen teasers of it in the minimap. Zones pulling in a sort of odd way that splits around the bean in the center of the map, right by Prowler Island. But it's why Slepton are prioritizing this ridge right now. Most teams are going to expect that this pulls on over to the west, and while it is theoretically possible this goes elsewhere and throws these teams off guard, much like it did in fish farms, what you'd be expecting is that ridge line right between Mill and the big bean rock that you're going to find as you come over from Barometer should be providing a lot of value. Did you see that?
That was insane.
Loba just yoinked that purple.
Okay, all right then.
That's the
oh
sauce.
my god.
That's the Loba Crypto Comp.
You think you're safe for a moment. You put it on the ground just for a moment, it's gone. It's like ants in the summer. That was insane.
I've never seen anyone do that before. I was slack-jawed as soon as that happened.
I didn't even realize it for a second. I've never seen that. Okay. Well, that's
one way to go about it. I really like that move. You got the game plan, you got the finesse on them. Speaking of, I think it's only fair that we talk about Rise. I know that Mello was saying that we've been talking about them all weekend, and he also pointed out that it's deserved. But their setback in early last game actually told us a lot about how you can attack this team. If you are one of those squads that's maybe struggling with how you're going to deal with them, you can be heartened by the fact that Poke is actually really effective against Rise when they have to cross long distances, because losing a player hampers their aggressive playstyle. These guys want to be committing. They want to be full sending on fights. It's what the mechanical talent that Rise, formerly GOW, were all about. But now you can see how it's just missing that one player, as opposed to, say, something like his own team. Everything changes for them.
Yeah, and I do wonder if a lot of these teams are going to learn from that on the fly and manage to actually get that, we'll kind of do the same kind of thing and poke them out on a different kind of zone here. Obviously, it was easier to poke them out when they were moving in towards fish farms, and there's obviously a lot of space. They got caught out. They had to move in to some hard cover, and it was easy to just kind of get that fight started on them. But this time, it's going to be a little more difficult to do that, so I'm going to be waiting to look for that one as we get some fights going on straight away.
Our up-and-comers versus our Pro League relegation team. Bots who are fighting to make their way back into what a lot of people would say is their rightful place. Going up against Asuras, who dominated in the losers bracket of the PLQs. These guys did really well, and well, they didn't end up stomping teams like Rise. The fact that they're running now from bots signals that this is a very different day than what they were expecting.
Definitely on the defense there, and suddenly takes out Pubsky, and suddenly they are definitely more on the offensive. Just have to move back in towards that zone, and it's still heading towards a very, very, very western area. Getting my directions mixed up.
It's happened to the best of us. Alice going to have to work his way around into that western zone all by themselves, and with the Bloodhound, it's not exactly the character that you'd like to have alive at this point. Things like Bangalore and even the Horizon have a lot more playmaking, a lot more survivability, and no chance to recover those banners. Makes this more or less a game that you're playing for placement. Asuras now have to sit in zone for as long as possible and maybe grab some med kits to see if you can make it to those top 15 when the placement points start rolling in. We take a look back over at Millage, though, where this zone does seem to be closing, and we are really seeing that ridge line pay off. Take a look at everyone who has piled into this zone, and at the very top, in between everyone, it's Revival Games who have taken over the position that Slept-On were in previously.
Yeah, right between, well, 6 teams essentially at this point. Luckily right now there's no reason for any of those players to go for some undue kind of aggression in the middle there, and they do have some cover to work with. It's a hilly area, maybe you can't see it on the map, but at the very least they've got something to work with. But everybody is just playing their time quite nicely here. We're not seeing a massive amount of early aggression, obviously. We saw bots going for that early fight, but that was more of an opportunity for them rather than them going for something that they didn't need to.
SCS opting into edge play again as well. This is something that we would have expected from them, landing very high up and off to the side over at Lightning Rod, but SCS did get cut short by one of our zone teams, Cozy, currently sitting in 5th place just last game, so they are going to need to frag out once more. You'll notice that a lot of our teams have been playing zone, and it's sort of counter to what we saw in the Challenger circuit. As we've approached Pro League qualifiers, teams have taken a much more conservative approach to the game, started playing in those safer positions around buildings, and on storm points specifically, depending of course on how the zone is pulling, that's actually quite effective. Edge is very easy to punish on storm point because of these wide open areas that you've got to go through, and the fact that SCS are still playing it right now signals a lot about their confidence.
Yeah, I think you can see as well the difference, and obviously we can tell that everybody is going for very, early rotations, getting inside that ring as quick as possible. Well, most people are at the very least. You can see really the difference that's making when the ring pulls towards the east of the map compared to the west. Obviously here we're seeing, no teams have gone out completely yet. We've seen a lot of fights maybe, but nothing that you can't get away from. Last game, at this point, we were already down probably 6 teams.
Bots passing by and actually getting spotted by a Rise, so it might be the start of those dominoes falling. Rise are bloodthirsty. The bots will go down swinging. There's a lot of scary moves on this roster, even with the loss of Jalone. Putting in Stunny in their place has been really effective for the bots, so much so that, as we already talked about, they got the most advanced starting points with their first place finish in the winners bracket. E8, on the other hand, a team very curious about coming into today. Lackluster game number 1, but I wouldn't count them out of it yet. They still qualified out of winner, and honestly, E8's performance is so momentum-based. Even with the swap up to DiffQ, they were a notoriously silent team at the end of Split 1, and I'm quite concerned about whether their comms will be effective in these hectic fights.
Sussex Sorcerers already eliminated, it looks like, early on in the game this time. And E8 looking for that fight once again, just playing their time. They've got a little bit of cover to work with. All they need to do, I think, just make sure they don't get flanked around here.
This is a scary place to fight, and right outside of Cascade, you do know that a lot of people like to rotate through there. Most folks watching will have memories, good or bad, from their pub games out of this, but EA do want to take the fight aggressively throughout that Horizon ultimate. It doesn't catch anybody. It is going to control the positioning of the squad in front of them, wrap it around. Golden's got a sick flank, but they're getting pushed from the other side. Presley's almost down, and he falls. Diffq really propping up the fight with the Peacekeeper bumps as he gets to collapse. In comes the third party that we were so worried about, and Drug Free take out E8.
Ouch. E8 just weren't able to cope with the fight that they picked, essentially, that they ran in towards. It did not work out, and then obviously Drug Free just pick up on the pieces that fell. And now it's Redeem and E8 out of it. Man.
Really quietly, too. Redeem just falling out of yet another game. Last time they were bullied by Team Diverge on the edge of zone. This time it's in a straight-up 3v3, and while their Challenger Circuit run has been fraught with difficulty, specifically Z Davis being out of the competition for several weeks, the fact that they are going down in fights like this might mean they're not fully back on top yet. We gotta tune in with Rise, though, and this is the fight we were teasing earlier. Rise, who came out #1 in the losers bracket versus #1 in the winners bracket bots, and out comes the Herald. We are here to fight.
Rise have something to prove here. They're down on points just naturally from bots. Obviously, bots starting with 10, moving in towards the finals here, and Rise are looking for a fight. They're heading all the way in. You can see bots just trying to keep them at bay for the time being, but Stunny is already down on the ground, and they're going to look to capitalize off that one. Stunny completely gone, and bots sent running for the hills.
Clean up there. Second zone is going to hurt just a bit more, but they're hunting outside of it, not getting too greedy for these kills. It is another clean up as Stomp's full thirsted. They are going to be able to loot up off this body, but I like that Rise are taking a step back after their performance in Saturday's games and saying we can't get away with everything that we did in losers bracket here, so we're not going to get greedy and ego over the remaining 2 kills. Well, SCS perhaps getting a little bit greedy with the res, do pop right out and eliminate TSS. Bots going down as well after the fallout of their fight with Rise.
Yeah, I do like, as you pointed out, that Rise definitely not, you know, getting too cocky, obviously getting a lot, well, a lot is an understatement, of points last time around, but oh god, here comes Drug Free once again, looking for more kills to pick up off the back of a fight. You can see Impulse here just moving on in. They're getting real aggressive on this one. Can they find an opening kill here?
Not the playstyle I would have expected from Drug Free. I don't think of them as a W key team, perhaps a little bit more reserved in their playstyles, but out comes the Arc Star from Impulse, and they've already got this squad on the ropes. Angle coverage from Saucer as well, but 2 people flank up to the roof and drop Impulse. This is going to be a nearly impossible fight, but they do it! SCS go down, and Drug Free get to waltz their way into the zone, albeit 1 member down.
Yeah, they may be able to get that one back up here, but we can see a lot of teams looking for a fight on this one as we move in towards a couple, well, our final couple areas here of the map. Things are getting tighter, and you can see Intel just vying for a tiny bit of space, but they're getting pushed out by every single team here. Deadass taken out by Slept On here. Asa is also down.
Slept On starting to crush it here. I cannot even verbalize how much Zerbo crushed our ones there. One of the most talented teams that we've seen rise up. Pun absolutely intended, has been shut down by that pick, and if this tells us anything, it's that Rise are on the way out. As a duo, they are not able to do nearly as much, and they're not picking A1s back up.
Does not look that way. Slept On doing a really, really good job of controlling space there, and now Rise backed into a corner, essentially. Just have to play once again, maybe the same way they did last time, but that might have been a mistake. Red Sea just absolutely melts every member there. Psycho cleans up the pieces. Rise down. LTC Esports in the meantime also taken out.
So I'm kind of like A1's there. Taken out because he had blinders on, rounding the corner, not realizing that his angles were covered by 2 people, but Slept On prevailing says a lot. They were our highest fragging team in the preseason qualifier. Everyone was hyped on this squad, and then they disappeared. All of that talent, all that fragability went nowhere. It turned into absolutely no kills for the future, and now are Slept On back just at the right time.
Random's looking for a fight here, just trying to get through all of that Watson utility. It's getting pushed out piece by piece. Just trying to vie for a tiny bit of space moving outside here. Taking their time, though.
Hard to push Watson in this building. If you are going to try and take a fight on a squad that is posted up inside the building defensively, you want to get on top, and one of the big reasons why randoms aren't able to do so is because Slept On are right next to them, and a squad is controlling the ridge. There's going to be angles on anybody that does pop up onto that roof, and so I agree with the decision. Completely leave it alone. One of the things that we had pointed out earlier, however, was in buildings like this where Buff Pathfinder currently reside, we've got intel right next door. We've got Cozy right above Buff Pathfinder. Those two zone teams that we pitted against each other earlier are going to come to a head, but not before Buff Pathfinder has to fight their way out from underneath.
Buff Pathfinder trying to get out of all that utility, trying to move away. He's still got to stay within that space and play for a little bit of cover here. All members staying alive, although very low down on shields, quite low down on health if they get pushed once again, but it's all down to this last couple of areas, this last house essentially. No more cover apart from this one, so everybody just pushing in and trying to make space happen, but they're all playing it very cautiously.
On the outside, Karasuno have managed to become a full 3-man again. They're healing up, aren't under pressure from any other squad, but in the kill feed, Revival are farming up. Their control of the ridge is looking really good, and Buff Pathfinder's control of their house, it's starting to fall apart.
Cozy is just playing with it at the moment, not needing to do anything whatsoever. Buff Pathfinders were looking for a way in earlier on. They didn't find a way in. That Watson utility doing so much to keep them away. And they have got all of the time in the world just to set up their defenses and wait for everybody to make a move. Karasuno moves in. Buff Pathfinder completely taken down. Oh! Karasuno going to try and do more with that momentum. Pushing on in. They've got one down. All they need to do is get their way up and find a couple more. Spraying down. Wave doesn't quite find the kill. Has to back up just a little bit. But they've already done a lot of damage.
I love the pacing of Karasuno right there to come in, finish the fight, and put Cozy on the back foot as well. We talked to James Fearless a little bit before in an interview earlier this week, and he called it out. I'm playing chess, everyone else is playing checkers. That's what I love about this game, and right here, Karasuno with the pacing alone are absolutely doing that, but they cannot overextend on this staircase. There's so many sightlines from above, and he's covering it with Wave, but Wave gets taken down on the way out, and Cozy with 10 collective HP now get taken out from above. James Fearless comes in to clean it up, and Karasuno are back on top.
Karasuno now have all of that space that was controlled earlier by Cozy. They can whip themselves. It's a hard-fought victory there, and they're able to make that work perfectly. On the other side of the map here, just playing for the hill, we've got randoms trying to fight off their opponents. There's not a lot of space to work with. They're just going to have to try and push their way out. It's not really going to work. Low on health, low on utility. They're going to get put down. And Drug Free, it looks like, are going to win out that fight relatively easily if they can keep that pressure up. There's another. One more.
These kills, though, Revival are picking up a lot. They're actually going to grab the second as well. 2 out of the 3 kills that Drug Free set up go down to Revival, and Drug Free are going to fall to them as well. Again, the control of this ridgeline is immaculate, and Revival are absolutely crushing the lobby right now. There's no angle on this, and James Fearless gets gunned down as he runs up the hill. Last 2 squads, and Revival, you have to imagine, have got this in the bag.
Revival right now trying to push in on Karasuno. Karasuno, who did so well to take all that space, and they've had to leave it now, and they move in. There is that EVA 8 doing massive amounts of damage. Revival Games just clean up the lobby with no problems whatsoever. A massive performance there in the end game. Gets them 12 kills and so much on the board.
Incredible use of their early game positioning, taking that ridgeline away from Slept On. So few teams are able to do this effectively, controlling both sides of the lobby, and without a Loba, without even a really defensive legend. They don't have a Newcastle, they don't have a Gibraltar, they don't even have a Watson. And yet, Revival Games are able to mind control everyone, say, don't push us, push someone else. And at the very end, they're one of the last 2 standing.
Unbelievable. Yet again, another, they were talking about a weird circle, just an uncomfortable zone to play with just the little pill islands around there for a while. But it doesn't seem like we're going to be finishing in 3 tonight, guys. I think I feel comfortable in saying that, Twiggy.
Yeah, I like that you point me out there, knowing that it is currently 2 a.m. for me, and that I will probably be here for, a good 4 more hours at least. So hey, no, that's fine. It is what it is. We get to see more quality Apex.
Well, we'll get to see some highlights here too.
Yeah, this is quite nice. I like that we're getting to reminisce over what was a really good game, because I think everybody had their own time to shine, and for a lot of these teams in ways that we didn't expect. The rotation in from Drug Free, again, totally different style than what we saw in the losers. You can tell they're feeling a lot more confident. And I'm going to come back to them again, Revival, who crushed that game. I haven't seen that level of control out of the Revival squad all season long, and yet they are peaking at the perfect time in the Pro League qualifiers.
Well, and that's the name of the game, isn't it? So you gotta have, as you said, peak right now is perfect. Whereas the teams that we were talking about coming in, bots, who was the other Intel we were talking about, all these teams that we were kind of looking at rise, it just. Did they peak too early? Is that what we're looking at now? Hey.
Oh, I was like, wow, I
teaser for later.
Glow up. Oh my god.
The question I guess still stands between you. Do you think that maybe the teams that are talking about them peaked a little bit too early? It's been a little bit of a slow start for those guys.
Now that we've got through the winners bracket, I think a lot of people playing with them in the lobby or not have kind of maybe not learnt how other teams play. A lot easier to play against teams that were previously kind of an unknown quantity as you head into this one. I think, if you have your play style down and you're sure that it will work against other teams, I think you can see, we were talking about Rise, if you manage to poke them out and get damage done on them early, it seems to be working. Everybody seems to know exactly kind of they're supposed to play against everybody right now, and that's working out well for teams like Revival Games. It worked out last time very well for esports, so yeah, I'm liking the way that looks.
There you go, your overall leaderboard. Revival Games takes that top spot with 31 points. LTC still right behind them, 29. Karasuna with 21. Nice performance by Karasuna that last game. But again, remember, it is the first to 50 points, then plus a win. That is when we will be shutting this thing down, and whoever is top 8 at that point will move on to Split 2. So far, as we said, unfortunately for our European comrades, it might look like a little bit longer of a run here. But we're about to have a map split, Dia. Who do you think stands to benefit more from a map switch?
Am I biased if I say Rise?
Absolutely.
I think
Biased
I might
caster.
be. Yeah, they really crushed it on World's Edge yesterday. Although I am going to throw Team Diverge into the mix as well. Team Diverge in losers on Saturday were pulling out the Wraith. It looked really good on World's Edge, but they haven't really seemed as comfortable with it on Stormpoint. I think they and Rise, who also really crushed it with multiple over 30-point games, are going to do well on World's Edge. So those are my two teams that I'll be nominating for a big uptick.
Pretty disgusting stuff. Well, we're going to take a quick break to get it all set up. So, guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
It is the Split 2 Pro League qualifiers. 8 teams throughout this night will be earning them a spot in the Split 2 Pro League, and I couldn't be more excited. I'm Spider Tiff. Mello alongside me. We will be bringing you the action as we jump on over to World's Edge for map number 3. Sorry about that little break there, but it's all good as our teams make their way into their drop spot POIs. I know that Dia and everyone, Twiggy, were talking kind of about what the changes we were going to expect to see moving into map number 3 and hopping on over to World's Edge. Mello, we had a couple teams that were incredibly strong, and then we see that zone come in, and look who's got it. Rise, all the way down there in launch site.
Yeah, and this is a bit of a flex too, actually leaving Lava Siphon, which they were historically dropping during the last couple of lobbies. So I guess they had to make a quick switch up here to have a better quality game, but that does mean they are immediately going to be met with a contest, a straight up 3v3 to start things off. It's going to be Asuras against Rise, and in the losers bracket, Tiff, World's Edge was Rise's map. So let's see if they can bring it back here in the first game.
I mean, look, Detox already landing on that R9, throwing out some immense damage onto the horizon, and you can just see Asuras trying to get a line of sight, maybe get out of their ability to rise, but Mastiff showing in with Retzi. This is dangerous. If you land, like, look at top speed, just decimated, throwing down. We knew Retzi was going to be a really strong anchor for Rise, but coupled with A1s and Detox, sure, you lose that, but Asuras going to be losing that contest, and they are going to be having a beautiful reset here. They're already starting to find those kill points that they knew they had the ability to find. What was it? I think 3 wins on World's Edge yesterday in the losers bracket, 20 eliminations in 17.
Yeah, an absolutely ridiculous scoreline. It's a bit poetic, I gotta say, because Azuras had their big sort of come up, glow up on those maps in Storm Point. So for them to transition over to World's Edge and immediately lose out contests to what was honestly an absolute dominating performance from Rise on World's Edge is definitely interesting to see. Tough start for Azuras. We'll see if they have to mix up their game plan a little bit or whether this contest will continue. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, or rather the mid-map, TSS already a member light, Hambino getting fully thirsted, and Alzura not looking too happy with their health either, as we got to see Blur starting to run out of here, trying to make their way away and survive this one out. And unfortunately for them, their crypto was the one that went down, so they won't be picking up that banner remotely.
This is going to be really tough because this is where we had just witnessed SS, right? Tech and Co. were just making their way through this choke point, but you've also got a few other teams in the nearby area, Slept On being one of them. And look, if you're going to play Caustic on World's Edge, which so many teams do, and with like Season 16 basically happening tomorrow, Caustic is going to be everywhere, and you might as well get your reps back in favor of them. So playing him here in the Pro League qualifiers, not so bad, but Slept On, I want to see some good moves out of them here. Granted, we're just on map number 3, no one on win condition just yet. They haven't hit that 50-point threshold, so I feel like this is leaving the door open for a lot of the teams that haven't been able to get a ton of points, maybe to start getting them. And I was kind of perusing social media during the break when the other two were casting, and we were talking about revival games, right? They were your winners of map number 2. They literally tweeted, Profit, I want to shout it out, come watch us earn this Pro League spot. Like, They knew it. And Mello, you were like, I don't know. Like, I want to see something massive out of them, and I think they are ready to do it.
Yeah, and I gotta admit as well, like, they are a team that might not be at the top of everyone's radar, including mine, every single time we see them in a lobby, but for them to show up in a big way on Storm Point, if they can manage to make that transition over towards this second map, towards the latter half of the, or rather, not even the latter half, we really don't know whether we're even close to the halfway point here, as it is match point format, but whether they continue to convert, find those big point wins, that's going to be what it's going to take, right? So they seem to have their head in the game. Well, Team Intel, they have their head well out of the game here to start. They are the 19th place squad going out here very, very early.
It's rather tough, but Karasuno right now sitting on 3 eliminations for the team. I know I got to see them a lot during Split 1 in Pro League, and some things have kind of changed up, but they have made their way over to launch side, and they've found a building. And yes, this building is a little tough to hold, and a lot of these teams electing to take a more aggressive legend composition, maybe a couple caustics in, but when you're playing Horizon, Bangalore, Seer, you have the ability to make moves on teams Sure, you can kind of utilize the smoke to maybe like take some time out of the line of sight with that, or make your rotations, but you're going on the aggressive front. And speaking of aggressive, we got Rise. They threw out the Seer exhibit. They're ready to keep that going.
Yeah, and it looks like they have a team below them that is already well in shambles. They haven't overcommitted quite yet. They're looking for an easy angle to find these kills. Detox does find it just a little bit, but they are getting shot across the way. This isn't going to be a free kill. That drone is going to get crushed on the way there. Return to sender. Rise continues to defend here. They haven't picked up the kills that almost seemed rightfully theirs at this point, and it seems like they're going to continue to be fended off. So not finding them for now, but they have a great position here as we see where that ring is pulling on the top left. That green ring is right on top of them. So likely we're going to see the zone ending somewhere in this general vicinity, and this is not a bad building to hold if you are going to have an end game like this.
Yeah, I would just love to see them clear out their back instead of fighting forward, just to make sure that if they are going to go on that aggressive nature, they're not getting flanked so you don't get sandwiched here. Because I know that they are incredibly strong at fighting on World's Edge under the tutelage of Retsy's, I believe, IGLing this roster. I think this is smart, right? They want to take all the fights. They've already got the opening knock, and they're doing everything right in this engagement, but they're going up against Tech & Co. They do have that Watson able to kind of mark off halfway through this building, but they need to find maybe an opening engagement specifically onto SS.
Yeah, and this is a very powerful spot as we see that end ring continue to give us some hints at where this might be going. So Sausage Sorcerers, they definitely want to fight for this. They're going to start walking up. SS with Tech joining the roster here, going to try and play spoiler onto the ascent of Rise on their seemingly home map here. They do lose Zainu, but they have gotten a trade in return. There's a very nice clip coming out of Detox, and this is the problem. Rise just continues to find all of the damage that they need at just a precise moment. Their survivability unmatched, and specifically with this comp, they continue to show just how powerful it is in teamfight scenarios. Retsy the only one down, and they find two.
I mean, the fact is, Awans was able to utilize that black hole and just completely sucked in that Watson. That Watson was like, I have no idea where to go at this point in time. I'm just trying to live my best life. You know how that feels. Like, luckily, playing, like, Wraith, which we'll see make a comeback in Season 16, fingers crossed here, obviously. You can at least go into the void and try to dip out if someone tries to throw a black hole on you. But when you're a Watson, you're just like, and I'm stuck. But E8 over here, just outside of S, in a little bit of a different scenario. We talk about Elevate, and we're like, Diff Q on this team, we want to see something massive coming out of them. And right now, on paper, this team should be performing at an incredibly high level. But right now, they are just getting decimated by that EMP and trying to stabilize.
That EMP is putting on the pressure, and they're also getting pressured from afar by a charged rifle, so they are going to have to find a disengage here very quickly. Maybe thinking about where they are going to stick this Valkyrie ultimate. Didn't get to see the cooldown there, so they might not even have it. This is going to be a top walk-up for them, but it's not the only fight on the map. Revival Games, we saw win your previous game, who were saying need to find the transition point into World's Edge. Actually just getting decimated by Deadass very early on the edge here near Lava City, so very early loss for them, and Cozy as well.
I mean, look, I was talking about it. Anytime you treat that anime gif, you are ready for a good night. Buff Pathfinder, Cozy also falling. SCS at the roof of the building, jumping down, wanting to get onto the action. Slayer sliding, looking for an angle, and just absolutely unloads that R301 with a double swing. So beautifully done. SCS running this textbook status and not even taking a lot of damage. Now cross engaging as well. And just like you saw Deadass take down a team, SCS makes it look like child's play.
No amount of doors and zip lines can prepare you for what SCS is going to do in your building. That is another team wiped off the map. We're down to 14 squads, and Ring 2 has not even begun to close. E8 has managed to finagle their way just an inch closer to this next zone. They're in it for now, but as we can see there in the preview, the next zone is just a touch away up on that high ground, and there's multiple teams that are more than happy to pick up KP on the keep out. There we see Joy, Blackout, and the rest of that squad up on the north side of, or rather the west side of that ring, with LTC looking across the way. So plenty of squads that are willing to defend their territory, and plenty of teams that still have to find, fight, or fly their way in.
Yeah, it looks like TSS was able to get Alisura back up, so they are now a team of 3 again, so they will be taking that long haul rotation in, but now that they're back, and you can see Mercy and Co, they know there's a team out in the general vicinity, but they want to make their way in. But if I'm SCS down on the right side towards Dome, I like this rotation to hit the south side of the ring. Sure, you're going to have a little bit of a contention moving in, but at least you're rotating in on the south side, which is a lot less congested than the north side of launch site. So those teams that are going to be moving in from Lava Siphon, if you don't have the Valkyrie for a rotational advantage, you are going to be struggling, because you can see Tech just running around out in the middle of the zone by himself, probably underneath near the lava, underneath that catwalk area, just trying to play it a little more safely. It's just tough. But you got Zainu and Co. They're making their way over to join them.
Yeah, I wonder if that was a very long-range res stick. Usually we see Tech on that crypto. I'm not sure if that is who is currently running the crypto for SS. So we'll see if that team can reconvene a little bit. Bots has to find their way in. Top qualifier coming out of the winners bracket. A lot of expectations coming from this team, especially with the fact that they were one of the relegated teams from Pro League qualifier. 24th place finish. I feel like they must be expecting a lot of themselves. I'm sure the expectations are heavy on their shoulders, but they know that they can play better than they did in that Pro League Split 1. They want to prove it here by finding their way into Split 2 and hopefully having a much better performance. But this is where it starts, Tiff.
I mean, that's a great way to put it. This is where it starts. People don't want to get relegated back down to playing challengers again, right? You want to show what you're made of. Get into Pro League, have a chance at going through the regional finals, making your way to the playoffs eventually at the end of Split 2. It's like you are dedicating so many hours every day to this game, and then things are just going to completely shake up. So not only if you find yourself in the top 8 here tonight, you are going to have to relearn a new legend composition and meta within, I don't even know how many weeks until Split 2 starts. So GG's, this is going to be fun.
Yeah, that is going to be brutal. And I think the teams that are really going to benefit the most from really having this experience, we talked about it a little bit before, but it's those teams that are really thinking at a deeper level at the game a little bit, you know, thinking beyond just taking the 3v3s, beyond just hunting for KP, looking at the ring and trying to walk your way in however way you can. It's about the teams that are going to find the strategies that are really maximizing how they play as a 3-stack, the strategies that are going to be very strong in that next meta. That is what it's going to take. So that success, even if they find it here, they got to be thinking about next split and about how important it is that they feel confident now before things change.
Let me just talk about this. The Psycho here, top of Dome, fencing it off. They got the Watson Jenny out. They are just absolutely chilling, and they are holding that south side of the next zone. Now you just have to make sure that your back stays completely clear and you can play it forward. But Team Diverge, they are going under fire from Karasuna, who had already found themselves in that Split 1 Pro League. They want to make their way back in, and they are playing this so incredibly well. TSS, Team Diverge as well. We're down to 12 squads, and the fact that they've already picked up 5 eliminations, but Redeem, they won in on this action. They've got the RE45, and they are coming in to wreak havoc.
Oxy Ares is going to get dropped and fully thirsted by Mullis. Has that RE45 to work with, as you mentioned, but that PK doing work as well. James Fearless, the next one to go down, and just white shield left on the last member, presumably, of this squad. Redeem should be picking up this KP promptly, clearing their back out just a little bit more. But look at the zone, and I gotta, not to be bleak, but this is not a good sign for anyone who's worried about Rise having a big start on World's Edge, because they are sitting on that building, such a juicy building to be holding for this next zone. And every other squad on the outside looking in is going to have to fight through not just the squads in front of them, but eventually Rise as well.
Look, I'm actually really impressed with the ability of Tech's reset here. Crypto's regain ability is top tier. I've seen it all the time in EMEA, like Ascend, Kashera, their IGL runs Crypto, and oftentimes can get the double resets end game or mid to late game. And just the ability to have that, and that's what's going to give you the consistency that you deserve. Let's cut on over to SCS. You got Crust and Sednox, former 2 members of Sentinels, joined up by Slayer. 11 squads remaining. Their positioning, they have to find themselves into that next zone that you were kind of talking about. Rise has already set up shop there. We already saw Team Psycho on the top of the zone, kind of fenced off, showing presence. But bots, they are still fighting on the outskirts, and Stunny finding a knock and full onto Joey Blackout. So Team Redeem on the other side, and they have the upper advantage. That Valkyrie cannot fly out of that black hole.
Bots finally finding the cleanup onto this squad. There's at least one more squad that they might have to worry about, but it looks like they've actually taken the other route over to where we saw SCS rotating away from. The Sausage Sorcerers, they're the ones that are holding it down right now in front. They've actually hijacked a bit of a Newcastle wall as well. They got 3 purples, so whatever reset or really just whatever scattering they had before seems to have been for the sake of controlling a lot of space. They're doing exactly that. They've shoved a couple teams into very unfavorable situations. SCS might be one of those teams. We saw Psycho sitting up there in a pretty insane spot, a very Psycho spot, if you will. But they are getting punished in a big way for it right now, and they're going to get wiped right off the map.
Yo, LTC just charge rifled them into oblivion, forcing them to fall off into the open arms of SCS, and they just fed SCS all of that KP. So maybe having a strong game, but I say strong game, we come over to Rise. They're already on 10 eliminations, and they haven't really left launch site. So their ability to farm the teams in the nearby vicinities, and they're not done. Sure, the incoming Arcstar is going to force them to reposition themselves, and maybe they'll get stunned up a little bit, but still not too much damage. They should be relatively okay. You've just got to protect Retzi while he gets that med kit off before engaging in this fight longer.
And there's hardly anyone to their north either, so really not a lot of pressure to be placed on them. SS going to go down in the meantime to Stunny. And right now, Rise just has so much control, and it's so absurd. As you said, they've just been chilling here. They've been taking every fight that comes their way. They've been fending off attacker after attacker, and in fact, turning all of those attacking squads into KP, which is absurd. I mean, even if they went out now, 10 kills, that's 10 KP, 10 points, plus whatever placement points they're about to scrap up as well. Already a ridiculous start, but I don't think they're done yet, Tiff.
Look, we knew that they were getting those 30-plus point games, and sure, the EMP is going to go off and force them to utilize a couple shield cells. The team's making a push, but A1's absolutely denying it. They're going to lose out on Retzi now in a 2v3. They were able to get one down, so 2v2. Now A1's going to drop down and use the wingman to throw down an immense amount of damage, but with an inch of their life, able to clean up drug-free. So well done. Now they're going to have to hit the reset, and they are doing what they need. 13 eliminations, 5 squads remaining. We saw it happen in losers bracket yesterday, and they are continuing on that World's Edge success. And they came into this bracket with 0 advanced starting points.
Yeah, you gotta wonder how that seeding really treated them, because they would be much further ahead right now than, and honestly, with that performance in losers, I think everyone was in pretty good agreement that they probably shouldn't have been there to start with. But look at the ring pull, Tiff. I mean, all of these rings so far have been pretty brutal, requiring a lot of either early setup or staying power. Otherwise, you really just have so many difficult transition points to walk through. Detox gonna fly on in front, and Retzi going down very, very low, actually getting wiped, and I think that's Rise eliminated. Bots was holding this outer catwalk and manages to punish that squad on the rotate, and they continue to deal damage to the team inside as well. They're not done.
Bots looking to have a strong finish here. 4 squads remaining. SCS on the other side as well. Slayer grabbing an opening knock onto LTC. They're turning their attention onto the team that is walking out of Dome. They don't have a lot. Rolling Thunder going out. I believe that's SCS over there. So this would be an interesting fight, considering these are 2 powerhouses left in the lobby. But you also have LTC, your map 1 winner, still relatively safe on the outskirts of there. But bots, they are full pushing in, trying to find that team nestled on the other side of the rock like mountain goats. But JQ, they've got the RE45, and they know, oh, throw out smoke. You've got the digi threat, not going to fully push in. I respect it. Maybe the call came in that it's not time to push in on that, so that's a really solid thing. But the fact is, you've opened yourself up for a team to look at you from this building.
Slept On doesn't have the best angles here, but you're absolutely right. They have multiple teams that they have to worry about, that they have to fend off, so setting up the smoke there to have a little bit more presence. But they are backing up here to the catwalk where we saw them eliminate Rise. Just a little bit ago, getting a nice scan here. We're down to the top 3 as this final ring closes. We have the 3 stack of Slept On, and I believe the only Caustic on the map. Meanwhile, SCS going to have to make a play of their own here if they want to find the end game here, the end of this ring, and maybe a win. They're going to wipe JQ, and now they get to walk up. They have smokes to protect themselves with. They have the Digis to work with as well.
I mean, this is going to be a massive game for them, sitting double-digit eliminations, 3 squads remaining, looking to find an additional 12 points from a win, but they are now just a 2-man stack, and with the only Caustic, at least one of the only Caustics in the lobby inside that building, utilizing those Nox gas traps to really anchor down, that could be an intense push. But as they drop down, Stunny able to unload into them, getting some good opening damage, no nades available to them, which could really help. You got to fend off those incoming missile storms that are going to really put a damper in your healing. You have to walk off this. And Psycho able to grab a knock on to Stompez. So now Slept On finding themselves in a winning advantage.
Yeah, the Noxious Gas there covering that walk-up fully. Zerbo taking to the skies to try and find the opening damage on this next 3v3, but it is not nearly enough. SCS repositioning to the middle perfectly off of that third party. They take down your first game on World's Edge, game number 3, and dare I say it, in a beautiful fashion. The way that they wiped off so many strong squads off the map on their way there as well. What a way to kick things off.
So, World's Edge buff? Anybody? Does it exist, maybe, for some of these teams that maybe had a little bit of a slow start? Goodness. SCS, Rise, Bots, all teams that we had been talking about coming in had a little bit of a slow go, and then we switch over to World's Edge, and it's like completely different team, too.
I mean, look, that's exactly what happens. A lot of teams feel more comfortable on World's Edge. It's been in the competitive map rotation for an extremely long time. Teams know it in and out. A lot of these zones, they're like, we can immensely call it super quickly. But SCS, their rotation towards that southeastern side of the zone was such a brilliant way to make their way through Dome and launch site. And the fact is they were able to pick up their first team, Psycho, immediately when they were being pestered by LTC with the charge rifle and they fell off. So that initial 3 KP that they were able to get from that engagement just really kind of jump-started their momentum that they were able to just carry forward. It was actually beautiful.
Huge stuff from SCS. Anybody else trying to stick out to you, Millicrit?
I mean, I got to say Bots, because they played that map fantastically. They maneuvered. We talked about the expectations that must be weighing heavy on their shoulders, and it looks like they're using that as a rocket fuel to really blast off here in their first game of World's Edge. Definitely very exciting for them, I'm sure, to see that name pop up on the top right there when they will help to wipe out Rise. So definitely a very strong performance. I expect to continue to see that again. Reason they were in Pro League, right? They are just not slouches. They know how to play this game. So for them to start off their steamrolling a little bit here, could that be the start of something really fantastic? I really hope so.
Yeah, I mean, between them and SCS and Rise, I mean, we had quite a few teams that definitely woke up here this in game number 3. So you see the match leaderboard there. Just, I guess, are we? What happened to Team Intel, man? I know we were kind of looking at them coming in, and it just a slow start, and then the map switch didn't really seem to impact them at all. Is there anything that you kind of see with their fights, Tiff, that's kind of sticking out to you? Is maybe a thing that they need to improve upon, or are they having bad luck today?
I mean, it's horrible when you go out early on a map, and sometimes you'll see teams just get picked off on their first rotation. World's Edge, the POIs are a lot closer together. Some of the rotations you have to filter through these choke points, and it's tough, right? We saw TSS, they had a lot of trouble as well trying to make their way into that next zone. They lose out on a member, they're forced to go all the way out to Geyser, hit that regain, and then kind of make their way in. But if you are forced to kind of regain early on, you're not necessarily leveling up your Evo shields and being able to put yourself in power positions to go on the aggressive front like SCS, like Bots, Rise, Slept On. I mean, 27 points out of map number 3 for SCS. That's half of the 50-point threshold that you already needed. It's beautifully done. 17 from Bots and Rise. That's so consistent. We know Bots started this day with 10 advanced starting points. I mean, look, these are some solid numbers to get us to the threshold, so we could start seeing some teams approaching match point.
Well, let's take a look at the overall leaderboard, see how close we are getting. There you go, SCS. After that victory, just 9 points shy of the 50-point cutoff that we need. LTC, Bots, Revival, all still in chasing distance. Rise, Karasuno, Drug Free, also, they've still got a shot here. And, you know, not by no means is anything set in stone just yet, but keep in mind we are, once that team does hit that 50-point threshold and they do get that victory, whatever the top 8 is at that point, it's going to be set. So you're looking at that cut line, you're looking at Sausage Sorcerers, Slept On, Buff Pathfinder. I mean, there's a lot of teams right there just hanging around a couple of points removed from that cut line. You know, Melocrit, is there any of these teams maybe... I guess obviously it's not, you're starting to get into concerned at time now, but are you concerned enough to really start changing up your play style?
I think it's hard to say because that first map on World's Edge, especially transitioning out of Stormpoint, it can feel a little bit shaky, but as SS showed us in the losers bracket, and kind of going back to what you were asking about Team Intel, you can have a couple goose eggs. You can start to kind of bounce back. We didn't see SS bounce back until game number 3, and even though it's a cold start, there are still points being racked up. I mean, 14 isn't too bad across 3 games. If you're having some particularly bad starts, I'd say anything below that, really underneath the 10 mark. Asura's obviously having to deal with a contest right now against the scariest team on World's Edge, of course, Rise. There's some squads that definitely have to start thinking about how they're going to start to squeeze a lot more value out of these games. Maybe you're getting unlucky, but maybe there's some adjustments that you can definitely make, especially with how much more familiar you're going to get with the lobby as we progress.
And at the same time, Tiff, there's also a lot to be said about, you know, ride on the horse that you rode to get here, right? You don't want to start freaking out too soon and switch up everything, especially if you don't have a backup plan, right?
No, I don't think you switch it up. I think you play really consistent. I would rather see someone play a legend that they feel a lot more comfortable on, and they can kind of excel in that. I don't think there's anything to sweat. We've seen teams that have won games with 10 plus KP, and you get the 12 placement points. You're looking at a 20-point game. And when I look at this leaderboard, Poro, I mean, 8th place all the way down to 16th. That's a 7-point differential. 7 points. So, I mean, anything, Cozy, Randoms, Team Diverge, Deadass. I mean, Deadass definitely has the ability, especially Redeem as well, to make a play for that top 8. Now, we're not in a situation like we saw in South America where it ended in 3 games, which kind of was tough, right? Because if this was to end next game, all of the teams outside the top 8, they're so close, right? Anything could happen, and you would hate to lose out on a Pro League spot by literally 1 point. Yeah. But since this is match point format, Mello, I mean, we talked about it, right? It's like, this is a very interesting format because even the teams that may not be at the top of the leaderboard in points, so long as they have hit that 50-point threshold and they win, maybe all the way down to 9th place or 10th place is in match point at some point during the series, and you're 10th place and you win, you're kicking someone out.
Yeah, and it goes pretty quickly. And I think Poro actually had mentioned this beforehand. Is like, do you change your game plan, right? Do you kind of find a different style when you're a little bit close? And I'd say I think that there's definitely a danger of overcorrecting, right? SCS found so many points already, Poro. So whether they need to switch things up, I'd say they definitely stick to their guns, and that might be the case for some other teams where they've seen a lot of points earned, even with a couple of unlucky games to start.
And you're not worried just yet because nobody's actually hit that 50 mark, right? So you're at bare minimum right now. We've still got at least 2 more games left to play, assuming that SCS hits 50 in this next game. We'll see what happens, but you know, you still have a little bit of time here left to play with. You still have another map swap coming in. We're gonna do 1 more on World's Edge, then we cut back over to Stormpoint. So if any of those teams that were having some success on those first couple of maps, maybe that switch back over will be of benefit to them. So there's still a lot of hope to be found here if you're a fan of one of those teams that's angling for that top 8 spot. Well, we've got 1 more to go on World's Edge, and I think we're about ready to get over there, but I wanted to get your thoughts, Melocrit. Well, I guess not. We're very ready to get in. So we are going to throw it over to your casters, Dia and Twiggy, to bring you the action.
Well, dear, we are now getting to that time of the day. I think some teams are going to be counting their lucky stars that no teams are on match point eligibility here in the fourth game of the day. But you know, we're getting close to it. We're definitely getting towards that 50-point mark for some teams. So I'm really excited to see. I mean, you're looking pretty smart now. Who knows? You knew a lot about the teams coming in. You said that Rise were going to kind of wake up moving here into World's Edge. And you were right. They had a completely different playstyle. So what are you looking to see from maybe other teams as we move forward into this next one?
Well, I will say that going into this next game, I am hoping for Team Diverge as well. They were the other team that I had put on my list, and yet they kind of fell flat on their face when we moved into World's Edge. As to what caused that, whether it was a rotation into the ring they weren't quite comfortable with, as we did see them get caught out, might be fixed next game, but it did seem like we just took this big upgrade in the caliber of the lobby, and perhaps they were not ready for that going into game number 3. As we go into game number 4, however, I also want to use this as a sort of litmus test for SCS, as they did find a really big win and a high point game this time around. They were averaging 5 points a game on Storm Point, and now have had this big uptick. And I want to know whether that's an outlier or whether these guys are genuinely better performers on Storm Point, and on World's Edge, and we can start to put them into that category of team that will be getting more momentum as we transfer back to this map in 2 games.
Well, we'll just have to wait and see. There are teams that are doing well to, at the very least, keep up with everyone else. And obviously, you know, as long as you're in that top 8, things are going quite well for you. You don't have to worry too much. But there are teams towards the bottom, teams like TSS, maybe we're looking towards, I don't know, E8 as well down there, that we're thinking, you know, at this point now we really need to start getting, you know, maybe even it could all be over in 2 more games, you know, this one, the next one, it could all be over. You need to start getting up into those, you know, 15, 20, 25 point ranges to start contesting and do some stuff there. So I think we're going to see a difference in playstyle from some of those teams that are towards the bottom. I'm looking forward to seeing if any of them can really push for anything big here.
TSS have gotten our next zone read as well, and we are going to be going up into the center of the map. This does include a little bit of No Name Village, a touch of Fragment, and just that southern end of Epicenter, so plenty of flexibility here, but a very open ring. And TSS should want to move themselves either into a position in these caves if they want to edge guard, or I would prefer moving over towards Overlook and giving themselves a little bit more space to gatekeep teams in this sort of way as they have mobility to move further up into the north, and the consequent high ground as this zone is continued to expected to continue pulling up there.
Yeah, so far TSS have not had a very good time today. It's been difficult for them to gain points, even to get into the latter stages of each of these rounds. Despite the differences in tempo from game to game, it seems like it doesn't seem like they're having a great time of reading that tempo and being able to push themselves forward. Team Intel, another team who are surprisingly to us towards the bottom here of the table so far, getting into a early engagement, just trying to find somewhere to hide.
It's quite unfortunate for Team Intel because their rotations into zone were what got them out of winner's bracket convincingly. But now that we're here in finals, they've been that much slower compared to the teams around them. And even here on the rotation through Fragment, get cut off before they can actually reach, say, the high ground or even a building in East Frag. Team Diverge, on the other hand, have made that very fast move in. Landing nearby, they're able to grab this height. And with a lack of defensive characters, this is actually a great position to hold, because you have so many head peaks on this particular rock. They're going to feel comfortable enough to send Sleepy Panda out into Overlook and see what they can get done, but their shields are not that good yet, so beware, because Team Diverge, while they're looking more confident, still need to put up points this game, or they risk falling out of contention for Pro League entirely.
And we didn't quite see it there on the kill feed, but Rise are actually out first here in this second World's Edge game. That is not going to be inspiring confidence for the team. That is, I mean, I knew they were getting into early fights as we moved into World's Edge. We saw it last game as well, but that is incredibly unfortunate. I don't think anybody, it seems like it was against Cozy. Oh no, sorry, it was against Asurus. None of them are knocked.
Yeah, we are very much changing the script now. Asurus have had quite a slow day so far, and despite the fact that I was hyped on them coming in, I hadn't seen that much out of them. To suddenly take down one of the squads that we were expecting to perform the best on this map and take them potentially much lower in the leaderboards as well. Rise in a single game had moved themselves up to 3rd and now risk all of that again, maybe even falling out of top 8 and that qualification to Pro League with a performance like this in game number 4.
Yeah, that's really going to make things difficult as they move forward, but that's a story for a later date or a later time in the night here as Redeem start to get going. Asura, not the team, gets knocked down, and now Redeem can start to move in. The pinch maneuver coming through from Mollis as the Arcstar goes in, but he's going to be deterred. He's going to be knocked down on the roof.
What a nade from Impulse. It may be the only thing that keeps this squad in the game. Redeem do still have to push up. I love that use of the Watson ult to keep them safe under here, but they still have to recover Mollis as well, and are now facing pressure from other squads. The push up is big with the Mastiff as it takes down Sorcerer, and we're seeing Drug Free eliminated, but Redeem maybe very soon to follow. Their tempo has been cut short by this really atrocious move and that nade that took out their Valkyrie, but they do seem to be able to recover up towards the top floor, and it is just in time. Redeem, another one of those teams that you would have expected, demanded even, to make it into Pro League, that is currently out of contention with several very disappointing games. SCS on the rotation in, this is their test game, remember?
Well, I think you can tell that we're heading towards match point eligibility for some teams here because the fights have been getting going early and everybody's been playing incredibly aggressively here as SCS look to push themselves further over that boundary, maybe get themselves to that 50-point mark early on here. Looks like they want to get into a fight. They haven't quite found anybody that they can latch onto yet.
Playing out of Climatizer does make it a little bit more difficult with all these walls in the way, but it's interesting to see them prioritizing this building, as SCS had a lot of success on Edge last time, and while they're trying out a similar playstyle here, it's going to be on the slow side of the ring, allowing them to move in through the north. This fight would be really nice to win for them, as it would clear one of the only other teams that's going to be taking on that style, as Climatizer is so far north that for a lot of squads, it's simply not worth the trouble.
Well, E8 look like they want to get into a fight as well, and that is probably a very good choice for them. I think they're currently second or third last right now in terms of the standings overall today. They need to be getting themselves at least a 10-point game here just to keep up with the rest of the squad to get themselves towards that top 8. Obviously, we don't know how many games are going to be left. Things could go wrong for SCS, things could go wrong for other teams near the top. We may not be on match point eligibility for a while, and even then, you never know how long it's going to go on after that happens, but you definitely want to start to get a move on right now, and I think that's exactly what E8 are looking for.
I like that the fact that they picked up Diff as well. You could already tell great cover when he was looking up towards the top. Presley with some super crispy shots on this Sentinel as well, but EA still need to find a bit of momentum, and having Diff Q on this Seer is doing them a lot of favors, but with him on the flank, it's also a little bit of an odd playstyle. Going to catch a lot of teams off guard with a little bit of suboptimal play. Instead, Presley going to get beamed on the flank themselves, and Deadass seems to be turning things around. Goat going to still be alive, but Karma, on the other hand, pushes up to the top a little bit early and falls down, continuing to be on the back foot. We could see them on the losing end of this, but E8 have to hurriedly disengage lest there be a third party.
Yeah, Asura's moving their way in, and both teams in that fight there, maybe with some positional troubles. Both Watsons go down for those teams, and now Asura's really want to get involved. Some crisp shots with the wingman for Tihalas there does a massive amount of work. They can start to move in here.
45, you need a couple more hits on this. Shield finally broken. That means Asuras won't be picking up an additional kill, despite the fact that they get in there and full thirst someone. There's no actual KP that Asuras get for the timing on this third party, and it's just that little bit too early, allowing both teams to effectively disengage. Another big surprise, though, as bots get taken down, and it should come as no surprise who does it to them. SCS just picked up their first of 3 necessary points to move themselves onto match points. Starting the game at 41, they're now at 44, and they just need to hit 50 to be able to win the whole thing next game.
Really, all they need to do now is, make that top 6, top 5 in this game, and they can, well, I mean, it's not like they can do any more than get past 50 on this game, so coasting your way to that is absolutely fine and absolutely a viable strat, so that may be exactly what they want to do, but who knows, maybe for style points they go a bit aggressive and soar their way past 50 points on this one. Obviously, it really doesn't matter what they do at that point. They just need to win a game off of that. But that is that's the tough ask for these teams, is whether you can repeat your victory early on and get a win after you're on that 50 points.
Now, despite being able to pick up these kills, SCS haven't been able to clear Climatizer entirely. TSS have shown up and are sharing space with this former Sentinels squad, and their relocation out of Climatizer is going to be really good, but we're tuning back into Lava Siphon, a very similar POI, but with a very different pace of game, as Asura's in zone get taken out by the two-person squad of E8.
Massive from E8 being able to stave off the attacks from Asuras there. They had been stalked for ages. We looked away from them for a while, and I thought maybe E8 had got away, but no, Asuras were on the hunt that whole time. E8 managed to deal with them, but now they're well outside of zone. They need to start making a move, because Diff obviously is going to be using a lot of healing to get through on that one.
And look at everything that the impatience of Asuras has cost them and the lobby. Deadass have been able to get right back into the game. They've got their third purple shields full kitted again. While the attachments may not all be there, Deadass have fully reset. And while E8 may not have their third member, they've now got an additional 3 kills to work with. It is such a good position for everyone but Asuras to be in. And you see how punishing just being a little bit early on your push timing can be. SCS trying to play that balance perfectly, do take a wide swing with Slayer, and are starting to clear out Climatizer. Once again, reminder, this is TSS.
Beautiful beam there to start things off. Slayer doing a very good job, gets that shield back up, looking for a couple more shots as they move in. Again, yeah, TSS, they're down like it was absolutely nothing for SCS. Slayer's going to have to get out of there lest they get third-partied, but they've already done all the hard work this game. That's absolutely massive for this team, and absolutely heartbreaking for TSS, who leave another game very low on points, actually with 0, I think.
Nice calm on the smoke from SCS as well, making sure they don't get taken down from afar by randoms who were charge rifling him for a bit. Interesting maneuver from the ring as well. Continued to pull further north, but further north than a lot of people would have expected. You'll notice LTC off to the east will have a surprisingly good rotation into very little cover once they do. And Psycho and Team Diverge sit dead center ring with some of the more easily defensible buildings. Even with SCS right next door, it's going to be very difficult to take this particular position away from either of those two teams.
Yeah, I would like to see a circumstance where we do manage to get, a very, very an interesting next game by having two teams reach that threshold at the same time. It's going to be very difficult. Obviously, SCS would have to be taken out very quickly so that they don't hog up all the points in this game. We'd have to see a team like LTC getting a lot as well. But it seems like right now they are getting ready to move into that next zone. Dan Mantic just scouting out the area, and it looks like they've got a nice position, but holding on to that may be difficult later on.
Now, in order to pick up that match point that you were talking about, LTC will be, of course, like many, looking to win this game, and it would be their second of the day, but they're going to need kills to go along with it, as at only 38 points right now, they're going to need at least 10 KP on top of that. It is far from an impossible ask, but it is a bit off-brand for LTC, as one of those teams that does tend to play a little more conservatively. I like that we've got the possibility out there, and I do wonder whether right now, with Pro League on the line, if LTC step up to that plate, or if they try and play a little bit more reserved, like we've been seeing from so many of our squads today. Taking a look a little further south, we've got some squads coming up on them, so Overlook should be an exciting place very soon. But Team Intel also trying to play around these train tracks. I've got an unorthodox, but still very nice spot, especially in a competitive lobby. Their back's a little open, and that's going to be their biggest worry. Yeah,
I think, they've been in this position for a little while. I was going to say, I feel like they need to get a little ways out of there. They are being pinched down by a lot of different teams there, and you know that if you're in that location and you're forced to move, like the next zone will make you, you need to get out of there earlier rather than later, lest you get moved in by two teams at the same time, so they will find a new piece of cover a little closer to that next ring.
I like the position that they've moved to. I could have done with a little more aggression, but I understand why Intel are being conservative. In front of them, however, there is going to be the really big challenge of still having not one, but two teams on height, and unfortunately, they're not all going to live through it. That's a takedown on Icy. Cozy going down as well. So if Intel are on the ropes and Cozy are out, you know it's a bad day to be a zone team.
Man, another team we're looking at right now, Revival Games, are starting to rack up the points. Ooh. LTC are down. They're not going to be making it anywhere near that 50-point mark. Revival Games still in it as long as they can start to clean things up towards the end. I mean, obviously, the amount of targets they have is dwindling as we go because a lot of teams getting involved right now, but STS are only 2 points away from being able to reach that one unless somebody takes them down. Right now, it's going to be looking like they are on the verge of that.
Silently, though, great play from Redeem. It happened off-screen. They were the catalyst to take out LTC and inherit that position. As a result, they've moved themselves up the leaderboard and now just sit 3 positions out of that top 8, nearly putting themselves into a qualification standpoint for Pro League. Karasuno, on the other hand, are going to go down, and having their spot in 5th place going into this game, now are going to start falling down the leaderboards, as almost all the teams below them are still alive and accumulating points as we've hit top 12, and placements are starting to roll in.
Yeah, and this is where we can see what we were talking about earlier, where you're really going to have to start thinking about how well you're getting through this one. Maybe not how many kills you're getting, but just how long you're lasting in these games. Because obviously, if you're at the bottom part of that top 8, there are not many points between, 4th place and 12th place, for instance. 10 points is not a massive difference to be able to make up for a lot of these teams. And getting into that top 8 is going to be very easy for some of these guys if they just play their cards right. And that's maybe the problem that's going to be on, the lips of Rise, Karasuno, or Bots right now, as they're kind of going to start to slip down as we see here. A lot of these bottom teams are going to be playing very differently from how they were in the first 3 games.
Now, this is the problem with late Valkyrie. We've all heard it before. Where do you land? Slepdon have chosen, instead of walking this in, to try and gamble that they find a good position, and it doesn't look like they're going to. We haven't seen them go down yet, but watch that kill feed, because Buff Pathfinder are already out. Psycho picking up those kills, and E8, the duo who has survived for so long, are getting gate kept hard from the top as they get taken down. Goat still going to be alive for Deadass as they slide in. Another 2-person squad helping to usher E8 out, but Revival and Slepdon both eliminated, and Deadass having to run like hell to the zone.
Deadass doing their best work to get out of here, but they're just going to be sprayed down, and I think maybe SES are going to make it over the line very soon here. Redeem trying to do work as well. Oh my lord, it's getting real dicey as we move forward. It's going to start to get even more scrappy. The amount of hard cover is dwindling by the moment.
Is this it? Is this the Redeem comeback game? They've moved up yet another spot by grabbing themselves a position in zone. They've played really well, quite slow so far, but they've been playing a little more aggressively with the way that they're going around the zone. SCS still looking for their way in as well, are just 1 team elimination, whether it be by their hands or not, from making it onto match point. This would not allow them to win in this game, but it would set them up for a potential one in the coming game on Storm Point.
Yeah, and right now it's looking like nobody is going to be making it to 50 with them, no matter how hard they try. So for SCS, this is a massive, massive turning point, because now you know that you are the only team, as long as you get that 1 more point, that that can win this one out and finish out today's games. Guarantee yourself a space, but no matter what, they're going to be feeling good. They're well into that top 8 points-wise, and it doesn't look like they're going to be dropping out anytime soon, but they don't particularly have a lovely position to work with. They have to move a little further to get into that next ring, and you've got teams staring you down from all angles right now.
You got to point out who does have a lovely position, though, and it's Team Psycho, who silently, all through today, have not been having a good time. Team Psycho came into today with not a lot of competitive experience, but a hell of a lot of passion. Trust me, Dig, I read your tweets, and I know you're watching the broadcast. This guy wants to win, and all of Team Psycho have it dialed to 11. People have been doubting whether they have what it takes to make it. Will they be able to survive now that they've got literally the safest spot in the coming ring close?
We are in the dying moments of being able to do that right now as we head towards the end of the 4th game here. SCS still making the best out of their position. Beams come through, and Xenox manages to get down Mercy only, and I think that is definitely it for SCS. They're going to be heading into next game over the match point boundary, so they're going to be absolutely thrilled with that one, and it looks like just in time. Teams are going to be running down on them. Slayer on the ground. Sausage Sorcerers in the meantime goes down. They're going to be out of that one well into the mid-table here. And Psycho still doing their best to hold on to this position.
This is the call from Psycho. They know that Team Diverge is still pushing on the other side. Team Diverge will do what they do not have to. SCS go down, and now it's Psycho's time to third party. Sleepy Panda's got the flank, but it simply will not impact them as a quick reset. And still, another team fight on the other side is going to give them all the time in the world to get their health back up and take the upcoming fight against the duo of Team Intel.
Yeah,
this
perfect.
is Psycho's comeback. This is the passion from Psycho as they full send it, taking down Intel and taking their first win of the Pro League Quals.
That is absolutely massive from Team Psycho. That's exactly what they needed. Not just the boost in points, but the boost in confidence moving forward. They know now that it is crunch time. SCS are going to be on that boundary. They need to be getting up into that top 8, and that is perfect for them to make their way there.
And again, so many people have doubted Team Psycho coming into today. And yet, they pull it out. Porosaurus, I was freaking out
I could
to
tell,
see
man.
them win it. But there were so many squads that could have done. Even Intel as a duo almost made it.
It's one of those rare situations where, you know, you see those big teams at the end, big names, big squads that you expected a lot of stuff from, and then, of course, you have Team Psycho, little sweet Team Psycho that everybody's, you know, rooting for, but you're not really expecting a whole lot, and here they come in. Just a huge win for them. I think at the end it was a little bit lower on the KP side, but you know what? Who cares? You're aiming at this point for top 8, right?
Yeah, but playing out of that RV, it's a really smart way to do it as well. You saw them sitting behind the chairs. Nades don't really land on you there. They got it all fenced up, and SCS never had the time. No one ever had the time to peek in there. It was all about when they would jump out, and they did so literally, you couldn't have written it any better. Absolutely perfectly.
Great stuff. And while all that was going on, though, Twiggy, SCS... looks like they're in qualification zone now. All they need is one more win. However, we are swapping maps once again, and the first 2 games for them on Stormpoint, not too great.
Yeah, definitely. Well, they were racking up kills. We'll put it that way. But they definitely were not making it even into the top 10. So it's going to have to really be, you know, bucking up on this one and trying their best to just try and get placement points. Well, try and get placement points. I mean, just try and get placement so that they can finish out a game here. Because yeah, this is where the game really changes. At this point, it's not about getting points. It's just about winning.
I mean, this is where, you know, we talk about obviously the stress of playing in a format like this, but this is where the stress just gets ratcheted up a little bit more. And you know, it's different types of stress as well, because now your SCS, you've got to play for a win, and I don't know if. It's not like you can just flip a switch and say, okay, we're gonna just play for the win now, right? You kind of have to continue going the way you've been going, don't you?
Yeah, I think you actually used a metaphor in the previous break that I really liked. Going out on the horse you came in on. SCS, interestingly enough, as basically a pro league team, just need to keep doing what they're doing. And for most teams, I'd say that's a tall order. A lot of our squads coming from Challenger Circuit, when they get to match point, play scared. They sit in zone, they wait for the game to come to them. SCS's Pro League, even LAN experience, I believe should let them do more. But it really does speak to whether this potential relegation from Pro League has impacted their mentals to the point they do start to play scared.
Well, and even if you're an SCS fan or not, or if you're a fan of any of these other teams, now you start looking at the cut line, Twiggy, and you're looking at Team Intel holding on to that 8th place spot now off of that big performance that last game. But it is a tenuous hold at best. 28 points for 6th, 7th, and 8th. And then you look all the way down. I mean, you could go to 16th with dead ass, and they're only 9 points back.
Yeah, so here's the thing now, is the way you want this game to go changes drastically with different teams here. Teams like Bots and Redeem, Karasano are really going to want SCS to finish it off right here, right now, so they don't have to work any harder for the position that they've gained. Teams like Asuras, who really pushed that game, they're really going to want to try and take out SCS as quick as possible to make sure they can't get a win on this one, make sure they get a few more chances to get points here, because the longer they make this last, the better chance they have of overtaking teams in the top 8 right now.
And shout out to Asuras in particular. I mean, we were talking in the green room with Melicrit and Spidertiff, and that was a team that they had been losing these hot drops to Rise consistently. This time they avoid the drop, and they end up coming back and running into Rise and wiping that team a little bit later in the round. So that had to feel great if you're a Surus DS.
It really did, and I was really proud of them. I was also really proud of Redeem, and I'm going to draw a sort of parallel here with both of their slow starts. Azura's hasn't managed to pick it up just yet, though I'm expecting their Storm Point to be slightly better since they've struggled on World's Edge. Redeem, opposite story. Their Storm Point was not good. World's Edge, they really made work for them, though. In the course of 2 short games, they've gone from out of the question, no way you're qualifying, you've got 0-1 points, to now solidly putting themselves in the center of the bracket. You've got to look at these guys and be super proud of what they're accomplished. I already spoke with you, Twiggy, during the game about the challenges that they faced during this season. It's even difficult for them in the Pro League quals, but the people who have been watching Challenger Circuits, preseason qualifiers for the past 2 years know that these guys have what it takes.
Yeah, I mean, in Twiggy, you look at teams that had a good first couple of games there. LTC, obviously starting off with a win and then kind of falling off a little bit since then. Revival Games got the win in the game number 2. Karasuno, Drug Free, Sausage Sorcerers, Buff Pathfinder, and Cozy. Actually, Cozy, I think, got the win in game number 1. LTC just got the most points. But, you know, we do remember that we saw a couple of tough zones in those first couple of games. Are we anticipating kind of the same thing here?
Yeah, I think that's the thing, right? With those first 2 games, obviously, I don't think we can say for sure that SCS are just bad at Storm Point and good at World's Edge. I think you can't count them out here because, you know, the zones on the first 2 games were definitely tough on a lot of teams. And I think SCS included really didn't get into either of those games. I think we'll see, you know, mid-game kind of point whether SCS are really going to be contesting for the win here. But it's other teams like LTC who are close to that threshold as well, who have been, you know, one of the more consistent teams, I would say, over both maps that I'm really looking to get over that boundary and contest SCS on that second game of Storm Point after this next one.
Well, before we get going over to the next game, I'm gonna put you guys on the spot. Dia, you're first. How many teams do you think are we gonna see break the threshold before we get our winner?
Ooh, that's a tough question. I think I'm going to go with 5. I don't think that we need to go that many more games, and I feel like in the first couple games, and I'm not going to say which, we already had our top 8 kind of sorted. And I think that we can get back there and close it out before the day goes too long. Thinking of you here, Twiggy.
No faith in SCS is what I'm hearing. Twiggy, what about you?
You know what? When he said 5, I was like, wow, that's a lot. And then I was like, wait a second, no, it's really not. You know what? For my own sake, I'm going to say 3. That's literally just because I want to go to sleep. But in
EMEA, it was 10.
Yeah, that's my issue here. I'm no offense to the other teams going for this one, but I am really hoping it's not going to be a massive amount. But yeah, no, I believe in some of those teams near the top, especially like LTC that's been very consistent, that one of these teams that are getting there in the next couple games are going to be able to close it out at the very least. So I think we'll see, but I think it's going to go maybe 3 or 4.
Okay, well, hey, I'm going to split the difference, and I'm going to say there's going to be 4 teams before we get that winner. But you know what, SCS, I believe in you. I think you can turn things around here. Well, we are about ready to get into that next game, so let's go and throw it over to our casters, Mellowcrit and SpiderTiff.
Oh, hey, let's go. I thought Poro was going to talk us through everything, but no, it is literally just us, Mello, and we will be going into map number 5, going back over to Storm Point, and we had such a good conversation while we were watching Twiggy and Dia kind of break things down, and some things to note, especially on that scoreboard. We've been hyping up Rise coming out of that losers bracket and making their way into the Pro League qualifier finals here, but we saw them tied for 7th and 8th place with that 28 points, and when you find yourself kind of already at the bottom, they've already went through World's Edge where they had the standout performances. That just goes to show you the quality of the lobby we are in right now, Mello.
Yeah, absolutely. Teams are scrapping for every bit of point that they can find. The middle of the pack is soaking up a lot of points. We saw Riot have very, very top-heavy games. I'm talking 30-plus points per game that they were winning on those World's Edge maps. And now they're getting kind of tampered down a little bit. In fact, a bit of poetic justice we saw there with the Suras bringing back that contest. They ended up flex dropping to a different POI and still coming back to get their vengeance. So there's teams fighting for it, and Rise is not going to get this for free. I think I saw a tweet from one of their players saying that the job isn't done. They've still got games to play out. They've still got points that they need to rack up. And now they're looking down the barrel of potentially getting outside of the top 8 if SCS has a great enough game sooner than later to win out the whole tournament, or if another team or even multiple teams start to leapfrog above them.
Yeah, I mean, you heard Dia say, what did he say? Like, he thought 5 teams were going to be on match point before we eventually saw a winner, and we already have our first one now. SCS, they have the ability to double down and go back to back. The quality of that team, the way they have playing, I mean, Senex and Crust, their compatibility and their adaptability throughout this, it's been fun. But jumping out of Storm Point and switching these maps every 2 maps, it's kind of interesting because you start to catch your flow, right? Asuras, you mentioned it. They switched their drop spot on that second drop of World's Edge. Now you're going back to Storm Point. You have to utilize the map rotations there and pray that the zones are in our favor.
Yeah, and I think we're actually going to get Poro back in here to have a little bit more of a discussion because, there's actually a lot to dissect here. And Poro, you asked about those predictions. I got to say, in terms of how many teams we're going to see, and I think when we transition over to Storm Point, the terrifying thing is SCS doesn't actually change their strategy all too much between maps, and it's not a conservative one either. They are not scrapping for center zone. So I think that they're going to prove that they can play their game and play for the win, but it's going to be far from easy with how many teams want it just as much.
That was a lot of words to not make a stance, Josue. I just gotta say, you really danced around actually making a prediction there. So are we calling SCS next game? Is that what I'm getting to here?
I don't listen. There's a lot of interesting dynamics that you have to consider as well, because I mean, absolutely. I actually want to throw it back to what Dia had mentioned earlier, and it's about controlling space, right? Storm Point is a place where you can really get punished if your rotates are really too far outside or have a lot of sight lines relative to the center zone teams. You can really get punished, and SCS kind of likes to play in the middle, so I won't call it strictly high risk, high reward, but those teams like Team Redeem, Team Diverge, teams that like to control space, RG, who had their win controlling an entire seemingly open space on the ridge line. There's a lot of teams that are able to punish that sort of playstyle, that sort of late walking where you're trying to kill teams close to where rings 2 and 3 meet and get your value and your points out of that. So it's hard to say. I think, of course, the rings will also come into play massively with whether this team finds success positionally, but it's still too tough to call, in my opinion.
So, I mean, if you're rooting for SCS, it's a lot of good placement in those relevant statistical categories there. First in kills, points, damage dealt, and shots taken. Third in average time survived. That's got to be the one that you're kind of hanging your hat on, Spider, is you're looking for the win, right? And having that third highest average time survived, that's a step in the right direction.
I mean, it definitely is, but you could have a really low average on your average time survived and just have a banger game after hitting the threshold and still do it. Look, I always think about the underdogs in this case, but SCS are really setting themselves up for success. I mean, they're already first in eliminations just from today, 32 points alone. Throughout, our 4 maps have been attributed to eliminations, and they're currently sitting just north of 50. So they're doing absolutely great. That means the majority of their points are from the fragging, which makes sense, right? When you've got the average shots taken, 1,300. I mean, nice damage and all of that stuff. Like, I'm loving all of this. So, I mean, they're looking good. I don't have any other words. It's getting late. I'm just like, my brain is ready to see who's going to be able to take this, right? SCS, 54 points. LTC They have the ability, if they have a normal game north of double digits, if they just make it to maybe at least 5th place and have a couple eliminations, they're going to be finding themselves on match point as well. And then it's just going to start opening the door for 4th through 11th place to find a lot of success as well, because they just need 2 decent games when you're in the 20s to get there, or a banger.
So, again, you guys watching, we got a little bit of a technical pause right here. We'll get into the game as quickly as we can. So, but before we go, I'll let you know that it is top 8 that is going to be making it through. So now that SCS has broken that 50-point qualification, they have the ability, if they get the win, then the top 8 is set. So we're looking at that cut line a little bit closer as well. Team Intel holding on very tenuously, as we see Karasuno, Rise, Team Intel all with 28 points. Are there any teams below that cut line that you're kind of looking at as teams that, maybe had a little bit of a bad games 3 and 4 on World's Edge? Maybe now that we're switching over to this Storm Point again, they might have another run in them.
Yeah, it's we were actually talking about this right before Tiff and I, and it's tough to see so many strong teams right below the cut line. I mean, Team Psycho, they had a really strong game, as we just saw. Team Diverge, another very talented team that has that sort of PL pedigree on that squad. So there's definitely a lot to look out for. Those two right below the cusp. Even Team Intel, who's barely holding the line. All eyes on these squads, and crazy enough to say, even Rise is in that conversation too.
Well, you got Cozy and Buff Pathfinder, Drug Free also had good games. Sausage Sorcerers as well. We'll see what happens, but we apparently are ready to go and get into the game. So I cannot wait to hear your guys' call of this is game number 4 of the night. Let's go. 5. Oh my God, I'm losing track of everything. Everybody's losing their minds over here.
We're good.
I'll let you guys take it away.
Yeah. We are back in it, Tiff. We are back on Storm Point, and this is starting to shape up to be a very tight race in the middle of the pack, and I think the intensity of these matches are going to get cranked up to 11 right now.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, because once you have that match point introduced and the game can end at any point in time. SCS, they double down, they throw a banger here, they get a win, right? It only takes one. You just have to be, you don't even have to be dominating. You just have to third party for the win and put it to bed, right? That means all of those teams that are on the bubble right now are going to run the gauntlet, the risk of not qualifying for Pro League. So I think you said it best. It's a lot more serious. And when you look at the ability of who is going to benefit the most from the ring that we're getting, look at Lightning Rod right now.
Oh, and that is one of those characteristically difficult zones to access. I mean, we talked about fish farms, right? It's difficult to access in that a lot of teams love to take residence early, but there's a lot of open space. Here, over towards Command Center, Wall, Thunderwatch, all of these potential endings, even towards Stormcatcher, that is all uphill for the bottom half of the map. Those rotates are so incredibly difficult, because if you don't have, in this case, as we see in front of us, a Trident, which Buff Pathfinder's having a bit of a hard time maneuvering here. Even with a Valgold, that doesn't get you quite as far. You don't get the mileage that you usually get from going downhill, right? Storm Point, very sloped, and so those zones are difficult to access, if only because squads that are getting that zone a little bit more gifted to them can look down upon you, make sure that you get punished on the walk-in, and have a really bad time in this game.
I mean, that's exactly why I was like, look at Lightning Rod. That's where SCS lands. They're going to be able to just walk it in. They're already at that northernmost point of Storm Point, and depending on where this rotates into, they can approach it from several different angles. But it looks like Psycho going to find themselves also on a Trident, going under fire, and they're burning through the health resources that they have. And when you get on a Trident and start your rotation so early on, you haven't really been able to pilfer, get those Evo shields up. Instead, you're just taking that damage, but you are fighting for a decent spot now. I like the rotation, because just northern, after you've gotten the beacon information, you can actually hit the IMC armory to the right and really start to level up if that's what they're going for.
Yeah, and I think they recognize as soon as they see that zone pop, the luxury of looting is really not in your cards if the zone is going to get populated and difficult to access. They recognize that. They'll take the loot, which, I mean, all things considered, not doing too shabby. They've got some blues on there, but Buff Pathfinder definitely in a much better scenario. Though, of course, they're driving straight into the squad in front of them that we were just seeing. The Tridents making a big appearance here. Very quick rotates up towards the side, and these teams will continue to soak up resources from these transitory spots. We'll continue to deal out damage to get those Evo shields up a little bit more before the fight starts to break out. And we get the preview there, Tiff, and it is indeed pulling very hard up towards the northeast.
I mean, we kind of saw that. Now if you're starting to think, okay, if you know what teams call out their drop spots, right? You know that SCS is landing Lightning Rod, then you know, hey, this is going to favor them, and we need to keep hyper aware of that. But we're going to jump on over to Launchpad, where I've seen so much action during Split 1 playoffs, and it's been one of my favorite things to watch, just fights here, whether you take that grab lift, you grab that high ground and try to make something happen. When you've already got the rolling thunder out and you're just trying to play it slow and controlled, knowing that a team has the ability to win this. You're outside the top 8. You need to take fights slow and controlled and make sure that you stay in a good place with your team. Do not overextend. Don't throw it, right? You've got Funk. It's just not tech. So this is a little new.
Yeah, we have to shout out what might be a strategic substitution here, putting Funk in, already dealing huge damage on the opening of this fight. But Yuban is going to go down, trying to trade back the damage. They found a nice clip there onto some purple shields. They are going to clean off James Fearless, so one member down for each squad for the time being. It looks like the shield advantage was definitely on the side of Karasuno to start off the engagement, but with all the damage that's been done by SS, they seem to have evened things up just a little bit. The hip fire from Wave almost finding the mark, but not quite enough. And Karasuno now starting to take up the space that they need. Gonna hold the door with the fallen teammates here. And this fight is a little bit sloppy. No more Seer ultimates from the looks of it either. So it is just going to have to be a raw 2v2. They're going to get the thirst for their troubles at the very least, but now the pushback is in.
I'm like, look, make sure that you're in control of your fights. Take fights that are smart. If you feel like you're losing, then get out of dodge, grab the banner, and go. But you mentioned it. It's sloppy. It's going the distance. We're able to grab banners. And I feel like if I'm Sausage Sorcerers and I'm outside of 8th place, I need to go. Go prioritize the regain and get some stability. But Funk still doubles back, takes the high ground, throws out a lot of damage, and it says, I'm not leaving, bro. This is mine.
And they stuck the res too. I think that was very significant. They want to control the spot because the res beacon is right on top of them. Look at the patience from Zainu waiting until he can get a very clean spray and the tracking. And look at the hip fire. Beautiful stuff there, dropping Oxy Ares. But here comes the third party, Tiff. This is what you were saying. They took far too long. They are far from ring, and now they must contend with Stompies and the rest of bots.
I mean, Bots is coming in full health. They're just about wanting to clean up. Essentially, they're like, look, I can do this. They've already got the G7 Scout with the 3x scope, so they are just throwing down an immense amount of damage. And if you're outside the ring, you don't even have to kill them. You can just get them so low and force them not able to stabilize out there, and that's exactly what they're doing. Karasuno eliminated your first team out here in map number 5, and they were sitting in 6th place with 26 points coming into this, right? Or just around that threshold. And if you fall out of this, all of the teams that are so close to you in points are going to have the ability to essentially push you out of that top 8. And let's say SCS wins this. You just basically kissed your Pro League chance goodbye for Split 2 based off an engagement right off the rip.
And it's even tougher. You noted earlier where this is pulling. This actually pulled towards where SCS starts off most of their Storm Point matches. So if there was a scenario where they were going to have a slightly easier time finding their win, it could be now. However, I will also note that all things considered, if we are playing for top 8 here, even if we're playing for the win throughout the what is a match point format, right? You'd love to win it. You just need top 8. So for a squad like SCS, who has already shown that they can consistently farm up points, they may not necessarily be hunting for a win and over correcting their gameplay so much as just continuing to play how they've been doing. If they keep doing that, even if they don't win, that top 8 is about as good as in the bag as it's going to get. So I'd love to see if that team can just continue to press, but we get to see them adapt a little bit since the zone did end up pulling their general direction.
Yeah, and you gotta look. Team Intel, 28 points. Team Rise, 28 points. Team Karasuno, 28 points coming into map number 5. That just goes to show you the difference between 8th and 13th place is only 6 points. So you say you're playing for top 8. You cannot afford to go out in any way, shape, or form early on when a team runs the risk of having that match point format. And with all the teams starting to make their way over to Lightning Rod, and as the ring pulls closer and closer to where they sit, they are just biding their time. They could just rat on every team in the lobby and end it right here.
And not just that, I mean, look at their POI. They ended up with Crafter. They also have the beacon, so they have the information, and I think that's influenced their selection here on the weaponry. We have Senox with a very nice Sentinel, well-kitted there to do the damage that they need to punish teams walking up in front of them. TSS on the flip side of that playstyle coin here, sitting on the edge. We talked about how uncharacteristically 1 point total across the last 4 matches. We did not expect to see them here, and I actually got a chance to speak with Blurs right before the PLQ, and it seems that they're in a transitory state between sort of the playstyle that was working for them in the CCs and what they're playing now. So we'll see if finally they can get some momentum behind them and start to kick back and put some points on the board.
Let's talk about TSS, currently coming in 20th place with 1 point. We had a strong conversation about them because I've seen Blurs grind. We know Hambino's got a lot of competitive nature, and Alizura already falling, and Hambino just being an absolute menace with the charge rifle. Look, I always talk about the charge rifle and saying how it's so fun to have it in your hands, but the moment it's in someone else's, you feel exactly like Karma does. And now being peppered from afar, Deadass is looking to get the reset. They are able to get Karma back up because thankfully there's another team in the vicinity, and Goat pushing in, breaking in. This would make the Zoldyck family proud if you can enact vengeance and become the assassin that you need to be right now. Finding yourself in 16th place, you need every elimination. You've got to break the 28-point mark.
And yeah, here we see it once again. TSS having some struggles with their fighting tempo. It looked like they were on the front foot. They had the pressure. As you said, that squad was completely pinned by that charge rifle, but suddenly the heady wasn't enough cover for the outside player to really utilize and continue to press. And suddenly TSS is now just straight up downhill. Doesn't have the pressure. Maybe another squad in the vicinity as well. So they're going to have to find a whole different direction to walk into this next zone. Command center is no longer accessible to them, and they're going to have to rotate south.
I start to think about kind of where you need to go. Before I like lost my mind and started talking about Hambino and the charge rifle. You and I were chatting about TSS and how they've been trying to find their competitive strategy, their fighting play style in these lobbies, and they've been making some changes, switching up the roles and how they approach things. And I don't think they've had a lot of success just yet so far, but hopefully that they're grabbing and learning lessons on this, because I would love to see this team do really well.
Yeah, and like pretty much all of us have mentioned at this point, it is far from over. Anything can happen. Match point format is the wild, wild west of results, truly. So, hey, if this goes long enough and they start to find their footing a little bit better, they could definitely still find their way into qualification range. But, of course, it's going to get increasingly more difficult when other squads like Bots, who's obviously looking for big point games here, looking for those wins, looking to scrap up to that match point. And we've got a couple teams that are just outside, maybe 10 to 15 points out. That is one game won with a couple KP. That is all it takes to suddenly put yourself on the precipice of qualification for the Split 2 Pro League. And at the end of the day, that's all we're here for, Tiff, and these guys are fighting for it.
Yeah, Bots, 4th place currently overall, so sitting in a relatively safe spot for now on the leaderboard and getting that qualification back. They want to run it back, have a little redemption based off what happened, but they're going to elect to kind of take to the sky, see what's available in the next zone that they can make their way to, and honestly get a lay of the land. They know that Team Azuras is over there to the right. If you can kind of cut them off, land in this building that I remember Furia playing in Split 1 Pro League, and they actually won a match here, so it was really interesting to see. But this is a nice space, and the fact that it's free and you're able to walk in, sure, it's not in zone just yet, but this gives you the ability to gatekeep the team that's moving into that cable area.
Yeah, great awareness from them, and they definitely understand as well that this is not playable for this next ring, but you can already see where the pings are, where they'd like to be. Unfortunately for them, we can see it, but they maybe aren't able to. There is a squad that's already taken up that choke. They are holding that space, and I saw Watson fences there from the perspective of bots, so they won't be able to just walk in here, and you can see Stompy's understanding what lies ahead of them, but also have to worry about what lies behind them, and it's this sort of difficult decision to make. Do you pull the trigger on one? Do you hold? Do you try and play small and walk up? It's those decisions that make or break games for squads.
Yeah, and this is tough, right? This zone is gifted to SCS. They have everything that you need. So all the teams, like Revival Games, they want to make sure they're qualifying. They're able to put the finishing blows into Cozy and have a nice regain here. You can see Shinny, an actual HP, and they don't have a whole lot of time to reset because Deadass hits the sand. They're already in the Beast of the Hunt, and they are looking for blood at this point, and they need this, right? 16th place, so they have to go on that aggressive nature. We saw them third-party a fight originally that didn't pan out early on in this map, but this one's going a little more cleanly.
It pays to go big. They were very bloodthirsty there, but having found that one kill, they're not going to be dropping down to look for more. But look at where this ring is pulling, Tiff. Round 3. And we've got 18 squads still taking up space, make that 17 a slept on with potentially relegated Pro League teams falling very early as well. Now the high ground belongs to randoms. They still have quite the walk up to make. It looks like they've actually caught a team out that's looking for that rat. Maybe just looking for an ounce of space to play themselves. This is going to start to get absolutely insane for some of these squads.
Yeah, it was tough. Slept on, got kind of sandwiched out on the bottom right side of the ring, and Psycho, like, I think hit a grav cannon and yeeted himself into the ring, so it was just kind of atrocious. But Random's forced to jump down. Rolling Thunder still available, utilizing the smoke and the Digi-Threat on the Prowler to kind of try and cover themselves and find some success. Revival Games falling off screen as well, and you know, this can be really challenging trying to make a push through this area because there's at least 7 teams all near this Prowler den, just trying to play off the rocks.
Oh, look at the damage. Yeah, EA, one of those squads that's trying to take up all of this space, trying to find the kills. They can't let these late rotates go unpunished, but unfortunately for them, there are just enough nooks and crannies for these teams to continue to hide. They can't find the angle. They're going to try to plop down the Seer ultimate to start to find the damage and open up this fight, but Crummy going down very low, though the engagement seems to still be going their way. Randoms on the back foot here, trading out very well. No one down quite yet on the squad, but across the way, not the same story.
Yeah, Randoms and a little bit of engagement off screen. Rye is able to stand up to the occasion and take out TSS, so their journey on is going to stay alive, and they have to go. They have approximately 38 seconds left before that ring starts to close, and they're still on that outer edge. And meanwhile, Sausage Sorcerer is going down. Just an absolute bloodbath in the lobby. Bots on the lower hand of your screen trying to show some presence, and it's just Stompez last alive with a PK and a Dream, and it's just not going to be enough. And Bots going to fall here to Asuras, and they need this. So it's a lot of these teams that didn't have the ability to get inside the top 8 just off the 4 maps that we've witnessed thus far, really showing back that they are strong here on Stormpoint.
Push came to shove, and LTC actually not going to be the squad to hold that choke in the end. Random still involved here in a very extended, long-winded fight with E8, and suddenly they've taken over the geographic high ground. They're starting to swing in. Look at the shots from Mercy. Beautiful stuff there to open things up with the flatline, but now caught a little bit out of position, and now is just looking to trade the damage while their teammates fly on in and try to finish things off. Crummy does find the knock on a golden. You can see there on the top right. They're still hunting, though. They want these kills, but they also need the positioning, and we still have 11 squads who are all about to fight for the same 2 buildings.
Look, you know who's safe, though? SCS. SCS still alive, and one of the teams in the 11 squads, and Buff Pathfinder playing this building so incredibly well, just peeking their head out. But a Mozambique, oh my gosh, Bursty. At least they're bringing back the hammer points in Season 16 to make the Mozambique a little more viable, but you got to work with what you've got, and you're doing the best that you can right now. At least you got the black market down and out so you can loot a little bit. Redeem gonna fall off screen, but this just goes to show you that SCS is still alive. Randoms, they are in shambles right now on the outer skirts of the edge. The arc star indication nearby, and just trying to play behind this building, but I don't know. I'm not feeling too good about this one, Mello.
Yeah, it's not looking great. They're going to ult themselves, but I believe based on the proximity of those missiles, at least one enemy missile falling right in their faces. There we see Buff Pathfinder finally trying to extract some value out of that Loba. This is kind of optimal scenario, right? You've lived just long enough to see those squads die around you. You get to pull some of those items that are desperately needed, and now you're going to pull outside of the building to look for this last kill. So finish this team wipe to clear off the rest of the building. But wow, this rat is just refusing to die right now. Finally going down. Randoms does get eliminated. Buff Pathfinder are the last team left on the western side.
I mean, they have to make a final push for this. If you think about it, you have just a little bit of time, like I said, to get into the top 8. And SCS still alive, deadass, taking height. They are doing everything this map to try and get inside the top 8. Goat taking high ground. You are doing everything. R301 comboed with the Volt, and very beautiful. I mean, I love the way the Volt's been hitting lately, and just absolutely sandwiching that person. Asura's looking like a fish out of water. They shouldn't have been able to play them like that, and they do.
Unfortunately, Orioles does get thirsted. That last-ditch attempt by Asurus to just get that last slice of KP before they ultimately were eliminated. And look at the pull tiff. Suddenly, SCS, for the first time this entire game, forced to make a rotation decision here right at the end. They have that height, but as this ring closes, likely teams to be dropping down. And this is going to get a little bit tighter than I think that they were hoping for. Suddenly, their God spot no longer a safe haven for them, and they are going to have to fight for it.
I mean, these end rings have not been favorable by any means, as now all the teams are collapsing upon each other. Team Diverge on your screen, trying to hold steady here, but Slayer going to fall, so that's the opening knock. Xenox and Crust are going to have to keep the dream alive for SCS, and as soon as they go down, we will be getting another game, but right now, Crust and Xenox still finding themselves having a little bit of success. Crust able to grab a knock onto a member of Team Diverge, nade in hand, and I love the zoning with the frag to go ahead and try to get the res off with Crust overlooking, making sure that no one is pushing.
And they continue to pressure Crust there, just trying to anchor for the squad while the rest of the teammates recover. But Xenox is going to go down. Slayer going down very low as well, but does manage to get the bat off, breaking the crypto drone to deny that intel. And Slayer once again fully cracked, down to just 10 HP, and the cracks just keep coming. They can't hold on to those shields for longer than a couple of moments. Actually going to go for the rest stick here, maybe just baiting it, and they can see through the smoke that Digi paying dividends right now, but Psycho does not want to let them go for free, and they continue to press.
They shouldn't have got that, but now with the ring at their back, they have to push down, utilizing the Bangalore smoke for some nature of cover. But all of these teams that they're pushing on, Team Psycho, in addition, they are going down. It's just Digi right now, last alive. And when you're a Watson and you're stuck between a rock and a hard place, Team Diverge, Team Psycho going down. And it's SCS cleaning all of them up from the high ground.
Could SCS do it here? What a story that would be. Already up to 64 points. All members still up. Not exactly healthy, but those batteries will come through. You got to wonder if they have the meds necessary to make this happen. One more game conversion is all it takes, Tiff. It's all or nothing right now. They're getting sent, though, and suddenly the health bars disappear right before our eyes. Crust, the last one left alive, down to flesh health. Does manage to wipe Deadass, but it's down to just a sliver of health, just a pixel, and yet they still hold on to this corner.
No, what are you doing? Oh my god. If that ring would have just touched him, he would have been insta-knocked and that res wouldn't have happened. They should not be getting this reset on the high ground right now. And with the res coming out, they decide to push up on it. That was smart for Intel. They're keeping this another game. We're getting a map 6, and Team Intel are your winners in map number 5.
Oh my goodness, it seemed fate wasn't on their side. That grenade there landing at their feet, forcing just the worst swing out, and eventually Intel walks on up. They mantle at the perfect time. They managed to wipe SCS just in time for them to also take a dub. We were talking about that squad, Poro, right before this, saying they're just off the cusp now. Hopefully they're feeling a little bit better about where they're sitting on that leaderboard.
Man, Slayer almost did it. Slayer almost did it for SCS. There is no reason that SCS should have even made it to that point. but Slayer holding that line while the not one but two reses came through. Oh my god, that was absolutely huge stuff from SES. But in the end, not enough. As you said, Team Intel, big plays from them. I did not catch to see if they broke the barrier. We'll have to wait and see our overall leaderboard. But what a crazy game there, Spider. Obviously, SCS just kind of plays it slow. And, you know, we were kind of talking about this going in, and like, do you change up your game style, your play style at all now that you're in a position to win it? But I guess at the end of the day, regardless of whether they win the whole thing or not, they're still top 8. So, John?
I mean, job well done. They had that, but even right here, deadass, I want to talk about this. GOAT played that so well by jumping down and just really pushing this. But starting here with this res, the initial res, trust covering and utilizing the smoke when able to really make sure and withstand any of these pushes. And then it goes into just a res fest. It's like you drop them all into a blender and they're just trying to survive after you were gifted a zone, gifted a crafter, gifted a beacon, like for long game. You just had to play your life and make one rotation, but there were so many teams alive that initial push up right here from Team Intel was so smart. They focused the team on high ground. Now granted, did they know at that point in time that was SCS they were pushing on? I don't know. It's hard to say. But that decision just kept, you know, some of the other teams that were outside the top 8 alive.
I was a little nervous there that Team Intel might have taken a little bit too long and maybe was going to allow SCS to reset. But fortunately, as you said, perfectly timed. They come up there, they check and see. They managed to take advantage of the situation. Absolutely great stuff from them, leading them to another 20 points, 8 KP to go along with it. Will that be enough to get them over the barrier, the 50-point barrier? Let's take a look. 2 points away.
Can you imagine?
Goodness.
That's tough. And like, it's a team that I think knows how to play those zones, right? They know how to work those zones. They finally get it going their way a little bit, though. All things considered, SCS with a bit of a unicorn there. Like, for you to finally hit match point and then suddenly have 5 of the 6 zones pull your way is ridiculous. And for Team Intel to still find a way to come on top, I think is so impressive. Shout out to Crust, though. I think the heaviest anchor that's ever been seen in the history of Apex Legends, at least in that game. That was absurd.
Spider Tiff, obviously, eyes on top of the leaderboard. But how about a 5-way tie for 7th at the cut line? 5 teams with 32 points. Karasuno, Sausage Sorcerers, just a couple of points behind. This cut line is going to be insane.
I mean, look, this just goes to show you these teams really want it, but you're going to have to lay it all out. And I think when you see scores like this and knowing that the match could end at any point in time, you have to start thinking, like, I am not necessarily in trouble, because you don't want to think about what other people are doing and that potentially the SCS can win it.
Sure, yeah.
Like, when you think about these things, you have to be able to focus down and play your game. Once more teams start getting it, like Team Intel, LTC, bots, the chances of them getting match point after, you know, going into map 6, it's going to be likely, right? But you have to lock it in mentally and play your game. You can't anticipate what all these teams are going to be doing and shifting it up, because then you're just throwing your game.
It definitely feels, watching this, that this lobby in particular is very equally matched. Melacrit. I mean, obviously, you look down the leaderboard outside of SCS with 68 points, everybody just very, very close to each other. I mean, even Asurus Cozy, E8, they still one good game removed from being right up there with everybody else. So, you know, when you look at this kind of parity across the whole thing, I mean, does it become even more important that you just kind of stick to your game plan and just don't worry about what anybody else is doing? Yeah,
absolutely. I think now is the moment to double down, because while it may seem like SCS has a big advantage, which of course they do points-wise, almost double, more than double the points for that 5-way tie, you're still sitting at a very respectable 32 points after those 5 games. So, I mean, on a normal match day, you're not feeling too bad. You've got, you know, on a 6-match series, you got one more game to really find your way, fly your way up. So not too bad. And I think it's important to note that the runaway train that was Rise suddenly sitting dead center in 10th place currently. If this were all to end after that, if that would have ended on that last game, Rise is not in Pro League, right? That's a kind of a mind-blowing prospect to think about. And so whatever these teams are doing, they've stopped the runaway train that's Rise. They've managed to hamper down some of the other teams that are coming from Pro League, like Karasuno and Randoms and other squads, like Randoms, who are also very capable players and a very capable team. Even they are sitting just outside, and they're more than capable of having a big game. We see Rise, the stats here. I think before in that last in the losers bracket, we were seeing like first, second, first, like just ones all across the board. So to see them here, kind of a humbling experience, I'm sure, and I'm excited to see if these teams will continue to just put their heads down and perform the way that they have so far.
And I mean, you obviously, you know, you can only take so much from statistics, right? Every game is different, and stats only tell you so much. But you look at second in kills and very high fourth and fifth in damage dealt and points overall. Then you look at the lower placements on as far as average placement and getting in time survived and all that stuff. Is, you know, I know we've been kind of talking about edge teams and edge teams just kind of having a really, really tough go of things today. I guess I'll just kind of open this up to either of you, really. Is that something that we see as kind of indicative of the future as they start moving up in tiers of lobby, or is the edge play thing, can that still hold true? I mean, I guess we have a big meta shift incoming, so maybe it's kind of hard to tell.
I mean, I'll go ahead and say it. Like, I just got back from Split 1 playoffs. A lot of the edge teams that I knew that were really either just completely on, or they would have cold, they'd be bouncing back and forth. They'd either like completely decimate the lobby and take the win, or they'd go out really early on, struggling, right? A lot of those zone teams that get the good positionings, they're able to pick up their eliminations along the way, and they prioritize their rotation and taking decent fights, find more success, in my opinion, on the match point format. And when it really boils down to getting into that top 8, you need the consistency. Whereas like Edge, it's almost like a flip of the coin. You look at Rise, they were so strong. Now, granted, you did mention it, right? They are second on eliminations for the evening. The challenge is they're not getting the placement points that a lot of these teams are getting to make up for kind of where they need to be.
It's tough. Well, we are getting ready to head into game number 6, so let's see if SCS can do it, if we can lock this up, or if they will have someone join them up there in the 50-plus point category. We are going to throw it over to Dia and Twiggy to bring you game number 6.
Welcome back, guys, gals, and non-binary pals. And I don't know if I am watching Final Destination or ALGS anymore, dear, because SCS, I don't know how they live that long. I don't know what's going on, and I really hope they're not going to do it again, because my heart rate went dangerously high there.
It really did. I'm actually still physically recovering just from how scared I was to see it all end in match number 5. But we've got another, and interestingly enough, history does have a chance to repeat itself, because SCS are once again the only team on match point. I will caution everyone, however, with the fact that they are unlikely to get this lucky again. The zone pulled perfectly for them. From even the time they had to move, they had to take uncontested high ground on everyone else. It was literally the picture-perfect game for SCS to win, and they didn't clutch it, though they got close. Next time around, I don't think they get nearly as close.
Yeah, there was definitely some divine intervention going on there. I don't know how likely that will be again, but SCS, I mean, they did the best with the cards they were dealt. We'll see what happens. But yeah, they've got themselves another chance. They staved off enough teams that the points not quite get in there. There are definitely going to be some teams that are really, really thankful that SCS did not manage to close it out there. Team Intel probably getting a lot of pats on the back later in the Discord from anybody who manages to get up into 8th position over anybody else. And as Poro pointed out, I was so busy thinking about how SCS nearly won that I didn't even look at the cutoff line there in 8th place. There are a lot of teams that can make their way back up now.
There certainly are, and Intel, honestly, is one of those teams that, even with their win, really benefited from keeping this going another game. They were in top 8 going in, but with that W, they've cemented themselves as one of the teams that's very difficult to uproot, as opposed to when we look at like our 6, 7, 8 teams that as Poro pointed out, are very close together, all tied, in fact, with teams that are outside of the qualification zone right now in terms of points. So as we drop into this next match, we'll see who can pull it together and whether it happens in time, for there's not that many games left for you to continue accruing points. Everybody's getting real close right now, and the fact that Intel was able to pick up a win as one of our premier zone teams does continue to further, I think, Tiff's point earlier, that consistency is very much rewarded.
Well, as you said before, and I'll do you want to say the pun before I move on with the point? Do you want to say the pun that you were saying to me?
I'll say the pun. I was really proud of it. When we were talking before the game about whether SCS would be able to do it again, I said lightning strikes twice, or lightning doesn't strike twice because we're not going to lightning rod again. You guys can all appreciate my wit in the chat. I'll trust me it's happening, but I'm not looking.
Well, there you go. You're absolutely right with your amazing wit, your amazing pun, because lightning has struck at the exact opposite side of the map, and it is not going to be quite as easy for SCS to just sit pretty up there on lightning rod and wait for teams to come to them. They're going to have to be the ones taking the initiative, making their way down to the southwest. But yeah, this is going to be a very different landscape for the final game here, and SCS may have a more difficult time. They're probably going to be kicking themselves that they didn't quite make it work out.
I've got to call out another highlight team from last game. They didn't show up big in the kills. Team Psycho, ever since their win, and even technically before that, have been really hard committing to zone. And they are predicting zones really, really well. It's by slightly old school rules, but it's still working in their favor. As from Climatizer even all the way over to Lightning Rod, they're picking these really specific buildings that say, if the game comes here, we win it. And right now, they're one of the only teams that are opting into plays like that. Everybody else going with much safer buildings that they're then able to rotate out of should the zone pivot.
Yeah, well, immediately getting into things are going to be teams down at the bottom there. They've realized now they've got another chance, another chomp at the bit, as it were, trying to get up towards that top 8. TSS were a team that were, you know, it looked like they really, really wanted to get involved last game. It just didn't work out for them. They only managed to get 1 extra point on the board, up to 2 now, but that's still, well, it's getting further and further away from the cutoff point, let's say, so there's going to need to be really something special, at least in this game. They know that it could all end at any time, and I'm sure that is weighing on the minds of a lot of the teams down there. You know, you were pointing out Cozy last game that were having a very tough time of it.
They certainly were. I'm taking a look right now, noticing that Psycho are going down. They've again gone with this really specific rotation, but Buff Pathfinder have cut them off, and in the water, there's just no cover. Even tridents like this, normally used for endgame desperation, aren't going to do it, and 2 of their members do go down. As we get further and further out of bounds, it may be that Psycho as a team are able to survive, but their impact in this game is going to be next to nothing, and they're going to have to be relying on their previous results to keep them in the running, which is difficult when we consider that they are one of 5 teams tied for 7th?
Yeah, luckily they have the best tiebreaker right now, but I don't know how relevant that's going to be as we move past this map. You know, the standings are very much going to change, so Psycho are going to really, really want to make sure they hang on to as many points as possible here. I don't know whether it calls for a completely different playstyle with only 1 member remaining or not. We'll have to wait and see what they decide to do. But you can see now a lot of teams really, really going for that early rotation down towards the southwest. Sorry.
And I got to appreciate the teams that do. Deadass and bots locking themselves into buildings, especially Deadass, that are difficult to relocate from. Yeah. A spot like that, I mean, again, if zone pulls you, great, but otherwise quite difficult to move your way out of. Cozy taken down, though, and well, Intel can really applaud their win from last game. Cozy, our other zone team, just have not compared for the past couple games. A complete reversal of the script from the first few.
Yeah, and randoms are going to be really, really, really happy with those 3 kills, obviously. You can see now, only 2 points away from all of those tied teams, very, very close to that cutoff point on the 8th. and we're going to keep harping on that point, because as we get closer and closer to one team being able to win these, and possibly, after we're done with this one, up to 4 or 5 teams being able to win in the next game, it's going to be really, really important for these teams to keep in mind exactly where they are on that leaderboard. We're probably going to see mental maths coming through from everybody as they make their decisions throughout each map here.
Redeem clawing their way into the zone now with a Watson. They'll be able to set up in slightly awkward positions, say like the choke points that do lead into Cenote. There are a couple positions that are off to the northwestern side that should allow them plenty of safety. And Asura's approach from the south, actually not bad. I wouldn't mind seeing them stick around here and hold off on a push into Cenote until it's absolutely necessary, because from where they're at, they have a lot more autonomy and a greater position from which to relocate. LTC, meanwhile, going on the aggressive push. Real nice find back here. That is a big crack, and Team Psycho go down completely.
LTC quite literally smelled blood in the water there and capitalized perfectly. Down goes Psycho. That's not very nice for them. They're in a really, really well. Okay, now you're just sitting there going, "Oh my God, it could be over." They're in right now, technically on tiebreaker. But if one of the teams that is next to them gets 1 point, suddenly it could be over if SCS win it out here. As we said, it's going to be a little more difficult for them this time, and if we take a look at the map later, you'll probably see that they're not even on the part of the map that we're looking at. They're still way, way up to the north, making their way down very slowly, so they may be unprepared for fights as we move forward, so we'll keep an eye on the teams that are in the zone.
Azuras did take that aggressive approach while we were on board with Psycho's demise, testing the waters around Cenote and ultimately retreating back. I think it's fair to see if that building is taken, but a good recognition they didn't need to force the fight right then. Instead, able to play gatekeepers and another team that absolutely needs the points from KP. I'd much rather see them sit in an active position than I would sit in a building, mainly because of how far they are outside of the top 8. Despite the fact that yes, we've got theoretically plenty of games left to go, Asuras have more than most if they want to hit 50 points and then win a game. Well, we're looking at teams like E8 that are in a very similar position. They're going to have to run a little bit different of a game plan, because their actual 3v3s have been leaving me a little more wanting.
Well, we can check in on SCS here. They've found themselves in a fight outside of the ring now. It's going to put them in a very awkward position. It is TSS. It is quite literally the leaders versus the bottom of the field right here. And TSS, they're going to be looking to steal this one away. Not only if they manage to get these 3 kills, will they get themselves some extra points on the board and move their way on up, but they're going to delay SCS's chances of getting that max point done as long as possible. So this is the perfect fight for them, but not if that happens.
Yeah, there's a reason why SCS have done so well, and while Storm Point wasn't the place that they did it, you could tell in the way that they were ring around the rosying in that fight that they had it in the bag. It would have taken a freak accident for SCS to lose control, given how much autonomy they had and how they were the ones dictating the pace of it by jumping in around that building. Team Diverge, however, another squad that we have got to focus on, were called out early on for their slow start to the day. Despite my expectations they would perform better on World's Edge, they've managed to put themselves into those top 8 earlier on, and now have to hold on to it again in the face of that tie. Doing really, really well in this sort of stone forest that we've got, but this isn't an end game position that serves you particularly well. You will eventually be forced into playing fence lines. It's a good thing they've got that Bangalore, because they're going to need her later.
Yeah, you can see down to 1 shield battery hit. They are in an awkward position. They need to move out of here. They are 1 point away from all of those teams that are vying for that top 8 at the moment. So not wanting to give away a single point whatsoever, either in kills or in placement to another team. They're probably going to want to play relatively passively. Obviously, I don't think anybody wants to play passively. The more kills you get as you move here, the safer you become if you're in that top 8. But obviously, with everybody out for blood at the moment, it's not as easy as it sounds. You can see now, another team that we kind of had our eyes on from the start, but the storyline has not gone their way. is Rise as they move down here, and I'm really looking to them to put something together, because we expected big things from them after their losers bracket performance, and we haven't seen anything right now.
I will say I'm also not sure how Rise interact with a zone like Cenote Cave. It's very difficult to play out with the amount of levels that it has and the amount of buildings that you can play around, but this might actually be where Rise's communication really starts to shine. It's a big it's a big question for me right now because of their proximity to this zone landing and barometer as to, one, whether they can play a really good zone team, or whether they can actually communicate effectively when we do get into those end games. As we were looking at the map, I was also noticing that Redeem have positioned themselves in the building that's inside Cenote, but a little bit further off to the northwest. And I really am curious about this next zone close, because while that's not typically where we'll end up finalizing the game, zones have been really weird the past couple of days, and Pro League qualifiers have been fraught with teams just not quite being able to predict, based on how they were during Pro League, where we'll actually be finishing games. So it might be that Redeem have it right, but this game is going to hinge entirely on where the zone closes because of these buildings and because of that high ground, low ground disparity.
Yeah, I think you can tell, despite how close we are together, how interesting this last zone is going to be, how passively all these teams are playing, or maybe at the very least cautiously, let's use that word, just trying, maybe not to get into engagement, maybe not to get into engagement even, double negative, but just trying to just keep themselves alive as long as possible and make sure they're not wasting utility by getting poked. And you can see people not running directly at fight, but, well, here comes SCS, right, as I say that, moving.
There's always an asterisk on that, right?
Exactly.
There's always one team.
Here they come.
And they're coming up right behind the randoms as well, fully juiced up in the shields. Great priority on the rotate. I imagine that randoms have waited long enough around the outside that they're not expecting anyone to come up behind them, so it could be that SCS, from the high ground and from behind, take out one completely unsuspecting squad, but having noticed them, they're going to take a bit of a safer approach, utilizing cover, and actually give randoms time to notice what's going on behind them while SCS bide their time.
Yeah, I mean, this is, I was wondering whether last game was just because they were put inside the zone and could hold on to that position and didn't have to play aggressively, or whether it wasn't. But that decision not to engage whatsoever and let the other team fire back at them indicates to me that they are playing much more passively. They are really just trying to last into that final fight and just trying to make their way through with lower utility throughout it, which is an interesting choice. They've completely changed their playstyle. We were talking about that very, very, very southern US analogy that Poro made. It doesn't seem like that is the case for them.
Now Rise, getting their team fights tested, do well at least in the initial knock, despite inside the building does favor them, but that tracking from Awans is just disgusting. Karasuno taken down, and in the course of 2 games, they've completely lost their grip on a top 8 spot, and maybe even on their dreams of Pro League.
Well, Karasuno, you may be able to fly like a crow, but Rise can rise higher. So there we are, Rise now looking at getting third-partied a little bit here. I really, really wanted to get on a Haikyuu thing, and I have. So there's my goal done for today. Randoms now looking to try and third-party Rise on this one, but they have given them just about enough time to think about where they want to be, and Rise may just be able to hold on to this position. But Randoms are going to go for it anyway.
Can you hear that sound? It's the sound of Bangalore ult not being that good in Cenote Caves. I feel pretty bad for Mercy. It does, you know, it feels the same upon cast, but not super great when you hear them all hitting the ceiling. Fortunately enough, it is worthwhile that randoms secure a building, and small cover that they didn't get there will be cemented quite literally by this cover that they've got with the door. Never mind. Goodbye, door.
Never mind. Their best friend is gone at this point now. Oh, and Sussex Sorcerers have arrived, as we can see. Oh man. Oh, that's not a place to be in right now. And randoms are able to hold on to their position, but they are now trapped in this house unless they want to make a move. Well, they're going to look for that finish before they go anywhere. And, well, played right into their hands. Randoms back up into here. That zone helps them quite a bit for the time being.
Yeah, super valuable that they were able to grab this with the smokes and the pressure that they already had. Mercy even feeling comfortable enough to peek the window real quick, see if you can pick up another cheeky kill. But Random's relocation is impending as the zone continues to pull us further and into the southwest, where we are going into the territory of those who own the high ground. All those teams that are sat up on the rocks right now are going to be really happy. Even Revival, who should have the best way forward through the stone forest to get themselves into the ring, and maybe even a fence line surrounding the outside. Randoms getting shot through the smoke, struggling for an answer right now, but they've got 40 seconds to come up with one.
And Randoms came into this position thinking, all right, let's third-party rise. We get a good position. We'll be all fine. And now they are facing down the barrel of several teams looking to try and take them out. And we can check back in on SCS here as they try to move in just a little further and try and further their little game plan. Really want to come away with this win right now and not put themselves through any more torment. I don't think they're particularly worried about not being in the top 8, but at the very least you don't want to be sitting here in first place all night long and waiting for other teams to get this done. So SCS do really want to try and play this one as best as possible.
The less games are played, not only the more free time do SCS have tonight, but in theory, the better they'll be against the competition when we do get into Pro League. Because, I mean, you're going to be playing with the top 8. You want people who are, I'm going to say, people that you can take games against. And clearly SCS have proven that they've been able to do that at least twice. But you can make it a three-peat, you can feel a lot more comfortable in Pro League, which is something that the Sentinels roster of SCS was not feeling just a couple months ago. Unfortunately for them, they're not feeling too comfortable now either, as Rug Free are gone. SCS may be next on the chopping block. Senox, even in knock, has almost no health left, and this knockdown shield is going to have to clutch it for the team. Rounding the corner, it's Bots, our first place team from the winners bracket, that take out SCS, pushing us to another game and getting all the goods in the process.
SCS not quite looking as like there was somebody looking out for them, a higher power that time around, backed into a corner, and Bots take full advantage. They're one of these teams that have been looking for points these past few games. They've been well in the top 8 since the start, but that's going to serve them incredibly well. They are now getting towards the point where they will be on that 50-point mark. We've got 3 teams currently on 43 points. And Intel have already crossed the 50 mark. 2 more can definitely, oh sorry, 3 more can now make it if they get a few more kills here.
Rise's spot very much in danger as well, with Team Diverge and Redeem both very close in points. We may see Rise, our first place squad from the losers bracket, fully taken out of Pro League contention after this game, and it is going to be a scary one. As going into the next, we will have even more squads that much closer to being able to end the entire tournament right now. Now, for the moment, we do have still one building left in zone, and that building is going to belong to Slept On, a squad that's had their fair share of ups and downs today. Consistency, as Spider Tiff was emphasizing earlier, perhaps not being their strongest suit, but with a building like this and perhaps a nice defensive playstyle, they should be able to come out on top of this next game.
Yeah, we haven't really talked about them too much since their second place earlier on, but they may just be able to do something here. In moves Sung with that EVA 8 charge rifle in hand as well. Not going to be quite as effective as he moves on in, but they're going to back up upstairs and make sure that they don't die to anything too silly. This position for them is much more valuable than the kills that they would get by pushing out of it. But they're going to try and finish off a couple more around the corner. Turns one more member and Slept On forced back up to the higher ground once again. But they're going to be contested out and tried to be pushed on. Although, it seems like they're doing a very good job of holding onto it for the time being. But, door?
Pupski is actually the thing that Slept On need right now. It's not something we talk about a lot in Apex Legends, but Slept On are running out of ammo. They don't have a whole lot of resources left to get them through this end game. A single kill, access to a death box that is uncontested would be massive for them, and Pupski is sitting like this delicious chug jug right on the outside of it. Asura's may be the thing that by trapping them through this door, according to Pupski, could get slept on through this game, and it is ever so tantalizing. 7 squads left. The next zone close just 30 seconds away, and slept on try and clear their backs so they can have even better access, better clearance, better height as we approach the final ring.
It's all going to get a little bit hectic as we move in here. We've still got 7 squads remaining, and they're being packed tighter and tighter as we move forward. There is going to be much less cover to work with, and as we move towards our final zone, there will be no cover left to work with. Slepton try and push their way through. There goes Pubsky. That's going to be a very, very nice haul for them. They're going to be able to pick up quite a lot of valuable ammo and valuable utility there as they move forward. LTC Esports also taken down. They can't quite make it to the 50-point mark. They're going to be stopped on 49. Bots can still make it. Just one more point to get them over that point now. Can they find that kill?
JQ getting full thirsted, however, what a beam from Stomps as he takes out a member of Redeem and looks like he might be finishing off the squad so aggressively. Redeem get burned through, and Bots with the vengeance take out another squad, making themselves top 4, but with just 1 member left. It's all up to Stunning, the recent pickup for Bots to get them back into this game. JQ unrecoverable for now. The plug-in so unlikely, but he's got that 1 res that he can work with. Around the outside, however, the story becomes much different. Buff Pathfinder owned the height. We said this was going to be most valuable for those coming out of the Stone Forest, and here they come. Buff Pathfinder from behind, rip through the squad in front of them, and even send it up the stairs, knowing they've got this win in the bag.
Wow. Buff Pathfinder doing as much work as they can. They don't get over that 50-point mark, but they are very close to it now, and although Bots made their way past it, they're going to be very happy that they can stay in this contention for the next game. But there are a few teams now that are over that 50-point mark, so it's going to be even more difficult to hold on here. And now the Buff Pathfinder, I mean, although it was a brilliant win, the story does not become anymore, oh, who won and how was that a great win? It's going to now be they didn't get to 50 points. That is unfortunate circumstance. They got as close as they could. It wasn't quite there.
Yeah, it's certainly, I mean, a game of how close you can get into the top 8, and then can you put yourself on match point. It's actually one of the things that I've seen a lot of questions about with the preseason qualifiers for split number 2. People are asking, why are they match point? And this is a big reason why, because when you aren't at 50 points, or when you aren't near the top of the leaderboard, you still have the chance to win and qualify by getting yourself to that 50-point mark and then winning a game. It lets even teams that are near the bottom of the leaderboard play with something on the line, and it honestly just makes the quality of the lobby so much better, right, Boro?
I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head, didn't you? And the thing that's crazy to me is just how close everything is all the way throughout. That, I mean, we're seeing massive shuffling go on, just even in little 5-minute spurts of the game. I mean, it's absolutely wild and crazy stuff. I think we'll check some highlights. We'll get the game leaderboard, and then we'll see our overall leaderboard to see who. How many teams now have broken that 50-point barrier? But this is another time here. SCS, a little bit of a rougher go this time around here, trying to get that win.
Yeah, I think obviously, you know, the zone was at the exact opposite side of the map to where they dropped. It was not the same game as last game. They did their best with what they could, and I have to admit, I think they did better moving on in and being able to contest for that one than I expected from their position. But yeah, it was always going to be a very tough ask for them to come out with a win on this one. And well, the thing is, no matter how many points they get at this point, they're really top 8 no matter how many games we go, so nothing means anything apart from that win to them.
No, absolutely. And I think we saw also Bots there making the aggressive push out. You gotta assume that they had a pretty good read on the situation, knew what their standing was, knew points they needed, making that aggressive push out to get that final kill to put themselves over 50. But there you go. There's your match 6 report. Buff Pathfinder, it's a fun name to say, and gets that win and the 18 points to go along with it, and that'll be, I think that's their second really good performance here on Storm Point. Now we'll have to see if they can pull something together on World's End, because they only got 1 point in 2 games on those the other 2 matches. So the line ahead, the path ahead for Pathfinder, pretty clear. You gotta start getting some work done on World's Edge.
I really like that you bring that up as well, because the transition of maps was so impactful for a lot of teams last time, and being able to play an equal amount of games on both maps is going to change the standings again drastically. We've got so many teams in the overall leaderboards that have fallen behind during our time on Storm Point. Teams like, I'm gonna call them out, Team Diverge and even Redeem at times have looked like they're not nearly as confident. Redeem just sitting and Diverge right next to them on the outside of that top 8.
And there you have it. 3 teams now over the 50-point mark. So a win from either SCS, Team Intel, or bots in this next game would end it. And the top 8 would be going on, but that top 8, that cut line as well, has been very, very interesting. This time it's gone up a little bit. It was 5 teams all tied at 32 points last time around. The 32-point teams kind of stayed around the same area, but the cut line rose.
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to say, we're now getting to the point where with the match point system, we're probably going to start seeing 8th being over 50 points. So as you said, there's going to be that situation where a 9th, 10th, 11th place team could take the win by just winning one game, and that's where it gets really, really awkward for some of the teams that are in that 7th or 8th position. You're not safe even if you're in 7th, even if you're in 6th, because somebody could steal that place from 1st. Anywhere if we manage to get to that point, and 2 more games could do that pretty easily.
Yeah, I mean, you look at teams that had decent games on World's Edge that are kind of sitting right around or just below that cut line. You got Team Psycho, obviously, were able to put together a win there with 19 points. Rise, a team that everybody had their eyes on coming into today. A little bit of a slow day here so far today. Maybe that switch over to World's Edge will be the change that they need to get kind of up in points. And then you also look at Slept On, Redeem, Diverge, other teams that you kind of had your eyes on that you've been talking about, Dia.
Yeah, I mean, I've been really happy with their performances so far, specifically thinking of Redeem and Team Diverge. Very excited for them. And again, teams that have either been in Pro League before or have been trying to get in there for so long that everybody knows they've got the stuff. But Slept On right below them, you cannot count out either. And that Rise squad that you mentioned, on World's Edge, they were supposed to be Superman, but for some reason, their kryptonite in game number 4 was their rotation in. And it was so surprising to me, to everyone it should have been, to see Rise go out by Dome. I believe it was at the hands of TSS at the time while they were rotating in. This is never a fight that should have happened, and it's now got Rise on the ropes. It's now got them sweating bullets as we enter Game 7. And I don't know, because we haven't seen specifically Detox and A1s at the top of competitive Apex yet, whether they can deal with that kind of pressure. I know they come from Gears of War. I know their communication is on fire, but Apex Legends as a battle royale is a fundamentally different game, and it's one that gives you adrenaline unlike any other.
Oh, and then now that we're getting kind of late in the day, the sun is starting to set a little bit here. It's like you start looking at the bottom part of the leaderboard.
The sun is rising for
sun's rise, bro. What do you mean?
Maybe for you, it's starting to rise a little bit. On the tournament, though, in general, maybe setting a little bit. But you start looking at, again, TSS. The teams kind of sitting at the lower end of the league. TSS, E8, Cozy, Asurus, Karasuna. Teams that maybe wild cards going into the end here, kind of going after. I mean, we saw TSS push out into zone to take on the fight against SCS. They lose, but still, that's something that SCS has to take account of.
Yeah, you can see the desperation coming in, I think, as we get further and further. And the gap between teams who are in, 15th or whatever, rising and rising up as we go higher into the leaderboard, up towards 8th. They can tell it could be over at any point. Maybe, yes, SCS went out earlier on that game and it gave them a little bit of security. It's not going to be over this game, but you know that you need to get a lot of points in one game just to have a chance of getting back into that top 8 at this point. And as that lead increases between them and a position where they could qualify for Pro League, it's just going to start getting more and more desperate. And we're going to see we're going to see very different play styles from all of these different teams.
Well, here we go. Get a little look at our most picked legend today. I guess shocking, no one should be.
Wow.
Valkyrie is the average of 0.9 kills, average placement 10.2, average damage dealt 477. So our Valks are getting some work done in there, just considering that they are the most picked, and that should, again, not be too surprising to anybody. Are we expecting it to stay? I guess we maybe looking forward a little bit. Obviously, we're kind of living in the present right now with all the excitement that's going on, but we do have a new patch coming through. We have a whole new meta shift coming through based off of anything that you guys have seen as we get ready to head into this next game. Do you think that the Valkyrie meta will change at all?
I am going to jump in front of that question.
Go for it.
Like this. Valkyrie, super good, and we'll see some of the meta change around her, mostly because of the passives that are being added. I'm not expecting her to go too many places because of that ult that has killed so many squads, and that we're going to see kill so many more squads in the next game.
Well, Twiggy, I will hold off on your answer because we are ready to go into game number 7. So let's throw it over to Melocrit and Spider-Tiff.
Thank you so much, Poro, Dia, and Twiggy. We are going on to map number 7, which means back to World's Edge. This time, though, Mello, we have 3 teams with the ability to end this match point series. And I was doing a little perusing. I watched a lot of the VODs yesterday from what happened in the winners bracket. But let me just tell you, it wasn't yesterday. I forgot the football game, the big one, Mello. That happened yesterday. This was like Saturday, right?
Yep,
this was Saturday. Wow, we were talking about it. We're like, our days are so messed up. But one team, Intel, on match point, they had a victory when it shifted over to World's Edge. They went back-to-back in games number 7 and 8 with victories, right? So we think about those things. You know they have the ability to kind of end it here. They play strongly for their end game positioning. I think they have a chance.
Yeah, they are a team that certainly loves to play for those very early center rotate spots. They are unafraid to rotate without too much loot, and they end up playing those end games with really decent to great ring calls, I'd say, in terms of the general range. The last time we saw them on World's Edge, in fact, they played a spot that I was actually very content with, just long enough to hold out, a very difficult spot to hold, excuse me. But once they held it through that 4th ring, they were able to sort of walk in, hold that rock, and even though they didn't win it, of course, even though they didn't get as many kills, they did end up finding a lot of value there. So definitely a squad to watch out for. Definitely a squad that knows how to take dubs in this game, and definitely on this map.
And that's exactly what you need to do. I mean, but for those teams that are finding themselves outside the top 8, I mean, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but you're starting to find the question of, like, can you do it? This is on the line now. You ran the gauntlet of SCS being the only team on match point threshold for 2 maps, and now there's another 2 teams that have the ability to end it here. And as we get a relatively center zone, it's going to favor a lot of those teams. And you've got TSS landing Dome. We know Rise is over in launch site, and that Asuras has kind of elected to not land immediately on top of them. But this is the team in the question mark. You know, you heard Dia say, yes, some of the Gears of War were ex-professionals. Like, this is a different esport here in Apex, and this is tough. And that's why I thought picking up Retzi was going to be really great for this team, to have someone that's kind of run the gauntlet of Apex competitive, knows the scene inside and out, and is looking to get back into it. So I thought this was going to be strong, and maybe they've just not had the amount of success that I thought they were going to have based off their performance in the lower bracket yesterday. I did it again the other day. The other day that it happened. It's totally fine. We all know that Rihanna was it was a Rihanna concert. It wasn't a football game. All right, Mello? I'll stand on that hill.
Absolutely. Yeah, definitely, no doubt. I'm sure the ball was thrown very far during that day. But in any case, yeah, checking in, Rise in general has been, I think, the biggest question mark so far in the tournament. And I think maybe a touch unfairly so, just because the sheer dominance that they showed in the loser bracket was very impressive, very unprecedented. Right. But every lobby is a new lobby, and looking at the middle of the pack, it's really hard to discern where the middle of the pack starts and where the top of the top like really begins. And you have teams in the conversation that if they had stuff to prove, but if they had something to prove before, now it's gotten turned up to a whole new level. I mean, we see Karasuno there sitting in 16th place, and even though they're sitting in that sort of lower quarter of the standings, they're still sitting on 29 points. So again, one dub has them right around that 8th 7th place mark where they need to be. There really is no telling how each game plays out when so many players are fighting their hearts out.
So many players indeed, and slept on, throwing down the seer exhibit, getting lit up by a thermite, and it's more of a defensive seer exhibit to kind of get the information on the team that is pushing in on them, and it's going to be Sausage Sorcerers taking to the roof of the building just next to them. Meanwhile, Rise looking to get into an engagement here. They're just going to bide their time, look for an LOS, throwing some early damage down. Now you know you're going up against at least a team that has some blue shields available, so you want to throw out the exhibit, find all the extra information, maybe double swing onto it. They grab that opening knock onto Blurs, and Retzi does get tagged up, but the fact is you've already done so much damage to the team in front of you. It's a great way to turn the tide.
That's going to be TSS in front of them, one of their members. Most likely going to fall here, already one knocked. They're also going to break that Seer ultimate on the other side, so they're more than comfortable starting to walk up to this building. They haven't found the thirst yet, but they will shortly, and TSS has just turned tail and tried to pull together the end of their game just a touch, just to try and maybe have another opportunity. But it's looking dire straits is one way to say it here at this point. It's so tough to be at that point in the leaderboard, and it's only going to get harder at this point with how many teams are so dang close to staking their place, staking their name into that Split 2 Pro League.
Yeah, but this is what Rise needed to do. They came into this map number 7 in 11th place. That's outside the top 8. Let's say it ends here and now. I feel like you have to have that conversation and say, what do? We were so dominating. Maybe we came in a little bit overconfident, a little overzealous. Now that the lobby quality has been, you know, upped significantly compared to bringing in the 10 teams from the winners bracket, and some of these teams have that Pro League experience. Throughout, and sure, they may have made some roster changes, but they're all looking to find themselves in. And honestly, if a team like Buff Pathfinder finds themselves into Split 2 Pro League, I would be more than amped to be able to shout this name all the time.
Yeah, it would absolutely be well-deserved, and we talked about that a little bit away from the game. Well-deserved, certainly, for so many of the squads, and it's difficult to pick favorites, really. We always talk about the teams that we're interested in seeing succeed, and I see a lot of names, countless names that I would love to see have a shot in Pro League, either as a brand new roster, as a brand new set of teams, or maybe a return to form, as some of these squads and some of the teams have seen Pro League before and have just fallen out and forced to play through the Challenger circuits. So it's going to be tough to say. It's going to be tough to see, excuse me, some of these teams sent back to the Challenger circuit. But I also have great expectations for a lot of the teams that are eventually going to find their way into Pro League.
Definitely staying on board with Rise as we begin their rotation through Tree. Let's see where we are headed, still towards the center. A lot of the teams have made their way over to Fragment, but they're just out here in zone wanting to finish off the rest of TSS, but that was Hambino. I think one member may have gotten out alive unless they went ahead and rezzed out there, so they're looking to absolutely farm that for KP, which, I mean, I respect it, right? If you want to find yourself in the top 8, that's the way to do it. Just do it on eliminations alone. At one point, they were second in eliminations for the lobby today, but Randoms in 15th place, they're going to have to step it up. And we were talking about the point differentials, right? 15th through 12th, all on 32 points. And that's kind of been how the lobby and the point system have been running throughout after every map. At least a few teams have been tied. So I'm looking for Mercy, Crummy, and Enemy Go, formerly on the Luminosity roster at one point. They want to find their way back, and everyone is. And I feel like even when I was on Split 1 playoffs, we were talking about that road to redemption, the full circle moments. Like, you are trying to get back to that upper echelon, and throughout the roster changes, throughout all of the trials and errors of the changes, you are trying to get back there, and this is the first step. And the fact that we're on map 7, Mello, I mean, this could go for a while.
Yeah, I love to see it, and I also love to see this ring and how many teams are already in it. And on top of that, getting a treat here, 20 teams left alive still after that first ring close, even with TSS getting really just punished by our team to watch, I think, or a team for a lot of people to be watching, Rise. So they're still holding on, still looking to try and just rat it out for some extra points. But in the meanwhile, here on the far eastern edge of the map, we have Deadass, who's actually going to claim their first bit of KP in this match. Asurus, the first to fall in game number 7, so they won't be seeing their shot at a match point quite yet. They're actually a ways out, and with that elim, they're actually very likely to fall well outside of the top 15 here. In fact, they won't be finding anything above 17th, maybe even lower if teams like Cozy and E8 can find a big game here.
Yeah, I really love what E8 is doing here. They know there's a team in front of them. They're utilizing the passives to try and like get a good read on that information. Or you could hold them out. It's probably Cozy. They've already kind of ducked out of the tunnel and they're trying to maybe play trap E8, which would be rather unfortunate. I mean, E8 coming in 19th place and Cozy in 18th. This is kind of one of those fights where they need to start picking up that momentum. We saw, you know, Team Deadass now in 5th place. They found themselves way outside the top 10 and really had some strong momentum through the mid games that we had witnessed tonight to get themselves into the top 8. And I feel like we're looking for teams like E8, Cozy, TSS maybe to start that roster before it's like too late, Mello. I mean, we are 7 games deep in it, back on World's Edge, where we know a lot of these teams had success, and you're running the risk every time, every fight. You've got to make it stand out, and you've got to take it by the horns and essentially rack up that KP.
Cozy looking to do exactly that here. Decent success on the losers bracket. Trying to run it back here. They have some ground to make up, of course, sitting on that 18th place in the leaderboard. They've managed to fend off E8, who's actually the only team besides TSS sitting below them right now. So looking for that KP, as you said, trying to leapfrog ahead. The opportunity has been opened up just a tad, but not by much. Still 19 squads, and we can actually see on our map that the center of Fragment is very congested already, and I love endings like these because there are so many places where squads are able to coexist. I mean, you already have Intel very deep in the middle, playing the broken building to the west of the bridge leading to Fragment East. You already have some of our top performing squads like LTC, as well as some of the squads we're expecting a lot from, sitting center zone waiting for some of these other teams to slowly fall into their laps and turn into KP, or rather have them convert it into KP. E8, though, right now, really struggling to find any sort of points, KP or otherwise. They've already lost Presley.
Look, Xenox hitting them with the Sentinel, going ahead and get the Thirst, so now they're going to be forced to recover the banner, but Golden and DiffQ are just kind of trying to get out of dodge and resting up in this RV, but DiffQ looking to see where all of those shots were coming from. I don't think they're going to be able to recover the banner at this point, even though it is sitting on that mobile respawn beacon. There is no way that SCS is going to let them have it.
Cozy's starting to fly on in, but Sosa is going so low, actually getting fully knocked down in the blink of an eye. And now Oi Senpai looking for the PK shots, but not quite connecting with as many as they would like. That's 2 big whiffs, which is going to result in a knock. DiffQ with that golden shield is also going to quickly recover those shields as well. And there is the wipe. E8 turning it around here. Cozy getting eliminated, and they will also fall in the standings. Actually, with that 3 KP E8 has just earned, they have been the ones to jump over Cozy. Could this be the start of E8's resurgence?
I mean, that's exactly what they need. At least they weren't getting griefed throughout the Sentinel in the hands of Xenox anymore through that. So they should be able to get the reset. But that was a good fight. That was a good isolated 3v3. The fact is no one came in with charge rifle sentinels or any form of snipers, and Slept On has just been kind of holding this train station area as we move with that ring towards Fragment. We know that Fragment endings tend to be some of the most chaotic endings that I've ever seen, and with 18 squads left in the lobby and we make our way in, there was so much real estate inside of Fragment for teams to occupy. So you're going to have a lot of cohabitation, but you just got to make sure that you can get into Fragment from your designated POIs, because, you know, if you're coming in from Epicenter, you're in that open area and all the teams in Frag can see you.
And of course, teams that are sitting in Epicenter, I'm definitely keeping my eyes out, because that's where a lot of these rotations might end up crashing. And teams definitely like to sit up on that height and have a vantage point above all of the teams that have rotated into Fragment early. Sausage Sorcerers has been here for quite a while now, and maybe starting to look for that pressure that they're going to need for this next walk-up. They definitely recognize, I think, that the zone is not going to come their way most likely, so they have to start thinking about how they're going to pressure these squads, how they're going to deal the damage, and more importantly, how they're going to get any further into this ring. They're just on the outside looking in terms of the points that they need to be in sort of that top 5 range, if you will. In fact, out of the top 10, excuse me. But one good game here. Right now, a 4-way tie with 32 points from 12th on down. That is a pretty insane scoreline to be witnessing.
Yeah, I mean, look, Rise 1 point out of top 8, and if you're Redeem, you want to hold on to your positioning as long as possible, but the fact is 3 teams that are on match point, all still alive in this lobby, holding a high ground, not rotating into fragment just yet. But SCS, one of those teams that almost put this game away when they were the only team on match series, which they had no right to have so many resets. But Slayer was the one to be able to do it and closing the distance, utilizing those VTOLs, but not going to be able to get the knock, because it's actually going to be Presley that takes it. You talked about their resurgence, and they are doing everything to keep this alive.
Yeah, this was the height that I was referring to. They've already dealt the damage that they needed to wipe this squad. SCS is eliminated. SCS will not be the team to end this match point Pro League qualifier. Yeet, looking like they're on fire, suddenly starting to find the success that we were expecting from them all throughout the Pro League qualifier so far. But they have RG to contend with, and RG is not going to give it up without a fight.
I mean, Revival Games, they had that the second map victory, and they are ready to run it back, throwing out the black hole, doubling down with some arc stars. They do have the ring at their back, but utilizing the grab lift for a nice little bit of rotation, they're going to be able to third party and take down E8, and that's absolutely beautifully done. But now you've got to make your way into fragment.
They've done the first step here, obviously clearing out that northern side. They're going to be one of the last teams here, if not, I believe, the last team here. We have Team Diverge sitting just below them, who is going to try and play keep out. And this team is not running a Valkyrie tip, so they cannot just hit that skyward dive and try to sneak into a spot somewhere from the skies. They have 4 to 6 points as well, so they can't just make a willy-nilly walk-up that might end up losing them the opportunity to get onto that match point and join the likes of SCS, Intel, and Bots. That's, of course, assuming Intel and Bots don't end up taking this game right here, right now.
I mean, look, I would love it. I would love it. The positioning, they've got the charge rifle, you've got the Prowler for close range engagements. I mean, it's not really kitted out, and I would love to see at least a heavy mag on the Prowler for just some comfort of my knowing. But, I mean, if you're going to shove it up in their face and just triple burst it a couple times, you're going to be great. Sharing some ammo, so you're relatively nice there. They don't have the Loba, so they don't have the ability to utilize the black market and really find success here. But the teams that do have Loba and you're sitting in fragment with all the chaos, that is the benefit. This building, it's easy to hold, kind of. I like it. The 2 openings here, they just gotta watch the window, but you can grief all the other teams.
And it looks like RG has finally made their walk up. They have the red shields onto Shiny and a nice crack there to open things up. They've opened up some space at the very minimum, and they've dropped AJ on the side of Team Diverge. Shiny gonna find a bat here. Is probably going to stick this medkit as well. And for now, they forced their way in. Will they continue to press for more? That is the question. But they are more than comfortable now with this building. And as you said, they're not the most difficult buildings to hold if you have your angles covered, if you can watch the windows. But Pathfinder getting eliminated in the meanwhile. And while there are opportunities for people to coexist in these buildings, they are far and few between.
Yeah, but this is going to be a really important fight for Rise, and Retsy's already down, and with randoms pushing in down the staircase, this could be the time that ends Rise's journey to Pro League. But Enemigo is the last one alive, PK in hand, and they do it. They eliminate Rise. They are just able to get into 8th place somehow, through whatever journey of Apex gods looking over them. But Redeem is still alive, and they just need 1 point to unseat them. And with Intel and Bots still up, this could end. We have 11 squads remaining, the circle is getting closer, and Bots are still primed and poised to have a nice finish here.
And Intel, who's been holding that broken building all game, is still in this next zone. They will be able to continue to hold on to that as long as they can pressure the squads to the southeast. But of course, these squads are not going to give it up. Just give up that space for free, obviously, right now. Intel actually moving on out a little bit closer. Not the team holding broken, excuse me. I believe that's going to be Dead Ass. who's sitting behind him. So they've cycled into this next spot. They don't have a Watson, so not exactly the staying power you would like to see when you're in the middle of the zone. Not exactly in the middle, but at least in the very next zone. And look at all the squads to the west, Tiff. That is going to be a feat to try and make your way in here.
I mean, we're about to witness something absolutely chaotic, and you have Buff Pathfinder and Rise sitting on 42 points. Buff Pathfinder's already got a map win, so they would win a tiebreaker in that sense, in my opinion, at least. I mean, I'm no admin, I'll wait to them, but Team Intel going to have a not going out in Deadass, looking to make a play here in Market. It's going to be GOAT. I'm telling you, it was the Kilo GIF. It was the Kilo GIF and just making the plays. Team Intel going to fall, but Funk coming in from SS, absolutely swinging. Thankfully, Zainu still alive, but doing the best they can. I believe Tech's internet actually went out, and Funk on short notice stepping in, trying to keep their Pro League dream alive, and Bot's still in it. The only team on match point, and as I say that, Stump is going to fall. We're getting another game.
That's crazy. They will end up falling. We said this next ring was going to be absolutely brutal, and just look at that. 7 squads left. Redeem is still in this. Psycho is still in this. LTC, with how long they've held, this might have been just enough to push themselves over as well. We see there on their counter 54 points, and they are likely not the only squad that is going to search their way into this match point cutoff. What a way to play out game number 7, and it's not over yet. The final ring just 30 seconds from closing.
7 squads remaining. We talked about all the teams coexisting. LTC Esports, wait, we're not getting, they have the ability. Wait a second. No, they were sitting on 49.
Yeah, they were one short.
Oh my god. The fact that they broke the match point threshold, though, is going to be really great since we are getting another game. And the fact that they were able to take out and slept on, this makes Rise have an ability to keep their dream alive, and not Daniel trying to do everything. But people are falling out of buildings left and right, trying to make a play. Revival Games sitting on 54 points. They've got themselves on match point now as well.
What a way for things to play out. Intel falling. Bots falling. SCS falling early, and now it is potentially Revival Games opportunity to have a huge game here. 9 kills on the ticker, you see there, and they continue to press. They continue to find the damage, but the swing on from behind is going to come through. That is going to be 1 knock from Deadass, but GOAT is traded in the process.
Oh my god, there are so many teams that are going to be on match point next game. 3 squads remaining in Deadass. That late push, right? It was a slow burn. They didn't necessarily do so hot in the first couple of games, but the fact is they have been so consistent. Revival Games now falling in Karma, looking to clutch it up in Deadass are your map 7 winners. So clutch.
And that was off the back of, I think the last number I saw there was 12. So upwards of 12 kills on that dub. If you were doubting this squad at any point, as you said, that slow simmer, that slow start, Poro, they have just flown past all of their opponents to likely a top 3, if not top 5 finish.
Quite possibly the slowest start you could hope for. I mean, they had 1 point, 2 points, 4 points, 5 points, and then all of a sudden 16, 8, you know, however many they got in this one. Wow. Is quite a nice little stack for themselves. They definitely have woken up here in the second half of the day. Now, the question is, Tiff, I think we're what, like 6, maybe 7 teams that are now over the threshold? At least 6, I believe. Is this it? Do we have 1 game left?
I think so. I think so. I feel like we just witnessed an anime training arc for the first 7 maps, and now it's coming to the ultimate battle here in map number 8, and Dia and Twiggy are about to witness something magical.
I would not be at all surprised if that were to be the case, but let's check in with highlights from that last one. Again, you know, and if it does end this next game, you gotta give it to these teams in this lobby, man. They have been putting in work. It feels like this is the most I think I have to say, like, even in strength lobby that I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, and I think one of the biggest highlights of it is just seeing. It's crazy to say, but where Rise is sitting on the leaderboard right now really is a bit of a metric for how strong these teams are playing. They're no longer the team that's getting 30 points in one game. In fact, I think we might have seen the first 30-point game potentially here in that last one, if not just short of it. So very evenly matched, very impressive. Playing to survive, playing to win play styles that I love to see, seeing 0 teams dead in 1. Teams are playing for the dub. They're playing for that Pro League spot. They are fighting for it. And I think this is exactly what I expect. 30 points for Deadass. Love to see it.
30 points for Deadass. I go with, a little bit more down-to-earth performance there. It's 10 points off of 1K. But Revival, also a nice little stack for themselves. So this is probably one of the first games that we've seen tonight, Tiff, where it feels like the majority of the points have kind of gotten sponged onto just a couple of teams, and everybody else is left to fight for the scraps.
I mean, it really does. If you're going to have 18 eliminations, you're looking at killing upwards of a third of the lobby. You're denying so much from all of the other teams, but we can't count out E8 like down there in 17th place. They did a really great job taking on SCS and eliminating them and picking up some of Cozy as well. So good, strong fights. It's just not enough, and it could be too little too late. So they're going to need to double down, knowing that at least 4 teams are going to be on match point. I mean, Deadass having a 30-point game, of course they're going to be on match point, and Team Psycho, I don't believe they necessarily had enough to do it. They might be just a couple shy. Redeem will be a couple shy. But this is going to be an all-out brawl.
I was half of me was kind of expecting LTC to get the win that last game after coming in with 49 points, like 1 point shy, and you get the not only you get to break the threshold and you get the win and it doesn't count. Oh man, that would have been absolutely brutal. Well, let's take a look at the overall leaderboard and see what we have going into the final game. 6 teams over the threshold, 6 teams with a chance to earn that victory and end this last opportunity. The top 8, the cut line, again, so very damn close. Team Psycho currently holding the edge on Buff Pathfinder and Rise, but slept on Randoms, Diverge, Sausage Sorcerers, Drug Free. Everybody's so close. I feel like we're going to see so much shifting in this next round, Melicrit.
Yeah, it's looking really tight. Redeem, a team that I definitely had high expectations here, and I'd love to take a look at what their general stats are looking like, because for them to be just this much off, what do they need to give to get that last inch? Because now, if they weren't playing for the win before, oh man, it is just so much more critical at this point that they find a win, and it's the same for Team Psycho, Buff Pathfinder, and Rise, who we have one more map on World's Edge. They showed their dominance on this map. If they're going to get to continue to try and get to that match point level, and of course continue to try and get to that top 8, they're going to have one of those nuclear games that we saw during the losers bracket. But look at these stats. I mean, a lot of it seems middle of the pack, right? 20 teams, we're seeing 10th, 8th, 10th, 12th, 11th. It's going to take that last little bit, that last ounce of effort that's going to put these teams over. So not surprising to see these stats and how stacked they are in comparison to some of the other teams, but this is still an impressive scoreline in a lot of ways.
And what if we get to the crazy scenario? Say we get another unique winner next game. How many teams it will break that threshold? And then what about the possibility of finishing in 9th place just outside of qualification, and you've broken the 50-point threshold? That would just be absolutely brutal. Hopefully we don't see that, but I guess Spidey, you think we're gonna do it next game? Melicrit, do you think we're gonna see next game be the final game, or are we just going 8?
I'm going to twist that question a little bit and throw it to Tiff, actually. Tiff, if we don't get a winner here, which team do you think wins that next game? Which team do you think is going to play spoiler if you had to pick one?
Oh, I mean, that's really tough because we're going on to World's Edge. And I'm just not sure if Raze is going to be able to wake up or not. I feel like they are just like teetering on the edge of this ledge, and if they fall off, they're just not going to Pro League and Split 2, which I just feel like they're confident, right? And I just feel like they've already thought that based on their performance throughout Challenger Circuit, and they just seem like very confident people. And I couldn't imagine them not qualifying. So I feel like if they don't step up and get this win here, they're not qualifying.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I know you didn't ask me, but I'm going to give you my opinion anyways, because that's what I'm here for.
Hey.
But I think if at all those teams, I think Rise has to be at the top of the list of teams that you would expect to get a win that is not in that top 6. I think everybody's a little bit surprised to see them struggling the way they are, but that's Apex, isn't it? I mean, that's any given day. You just sometimes you just have bad days, and today has not been too great for Rise so far, but they still have time. They still have time to turn things around and get that top 8 spot. But we are getting ready to head into that next game, that 8th game of the day. So we are going to throw it over to Dia and Twiggy to maybe bring us home.
I don't know about you, dear, but I want to get off Mr. Bones' wild ride. It's getting too much to handle at this point. We're now on 6 teams that can take it away in this game. And, well, I mean, the odds I feel like are stacked against another unique winner, but we'll see. We'll see how many more teams can get over that threshold before we get to end things off. But, I don't know. Today has been absolutely unreal, and I can't see it going any further than it has, but you never really know.
It certainly has been unreal, and I'll tell you what, Twiggy, I will drag you kicking and screaming through 16 games if need be, man. Maybe even sleeping, as the fates may have it. But as we do get closer, you're right, I can't help but feel like the end is nigh. And the really nice thing about that is that the longer that these games go, or the longer this tournament goes, the more consistency is being rewarded in our players, right? You go 3 games, and sometimes there's a little bit of a mix-up, and a team falls flat on their face in the first couple of games where they would have, via their previous results, been in the top 8. Now we're getting to see who can really perform under pressure, and that I really like. And I'll say, I'm very pleasantly surprised by some of the names that I am seeing up there. I want to call them out because, again, I know that they're going to watch this later. Team Psycho, you are crushing it right now. You are beating the haters, and by God, the fact that they are this close to being in Pro League is absolutely wild. Let's see if they can clutch it, because we are dropping into what very well could be the last game of the Pro League qualifiers.
Yeah, this is going to be one hell of a game to remember. But yeah, as you said, I want to bring back that point about consistency, because we look at a team like Bots that have made it over the threshold. They're absolutely fine no matter what. Well, no, sorry, I don't mean they're fine no matter what. I mean they are over that threshold. They can go ahead and win it, but I mean they didn't get a win in winner's bracket despite coming first in the end of that. So it really does come down to, can you close it out in the end? And a team like Bots, where we've seen lots of really good performances, but we haven't seen a win from them, suddenly your chances of getting through unscathed and being able to take that first place drop dramatically, compared to other teams that may not be as consistent, but maybe, more, akin to getting those first places. So I am interested to see if they can break that streak of not quite getting over the finish line and manage to take this one away before, you never know at this point, getting those points stolen away from them and dropping out of the top 8, even though they are over 50 points.
And one of the things that has to be on all these teams' mind as well is that match point format isn't going anywhere. It isn't unique to playing through the Challenger Circuit and then the Pro League qualifiers. If you are a team that's in that top 8, or, I mean, by God forbid, you're SCS, and you've been on match point long enough to have taken a nap and woken up again, I gotta say, you're looking at this Pro League split that is hopefully coming up for you, that is in all likelihood coming up for you, and trying to solve these problems, because you can get very far as a team that is consistent and that can place well. You will never be a world champion if you cannot clutch up in match point format, and that's just the truth of Apex Legends, and that's the goal of all the teams here today. Nobody is making Pro League and taking their foot off the gas. Everybody is here because they love this game and they want to be the best in the world.
I'm really looking to see something more. I feel like out of the top 6 teams now. I think we have enough teams that are over the threshold now that not all of them are going to play passively. That's what we've seen a lot from SCS. That's what we saw a little bit from the other teams as they made it over that 50-point threshold. But basically, we've been seeing the bottom 5 teams run into fights. Well, here we are again, TSS looking for an opening way of getting something done.
Whoa! That's a Revenant Octane, baby! Welcome to
Oh my god, I didn't even... I like that... What? Okay, you know what? I was so focused on making the point that TSS needed to get points, I didn't even look... Okay, well, this, as I was saying, it seems like the bottom 5 teams have just been running into engagements. So here we are with TSS running Rev Octane. They're going to be looking for something insane to happen. And hey, you know what? You're how many points off the top 8 now? With 34 at this point. No, 36. Sorry, at this point. Honestly, I respect it completely because if you're gonna get points, bringing out something like that is one way to do it. So hey, no judgment from me for TSS. I do love a bit of Rev Octane, but oh my, yeah. Okay, I'll go back to the point before we were rudely interrupted by the insane pick there. The bottom 5 teams have been running into engagements. They've been looking for points. It hasn't worked out for them in the last few games, but the top 6 teams have just kind of been coasting their way to the final fights and hoping that they win. I need to see more aggressiveness, I think.
Rise know they're going into a Rev-Tane now, so we are seeing that aggression from TSS, who have started the fight in Rise's home territory over by launch, but it's not nearly enough. It seems Detox does get taken down by Alizura, but it's traded back. This time, it's A1s that clutches up another knock onto Retzi, and it's A1s that needs to make this work for the squad. Losing a full point, still in a 1v1. He does it, and Rise stay alive in the face of one of the most terrifying compositions in Apex Legends.
Oh man, I'm very happy for Rise, but I am so sad that Rev-Tane is just gone, and we don't get to see any more of it. Deadass also fighting for their lives over here. Karma is down, Deadass down in absolutely no time whatsoever. Well, I mean, that's going to be good for some people. For Deadass, that's going to be a lost opportunity for them.
No time like the present for SS, though, sitting in 11th right now. They were another one of those teams that people look at, like so many in the Pro League qualifiers, and say, why are you here? There is no question that you should be a Pro League team, and right now, plenty of people are certainly questioning it. Sitting outside the top 8 is not a comfortable spot for them, and the fact they've picked up the 3KP, moved themselves up another spot, a little bit closer to top 8 in what, again, is very likely to be one of our final games, is going to be so important.
Yeah, well, our chances of finishing this one off, though, have dwindled by about 15%, with one of our top teams being taken out. We'll see if that continues to be the trend throughout this one, man. What a beam there. I mean, Presley has been absolutely insane this whole time with the sniper rifles. I think we saw him do a very similar thing with a Sentinel earlier on in one of the games. But the 8 just haven't found the consistency through these games so far to be able to contest for that top 8 spot. They'll try their best here, though. I mean, to be fair, the push they've put in the past 3-4 maps has been absolutely brilliant to see from this team.
Q doing a really good job on this. Seer keeping his team appraised of the locations of their prey. The low health bar he just recently acquired. And the fact that Golden has been knocked, though, things are looking a little more iffy. This fight's gotten away from E8, and this lack of comms, this lack of ability to finish things off cleanly has bitten them more than once today. It may be biting them for one of the final times. Out goes the missile swarm, and I believe they're going to get the pickup here. Cozy trying to wrap around on them as Sosei up on top. Might still be able to... Oh my lord, clutch it up, and I bite my tongue. Diff Q's Skynade ends the line for Cozy.
E8 move up into 23 points, and in the meantime, it's not reflected on the live score at the moment, but Intel have been taken out. That's another 15% taken away from our likelihood of being able to finish off this game in this map. My sleep schedule is screaming at the top of its lungs right now. We'll see what goes on here, but 4 teams remain that can finish this one out in this lobby right now. And, well, I mean, with E8 starting to knock on the door, they're a long way off that top 8. Let's keep that in mind. They are a long way off. They're all likelihood they're not getting it done this game. But the longer this goes on, the more those top 8 teams are going to start to sweat. 50 points is not safe anymore at that point.
Now, we've done a really good job of staying on board with the individual teams and tracking when people are going out. We've caught a lot of fights, but I'll tell you what we're missing a little bit of right now is the greater context of this game, where the ring is going and what that means, because we saw how much it impacted teams last game when we pulled ourselves into Fragment. This is a good start, though, because looking at where Psycho are at for the past couple games has been the best indicator of where the ring is ending. These guys have been predicting zones like we had heralded teams like Sausage Sorcerers for doing in the qualifiers. Psycho have been doing it today, and they've been doing it really consistently for over half the games now.
And it looks like the stat we just received a stat that TSS also did run an Octane last map, and it didn't work out for them then either. Oh man, no time to talk. SCS in a fight right now, and James Fearless on the ground there. That's not SCS, that's Karasno. There we go. Updated quite quickly. Very good. And Karasno, again, one of these teams that is fighting their way up into the 8th position. They've dropped down slowly and slowly, further and further down that leaderboard right now, and they need themselves some heavy points to pick themselves back up and get into the fight. James Fearless back. Oh no, not back on his feet. Gonna be. Oh no, okay. No, he's back. Never mind. Does get back in the fight, but SCS looking for this one as well, and fighting well. But oh god, here comes EA.
Yeah, this fight is just so ridiculously scuffed. So many teams have just piled into this tunnel that E8 coming in weren't even the last ones. We got another team coming up in the distance through the smoke, and Buff Pathfinder do pull out the disengage once they notice that everything is over. But Karasuno being eliminated. Remember, this squad comes from Pro League. I even spoke to Fearless before these games, and he said no doubt about it, we're taking down these teams. There is such a big gap in between Challenger Circuit and Pro League, and right now it looks like the gap's going the other way, because the Challenger Circuit teams are feeling so comfortable in these chaotic games.
Yeah. These bottom 5 teams as well have consistently just gone out and gone out and gone out. EA doing their best to get rid of their competitors here. But yeah, you are completely right. I think everybody watching, casting, anything, playing is shocked at how close all of these are and how close the whole field is going through this one, and how long we're going on right now, because this is unbelievable how at each other's throats every single team is, no matter where they've come from coming into this lobby.
We finally get a taste of that map, and we called it. Psycho right there, middle of the 3rd ring, or rather, upper left corner of the 3rd ring. Team Diverge sit at Grandma's house in LTC, where we saw them rotate into earlier. I'm taking a look at bots who hold down the last building in Fragment and should be able to clean up a considerable amount of kills by facing off against squad after squad, and Rise, who were supposed to be our heroes of World's Edge, now trapped in Fragment East. They've got ways out, but they've got to go through squads to do so, and their 3v3s have not been what they were on Saturday.
No, not at all. 4 teams still remain that can finish off today's action for us. But as we move closer and closer in, although this has been a faster game, it looks like E8 may be going into another fight very shortly. We'll see that in just a second. It is looking like we're going to be going a little longer. A lot of these teams that, weren't performing at the start, they've had this second wind. They've come back into this one. They're really just trying to take out any teams that can ruin their chances of getting through on this. And a lot of the teams that were doing well to start off with have dropped to the bottom of the leaderboard and just don't have the energy to keep going, it doesn't look like.
At this point, the exhaustion is starting to hit you. I know we had a couple people asking about it in the chat, and exhaustion, unfortunately, is another part of Apex Legends. On long days like these, and even on 12-game tournament days, teams have played through, and the majority of our squads have played through longer days like this to get to where they are now. So exhaustion is setting in, but it's exhaustion that these teams, the majority of them, have weathered before. We've got Redeem holding out the choke point for right now, and They are one of those squads that's been struggling to stay in the top 8, but for right now are technically in Pro League qualification territory. They've got 47 points, and with another couple slots would really solidify their place inside the Pro League. Playing this choke point is really nice for now, but the concern does have to be where they relocate to, because in a zone like this, there's simply not that many places outside of dogpiling in Grandma's house that you can really coexist.
Yeah, and I don't think it's ridiculous at this point to say that we are definitely going to have 8 teams over 50 points by the end of today, which is something I didn't think I'd be saying at the start of today's action, you know, especially when we had, you know, teams like Rise, where everybody was going, oh, Rise are just going to melt through the lobbies. It's going to be absolutely simple. They're going to get to 50 points. They're going to finish off, you know, 4 or 5 games, something like that. It's not happened, and we are here for the long haul. And although it does look like they will be getting to 50 points, it's going to be after 8 games if one of these 4 teams that are still in this top 6, still in that qualification zone, is able to win this one out. We'll have to see if that does happen. A lot of them very quiet at this point. I mean, really, all of the teams I feel like that we've got left that can win this one out right now, they're playing so passively at this point. SCS especially, who have been since the start, but they've slowed to a crawl now.
Out of the frying pan and into the fire, bots absorb the push from E8 unsuccessfully, lose a member, and then another as they are on the run to Rise. Bots now completely taken out, and E8 continuing to farm. We asked this question earlier, is this the rise of E8?
No.
And the way they're playing right now, I'm inclined to say it is. Redeem do get taken out in the meantime. Revival also losing their spot. Only 2 games left that are actually on match point. LTC and SCS, but it's looking more and more like we're going to another game.
Poro has already expressed his discomfort to me in chat, personally, at what I have been saying, but I will remind you, I am the one for whom it is 5 AM in the morning. I am the one who is here completely. I'm being roped into this all day long, and we have got 2 teams left that can close it out, and right now they are 2 teams that have had a chance to close it out already and have not been able to pull it off. E8 now trying to hold off an attack, and it's not looking so good for them so far. Rise, they get themselves to 50 points, but can they do any more than that?
I mean, that's the thing. These teams, they're also fighting, and they want this next game, especially teams like Rise and E8 that need those additional points to get in here. The dream for these squads is Pro League, and you are not going to let another 30 minutes of your time, the risk of that, stand between you and living your professional dream. Right now, Rise are trapped on the outside of an ever-increasingly difficult circle. Look at where this is going! Straight in between Epicenter, Grandma's house, and Survey Camp. We have got a game, folks, and it is one that is going to be fought out in the open. The only places that you can hide are rocks and loot pills. This is an all-out brawl in game number 8.
We've also been given a current probability of this being the last game, for which it is 18.2%. So we go and we really hope right now that 18.2% prevails, but the likelihood of that is dwindling as we go forward. This is, I mean, SCS, they must be antsy, to say the least, for lack of better words that I can't say on broadcast. They really, really must be kicking themselves that they have not been able to close it out so far, and they need to bring out something special here.
Now, if you are an SCS fan, you can rest a little easier than most, because unlike squads in Fragment, you've got a natural angle of approaching. You've got Crust, who has just attached a laser beam to his Volt, completely taking out randoms and obliterating this western side of the ring. Slayer's gonna stay alive, but Xenox goes down from underneath. SCS are gonna bite the dust, and you cannot run. You certainly can't try and hide, though. We've got 1 member left, but Team Psycho, they rise from under the bridge and take out almost all of SCS.
Oh, it never ends. Oh no. Oh god.
They take out all of SCS.
We go again. I'm losing my mind. All work and no play makes Twiggy a tired boy. Oh my god, it just keeps going. Psycho, they're looking for redemption here. They're going to be able to go over 50 points. Let's remind ourselves that Psycho, they were in the bottom 3. No way! Psycho were in the bottom 3. What, 3 games ago? They are now over 50 points. They are now on match point eligibility. Next game, they're eliminated. Diverge also get to 50 points off the back of that. This is insane. It never ends. It never ends. Nightmare, 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 nightmare.
Nice shield swap from AJ, tanking a bit of the zone. The right call to get through that Watson fence, but it doesn't work. Sausage Sorcerers on a path of vengeance. Ended up finding their kills early on and want to close out the game. Meanwhile, you have got another team on the opposite side. It's drug-free, looking over at Sausage Sorcerers and the chaos that has erupted on the western side of the ring and scratching their heads wondering what is going on. These are seasoned Pro League players on drug-free, and I am sure that they haven't seen a game like this in a while. Welcome to the Challenger Circuit, folks. Welcome to Pro League Qualifiers. Sausage Sorcerers, both send it forward. We got Bangalore Bloodhound, and we are itching for a fight.
Sausage Sorcerers moving in, blood in the air. They can smell it, and they're going for it right now. Drug-free are trying to hold on to their position and keep them back, but damage is being dealt consistently by Sausage Sorcerers now, and it looks like Drug-free are going to try to bring the fight back to them, take matters into their own hands. No, they're going to back up to another corner and hope that they don't get pushed out at this point. Ults being traded back and forth, abilities all over the place, shield cells being put down. They're just trying to keep themselves alive at this point, and Sausage Sorcerers, maybe it's been moved back on them. Drug-free move in, they start beaming health down. Impulse is on the ground, Asura is on the ground. It may be it for Drug-free, they can do it, but no, Sussex Sorcerers are the ones to take the win.
They grab themselves a match point finish. After that game, 66 points will put them eligible to finish this tournament and put you to sleep, Twiggy. But I tell you what, the game won't let you. We just keep getting higher and higher adrenaline. We start with a Rev Octane fight. We end with a Bangalore Bloodhound push in the middle of the open. Poro, absolutely incredible game, and we go again.
T's and P's, Twiggy. Thoughts and prayers, my dude.
Yeah.
You're,
it's all good. It's fine. It's fine. It's my job. It's my job.
I will drag him kicking and screaming.
Well, I mean, hey, there's definitely a lot of screaming going on in that last one. Boy, SCS just got rolled up on. And, you know, as we were sitting there, we had this current probability of this being the last game that was showing. And every minute it just kept going down and down and down. And finally I was just like, please shut up. Please stop telling us. And then finally it gets to 0%. I'm just like, all right, let's run it again. But now there's going to be... there's the likelihood that we were talking about before of a team breaking the 50-point barrier and not qualifying is not only a real possibility, but it's going to happen.
Remember when I said 5? How it is.
Yeah, I
remember when I said 3?
Yeah,
that was it seems like a very long time ago. Well, let's run it back here and take a look at how the Sausage Sorcerers, aka the Glizz Gandalfs, got that win.
That was like utterly incredible game, and I say it not from the standpoint of Drug-free, who again were sitting on the other end of the ring going, why is this not going slower? But from an entertainment perspective and from a mechanics perspective, this just hit different. SCS, of course, trying on the way up here, but that final zone had the incredible push from Psycho to come take them down. Psycho then take down Rise. Can we understand how incredible it is that Team Psycho have been sitting center zone, whose best plays have been those that let them take the last fight, get to take down one of the best fighting teams coming into the day? Yes, Sausage Sorcerers win, but we had so many highlight plays that I have to say every team had their moment in the sun.
All of the was 8 games. I'm warmed up. All of a sudden, they're turning up. I mean, even E8 is coming out and going out here in the late day. But there you go. Sorcerer's 28 points in the win. Drug free right there as well. Oh man, they were so close. They were so close to breaking that 50 points too. I'm not sure if they ended up getting it. We'll have to see on the overall leaderboard. But Team Diverge and Psycho as well, double-digit points. Rise getting their 50 plus. So they are sitting pretty nice on the leaderboard. But let's take a look. Let's take a look and see what we have waiting for us as we enter into match number 9. 10 teams. 10 teams.
Oh, man.
This is where we got to in EMEA. 10 teams was the max. This should be, by all accounts,
Please stop.
The last
Don't
game.
say it.
I know.
Don't you say it.
I know.
I'm looking for a win from TSS to stop.
But look at where we're sat. You remember the teams that I was talking about when we hit World's Edge first? It was Team Diverge and Redeem, as well as Rise. Now, Rise sit inside the top 8. Diverge and Redeem do not. I've been talking up Team Psycho. They're outside the top 8. We have such close competition for making it inside these top 8. Now, the point that you brought up earlier, Twiggy, really starts to kick in, because the more teams that are on match point, the more chance that somebody who was not going to qualify over you by points now alley-oops you simply with a win and bumps out that top 7 or 8 squad.
Dangerous stuff, man. It's very, very dangerous stuff. And, you know, the situation has kind of remained the same ever since SCS basically broke 50 and were able to qualify with a win. But that cut line is, I mean, just mere points away. And you know, it's the same all the way down. I mean, Drug Free, Redeem, Buff Pathfinder, Slept On, Random. I mean, they still have got 40 plus. Like, that cut line is within range for those teams with one more good game. And to top it all off, Twiggy, we're switching maps again.
Yeah, another change of pace. Just to, if it wasn't, you know, interesting enough already, we're going to a new map, and obviously everybody. Although it's like, I mean, they've already played it enough that it's not really going to matter whatsoever. But yeah, now really things get a little interesting, because obviously the story that was you were over 50 points. Maybe a team like, I don't know who went over 50 like earlier on. Let's say Intel or something like that, who aren't at the top, but they went over 50 points relatively, you know, earlier on. It's not now we can coast and just try and get a victory now, because you might just get overtaken by somebody else who is over 50 points at this point. They need to go for a win now. Every team in that top 10 needs to go for a win, and the game has completely changed now.
Well, and then you throw on the fact that you have half the lobby can shut this thing down with a win, but then you also have half of the lobby that can just play that ultimate spoiler wild card, do whatever the hell it is that TSS is doing, and just throw a wrench into the whole works, do you?
Oh. Yeah, TSS have had a really rough day, and we talked about this earlier. Like, exhaustion is absolutely a thing. Over the course of the last 3 days, some of these teams have played 24 games now. But TSS do look like they're having that bad day that we talked about earlier. It isn't just that they're tired. They're just not in form at all. This isn't the TSS that a lot of people got to know during the Challenger circuit. And yesterday was a pretty big party day in the United States. But I
the
don't...
Superb Owl.
Yeah, I don't know what you can do if you are a team that is underperforming. I believe looking at the leaderboards, as we were just before, there's a big drop-off between somewhere around 15th and 16th. It's the only time that we have a gap that even approaches 10 points outside of that gap between 1st and 2nd. SCS lead by a mile, and 15th leads 16th by a mile. Those bottom 5 teams are just not having a good time and can't seem to figure it out. It's been 8 games.
It's been rough. It's been rough. Well, we are, as we said, about to make that switch over to Storm Point once again. So looking at the games that we've already played on that map, previous winners, LTC Esports, Revival Games, then you had Team Intel, I believe, and then Buff Pathfinder got a win. So those 4 teams already have a win in the bag. Do we expect to see them maybe run it back? Does that give them a little bit more of an advantage, or are the wheels just completely off this thing at this point, Twiggy?
I mean, we're getting to the point in the in the night, or well, in the morning for me, where it is, that kind of thing. It does get to you, and especially if you have been like SCS on match point for this long. The mental effects of that start to get to you. It's why can't we win? Why can't we just get it over the line at this point? So there is definitely a psychological kind of a way that we can look at this, in that maybe teams are now questioning themselves, and we are going to see it keep going, because the longer it goes, the longer it is likely to go in a way.
And keep in mind, SCS was one unfortunate grenade placement away from catching a win and ending this thing. I believe it was in game 5, way back in game number 5. So that's how close it got. But we are ready to head into match number 9. So here we go. Mellocrit, Spider Tiff, bring us home. Hopefully, fingers crossed.
Like everyone, it's as if they're being held hostage here to this match point format. Let me just tell you, this is one of the most exciting portions of Apex Legends for all of the viewers. And now with 10 teams on match point, Mello, we've got a 50% chance of this ending, right? It either does or it doesn't.
And on the flip side, we have a 50% chance that the next time we see Twiggy, there will be a bit of sun shining on his face in an early UK morning. But in all seriousness, I think it's been brought up a lot, and I think it's even more important to mention it now. Just the fact that there are so many teams on the precipice of qualifying off of one win means that so many of the squads that are so close, that had, I think, arguably a well-deserved spot in Pro League with their name already written on it, are not going to get there. It's going to be the toughest part of watching the next game / couple games, who knows at this point, because right off the cusp of that top 10, we have a couple squads that could easily take a win here, jump their way to a match point spot, and send us to a game 10 double digits. Do you think we get there, Tiff, or do you think it's coming to a close here?
I'm not going to call it. I just want to see it happen. I'm going to take it fight by fight, win by win, and see who comes out on top. I was talking about, the first 7 games being that training arc, and, game 8 was going to be the one. But now I feel as if we are just leveling up. We've already finished Naruto. We're going to Shippuden, baby. I don't know. This is the time where everyone is going to lay it on the line. And if you are on that bubble, that precipice, the inevitable fate of being relegated back to Challenger Circuit and not kind of elevating up to Split 2 Pro League, play your life, play your game. Exhaustion is very real, and what Dia was mentioning, the fatigue, like playing all of the different series, the fact that winners bracket was 8 games, elimination bracket was 8 games, like these are not easy series, and with that center zone, you should have a relative easy time making that rotation. And you've got a little Hambino action, overextending down out to the buildings in front of Down Beast. Rest of this team over in North Pad. Nothing too out of the ordinary. I'm sure Buff Pathfinder has a trident and is cruising through Storm Point somewhere.
Yeah, and this zone pulling right towards the middle means that even a little bit south means that this is about as fair game as it's going to get, and I think it's going to be very interesting here as we approach the start of the zone closing. Of course, we got probably about a minute to go. What these teams are going to opt into doing, because already you can see LTC starting to float their way into the center over towards Jurassic, maybe looking to find some information with that beacon that currently belongs to Team Cozy, a team that is not currently on match point and is going to be one of the teams fighting for their lives to get there in game number 9. And I mentioned this before we got into this game, Tiff, but even though Rise has shown us, at least in the losers bracket, how strong the World's Edge is, Storm Point was the map, where they cemented their win in that first Challenger Circuit. So they have it in them. Retzi, of course, joining that squad is a huge boon, in my opinion. Can they find the win here? Can they turn the narrative to what was a very, very slow start to the day?
LTC have the beacon information taken to the sky and have begun their rotation, but you're right. Can Rise find the win, complete that full circle journey, and maybe make something happen? But hey, there's a rogue Trident and a team hitting that NOS boost to just really send it past all the teams on the horizon. But LTC sitting on triple blue, not too bad for a start, and I'm really kind of interested to see kind of the circle that we may end up with. A lot of the teams are making their way out towards the right of Cascade Falls, some of those buildings on the outskirts that ooh, okay, Dan Matnick, let's go. Poison Pie go to fall to the 30-30. Some rogue shots going out.
Yeah, and it's tough because even though this seems to be pulling the way of the likes of Cozy and some of the other squads that are sort of in the middle here, they don't necessarily start with the best loot. They're a very central location. Does mean that they benefit from being able to rotate to other sort of ring locations quickly. But when the ring is pulling right up near you, you don't really get the luxury of getting to rotate those transitionary spots, maybe finding a bin or two on your way to that next zone. You have to work with what you got, and you have to hold on to it for dear life, especially if you're one of the teams that is not sitting on match point, which, reminder, if we haven't said it enough already, half the freaking lobby, man. That is so crazy. One of the squads that I would hate to see cut short from their Pro League opportunity is Redeem, sitting just outside of that as well with a very respectable 47 points, and Drug Free sitting above them with 49. So many squads that honestly have the potential to perform in Pro League are sitting just on the outside looking in.
And I mean, if you are on the outside looking in, you have to like really send it now. But with Mullis already down and being inted on, you've got Z Davis and Joey Blackout gonna have to stand up and make something happen. But Sausage Sorcerers coming off that win are feeling really confident. It took them a couple maps to really start stringing some things together. And now it seems with Funk stepping in for Tech, shout out to Funk, internet issues can be absolutely atrocious, especially this late at night, because you would hate to just be sitting there on a mobile phone, like trying to use your cellular data. Like, what is happening? Please tell me we're in the top 8. But TSS still electing to utilize the Revtane, and just like that, all of my nightmares are coming back. But it seems that there is a team inside the IMC Armory below them, and why not just have some fun at this point?
Yeah, TSS is here for a good time, and potentially not for a long time here, depending on how E8 ends up playing this. But, I mean, they got shields to work with. They've obviously got the Revenant. I don't know if they're going to try and set up that ultimate right on top before this IMC cracks on open. They don't have the Horizon, which generally is a little bit more useful here to just pinch that team inside. They do set up a silence, so they're going to stop that squad from being able to use their abilities if they take that cannon. And in fact, Presley, the first one to go down. Hambino, beautiful spray with the card. That's going to be the second knock onto DivQ, and just like that, TSS has wiped E8 off the map.
I mean, honestly, that silence was well placed, and it was really interesting. I mean, I've heard some rumors of potential upgrades for Revenant's kit, and I have to say I've really enjoyed seeing the utilization of it. But LTC currently in 4th place on match point eligibility here with 18 squads remaining, showing a lot of presence and really just anchoring off this side of the map. I like what I'm seeing, and even better, stuck behind a little bit of a bamboo tree. McLovin with a 2x4 on the Sentinel, getting a little crazy.
Yeah, threading the needle there with the Sentinel, and look at how hungry they are. They want to walk up on this. This is just KP sitting, waiting to be claimed, as well as all of that juicy loot in the corner. And of course, clearing out another team that might be rotating into your end game is definitely also very well desired. Well deserved, though, is a different question. Rise does end up suffering a knock to Retzi. Doesn't look like it's going to be converted into anything quite yet, but there is a cancel on the res from the enemy Seer, and the Black Hole with a very well-placed Arcstar is going to find the damage onto Awans. Awans is going to close off that door with the gravity lift, but that team is starting to send it onto the 2nd floor.
Oh, we got another Revenant in the lobby. Cozy electing to put Vizay on the Revenant, and they're going in, PK in hand, going to get denied, and they immediately grab the finish and the down on one. So in 3v2, Detox able to utilize that Prowler at close range distance to really solidify their stability here inside this building. And that was everything that they needed to do, because, I mean, you're still sitting just in 6th place overall. but you look at the threshold, 3 points separates you from 8th place. So this is not where you want to be. 6 points and you're out potentially, because all the teams that are sitting below you, all they have to do are get a couple points and just keep bumping the threshold down, which, I mean, some of them are falling and it's going to be a little tough, but Buff Pathfinder can do it, randoms can do it. Like, there are some teams that have the ability to make that happen.
Team slept on going to fall as well. 27th finish in Pro League here, and they will not see a match point, at least if this ends right here with one of the top 10 teams who are currently all still alive. Cozy going to get knocked down, also very, very short off the mark. It seems like there might be an agreement here, Tiff, we don't know about, in a Twitch chat somewhere, where they're like, hey, if you're sub 20 points and we're over 8 games, you got to run the rev.
Maybe. Honestly, it would be really cool to see. But SCS, I feel like I just heard a death totem in a nearby distance, which makes me a little nervous, or maybe I'm still having Revtane nightmares. But SCS inside of Stormcatcher trying to stabilize, and they got a little bit of sausage sorcerers on their horizon. But as you look for the teams that have already fallen in the lobby, 4 of them, they're all from the bottom 10. So I'd love to see the probabilities. You know, we had the percentage of the ability for this to end on that last map. I would love to see some statistics, because they've got to be moving up closer and closer to 100% ending here.
Yeah, it's getting a little ridiculous here. And the prospect of not making it, even if you were sitting on match point format, is ridiculous. But it's going to be the case for at least 2 of the teams if it were to end here. And in fact, if there is a team below that ends up playing spoiler here and winning it all, could be as many as 3, 4 teams even upset just short. Drug Free likely to make that 1 point that they need to get onto that match point. But they're getting pushed in right now. And you might have heard right. TSS sliding in 3 purple shields. They have the Revtane as well. They're doing the damage, but Alazura is going to get knocked down. There's a knock and another knock to trade. Can Blurs do it? No. Going for the full disengage here. Will not be able to get back up very easily. That zipline is going to be held down, and Drug Free, for the time being, will sustain. They will remain alive and likely going to pick up that 3rd res as well. Starting to find the grenades. Maybe finding the damage. Oh, nice little bit of damage there to keep that team at bay.
I mean, I respect the int into that, right? But Drug Free has the capability of getting the points to potentially thrust themselves up into the top 8 this match, right? And that would be really horrible to have happen. But TSS, if you've got nothing left to lose and you just want to have some fun and play your game, they're doing just that. But unfortunately, Impulse going to deal the final blow into that, and TSS eliminated from the lobby. And Ayo, production coming through with the statistics, 62% chance of it ending, and with TSS falling, you know it's going up.
And right now, Team Diverge is going to be one of the first teams that is on that potential spoiler territory there. 52 points. They've just been overtaken by a team that is not on match point. So if Drug Free continues to pick up points on the map, they could very easily be the ones to steal away one of those Pro League spots. Team Rise looking for their win as well. A bit of a slow start. The Embers took a little bit to stoke, if you will, but now also with the potential to find their way on a Pro League. And after what we've seen them do in the Pro League qualifier winners or losers bracket, excuse me, where arguably they should not have started, it's interesting to see that they are now finally getting that opportunity, finally at that point where they are the ones that could steal it away as well. The amount of teams that have the potential here has skyrocketed, I think, well beyond a lot of us were expecting.
Yeah, and it doesn't have to be flashy, right? They haven't actually won or finished in the top 3 in any of the matches here tonight. Rise hasn't, but they still find themselves, God willing, in the top 8, right? But you looked at that zone. We got a little inkling of where we're going, and 50% of it isn't even playable space. So this is going to be an absolute journey. Just another awful zone here on the match point finals. And Asura is out here just on the outskirts of Jurassic Park, hitting the grab lift, RE45 in hand, not going to make it all the way over. So now you have to reassess where you want to go and play. And just kidding, you're actually getting over, throwing down the utilization of an enemy's Watts and Jenny and smoke for cover. So, I mean, they've already got an opening knock on to one member of Intel.
And Asurus could be potentially taking out yet another squad that is match point eligible. But we're starting to see all of these rotations crash. Nice damage coming out of Enemigo, as we would expect from the caliber of player you see before you. Randoms now pushing all the way in. Thales is going to go down as well. And the ultimate from the Horizon is going to do very little to stop this squad, but it might have done just enough. Mercy only is going to find the last knock and the kill onto all of Asurus. And now, prospect of a res is on the horizon. But plenty of other teams that are about to walk in as well. And it's going to be none other than Rise. I think they found the cancel there with the Seer Q as well.
I mean, look, they are looking so dominating here, trying to put some things together in their ability of third party. Retzi with the charge rifle hip fire going in. Just like that, randoms are going to be eliminated. And with that being said, you look over to right, there's only 2 or 3 other teams that have the ability to win this. And if not, it's ending here.
Dead ass. Almost had the opportunity, almost had the timing there to take out Rise, and they still could do it here, but they are at a severe shield deficit. And Orioles has gotten scanned by that Seer, so they know that there is a white shield in front of them. But we might have at least one more squad joining the party here. Go, trying to hold down this angle. Trying to keep this team pinned, trying to keep them from being able to walk on out. And both of these squads are just on the edge of zone, so whoever ends up winning this one out will probably own this very competent edge for this late game. This is a very important fight.
Look, Deadass clutches this fight with Goat in hand. I'm giving him his hunter's license, but they are playing this so well, trying to secure their back. Incoming black hole, but they're instantly going to destroy it. So Rise not going to be able to get the benefit off that, but the issue of taking a grab lift is exactly what you just witnessed. Retzi was able to hit every single shot and pick that apart. Goat able to get a trade onto A1, so now a 2v2, and Rise so healthy. No, it's Revival for the third party. They're healthy.
Revival, excuse me, I almost said Revenge, but Revival Games is able to slide on, and they recognize that this spot on the edge is going to be so critical for how this next zone plays out. They wanted the KP there. They wanted to clear their back a little bit, but will they be punished for it? They've already lost one, and they're going to lose another, and this is going to be to buff Pathfinder. But Pathfinder's sliding in. They're going to get the loot here. They're going to get the knock. They are 4 points away from being match point eligible themselves, and they are certainly going to be hunting for the win as well, as we still have but one team. All of the match point teams are still on the map tip.
I mean, look, we could be ending it here on map number 9. We had so many teams that were on match point, and it's all going to come down to one atrocious zone. The question is, who is going to reign superior from this lobby? Will it be the sausage sorcerers? And every time I see sausage, I'm like, bro, is it like chicken sausage, pork sausage? Like, what kind of sausage are we talking about, bro? I eat chicken sausage for breakfast, but Revival Games, they're going to fall. And you've been finding some nice shots onto the team just above them, but they do need to get up and over this building because they are not in zone, but a little bit of chaotic mess inside.
Yeah, drug free. Gonna be finding kills here. Not necessarily much needed, but they certainly need to play for the win. They have that 50-point threshold crossed, and yet it's still not quite enough with how many other teams are left on the map. And that top 8, remember, that is what we are playing for, that top 8. 8 teams will be moving on to the Split 2 Pro League, and it's too tough to call. It was already tough to call before, but so many squads potentially ending it here, and just a few left with the last dire attempt to try and stop that from happening. Drug free is going to get dismantled by Psycho. Psycho is going to fall shortly after, and Buff Pathfinder also just a touch away from being knocked themselves, but they prevail and they clear this edge out for themselves.
Yo, Buff Pathfinder could do it. 50 points. They win this game. They're on match point for the next one. This is everything that Buff Pathfinder wants, and you know, we all do love Pathfinder and want to see them succeed, but bots going for a nice little reset, but they do have about a minute to kind of regain some stability and make it into that really atrocious zone that is eluding them. There is two potential teams that have already made their way over, so this rotation isn't going to be easy. There's 8 squads total left in this lobby, and you've really got to secure your back. Someone's trying to rotate in behind them, and JQ completely annihilates the sausage sorcerers.
Karasuno also going to fall. 6 squads left for this 5th ring. As you mentioned earlier, so little playable space in this next zone. SCS still holding on to whatever cover this tree can provide them. 1 member down, and they're looking for the res in smoke as well. Slayer going to try and cover fire so that Senox can heal on up, and Crust and Senox can hopefully rejoin their teammate. But look at how much space they're controlling for the time being. This is pretty good for them. They want to hold on to all of these headies. They have a team just to their left around the rock that they can't quite pressure, but that squad is also going to have to walk in, and dead center we have LTC.
McLovin holding down the fort inside the next zone. Team Diverge nestled between a rock and a hard place, and SCS playing the top, and I kind of like that positioning. You can see that bots are going to make a play for it. LTC broke out the crypto, so they're getting a lay of the land and know exactly where everyone is, and they're making a play for the rock. And RE45 going out, throwing down an immense amount of damage. They're able to grab 1 opening knock. LTC doubling down and grabbing another, so this should be interesting, but it's going to open the door for all the teams that are making their way into the next ring.
And I think Buff Pathfinder, Team Diverge, both eliminated means Tiff. I think, unless I have my math completely wrong, this is going to be our final match of the Pro League qualifier for Split 2. Stompies and Co. on the back end of this platform, and LTC on the opposite side of the rocks.
Play it patiently, hiding behind that tree. Looking for an opportunity, able to grab a couple shots out, but not going to result in any real significant damage. Playing this nice, utilizing the focus of attention to find the information and get some locations. But bots are just biding their time. When you come down to a team and you have 3 squads left in the lobby, you want to force the other 2 to fight, but you really don't have the luck of the zone pool here, and you're going to be the team forced to move open into the line of sight of both of those teams.
Gotta wonder what they're gonna opt to play here. They could go for a Valkyrie, but that would of course be extremely risky and really wouldn't have anywhere to land. SCS commanding all of the space on the northern side. They have LTC pinned on their right, and of course on their left. Slayer doing work with that wingman to make sure that the squad in front of them, bots, does not get a free walk up. Nice smokes there. Might do just enough to cover, but Slayer does have the digis on the car. So this is far from easy for any of the squads. SCS trying to command as much position as possible. But here we go, Tiff. The last ring of the PLQ starts to close.
I mean, look, with Crust on the Bangalore, they have digi threats in hand. They could just smoke it out, but Slayer going to fall. Crust is going to throw the Bangalore smoke down onto him and try to cover, but it is too little too late. At this point, you have to play your life, but regardless, it is going to end here. The question is, who is going to survive the all-out brawl with 1 member of bots also going down? This is actually nice, right? Because this is going to give Stompies and Co. a knockdown shield to play. LTC, they have height. McLovin could go off here.
SCS finally getting eliminated, but it's McLovin against the world. McLovin against all of bots and against all odds. Bots who were on the precipice of relegation prove that they have what it takes, Tiff. Prove that they have what they needed to get back their Pro League spot. They will continue to show the dominance that we've seen time and time again. Right at the end, Game 9, That is the last game of our Pro League qualifier, and now we will get a chance to see which squads, Poro, are going to be just off the mark, which squads just didn't rack up the points that they needed right at the end there.
I mean, look, at this point, you've gone 9 games. If you didn't get it at this point by now, damn. I mean, how much more do you need? But I think we gotta take a second and make sure that we give bots all their flowers. As you said, finally coming in, definitely a slow start for sure, but this is one of the teams that everybody had their eyes on coming into today as being a favorite for sure, and it didn't start their way, Spider, but they in the end managed to come through and collect that big victory.
I mean, they did everything that they needed to do. I had my eye on them during Pro League as well. We had Jaloan on the squad. At one point, I think Nicewig said that JQ was just going to be one of the most mechanically gifted players and to keep an eye on him as an upcoming player as well. And with the addition of Stunny, like, they need to work out the minor mistakes, obviously, anytime you make a roster change and you start competing with that. And it's just full circle, right? They were really consistent throughout the day, and to really end it on a win and even beating out McLovin. And let me just tell you, Mello, I was like cracking. It's McLovin against the world, and I'm like crying over here.
I mean, it's kind of what it came down to, isn't it, Poro?
Yeah, I mean, it is, and McLovin gave the best shot possible. But, I mean, all of these teams, the fightings that we saw throughout this game, this whole game really was just kind of indicative of a whole night, really. Every team, it seemed, was more than capable of holding their own, and everybody was just giving it their all. And in the end, it broke out the way it did, but I don't think anybody needs to be leaving here with their heads held low.
Yeah, and I love that that was the end game that we got, because if I'm not mistaken, I think that's going to end up being our top 3 finishers. Maybe, I don't know. Definitely, of course, bots taking the dub is going to secure their spot. But SCS all freaking day showing that they have the pedigree, they have the caliber of player that belongs in Pro League. They have no business in the Challenger circuit. Even here, they didn't end up taking it, but valiant effort, 4 kills and 11 points though. Bots, I mean, just a beautiful scoreline there for them.
Yeah, fantastic work from bots and LTC. As you said, SCS, obviously just fantastic work all night long. Before we take a look at our overall leaderboard, which we're actually going to bring in Dia and Twiggy to help close us out. What's left of Twiggy and his sanity. But any final thoughts from you guys? Spider, let's start with you.
Yeah, I'm just going to leave it at this. I mean, let's just say you didn't qualify today. You don't find yourself inside the top 8. Don't let this be the end of your journey. Like, keep grinding. It sucks sometimes, and it's always the worst when you're the first person out of qualification. Being that 9th place is the hardest. I've seen people have their hearts broken over 1 point. I've seen it broken over a tiebreaker. Just use this as motivation to keep moving forward, because it's really tough, right? This lobby was really, really hard. A lot of teams were tied for so long, and it's late. You survived the gauntlet of all the maps throughout this weekend, even with a Rihanna concert thrown in the middle of it, sort of a short break. So that can help, disrupt a lot of the momentum. But overall, I saw a lot of really nice moments today, some lackluster plays as well, but use it as a learning moment, right? We go forward, and you guys are all doing absolutely great. And I'm just blessed to sit here and watch some of the games.
Wow, fantastic stuff, Spider. Well, Mellocrit?
Yeah, I just have to say the real winners today, I think, were us and everyone watching, because that was some amazing Apex to get to witness. I feel so privileged that I've gotten to follow these teams throughout their journey in the Challenger circuit, and that we got to see an ending like that, right? I think every team that fought for their spot, and they're going to earn it, incredibly well-deserved, fantastic level of Apex. I'm glad to see that not only the level of Apex that has always been kind of expected of these players, but the progression, the improvement. We've seen these squads really float and work their way to the top. So that was by far the most exciting part for me. I got to agree with Tiff here. No heads down here, because that was some beautiful Apex to witness. And I expect that level from all of the Challenger circuit and, of course, all of the teams that are moving on to Pro League.
Well, awesome stuff from both of you guys as well. Always a pleasure to listen to a cast featuring you two. But we are going to kick you to the curb now and bring in Dia and Twiggy so we can get to see our final leaderboard of the night to see who the teams are that will be making their way on. Dia, Twiggy, you're holding strong, buddy. I can see it. You're looking good right now. Dia has ceased to suck your life force from you.
Damn, I wish you would. I've got to my second wind here at the end. Obviously, we know now that it's done, so I'm all good. Look, we got through the worst of it.
I was gonna say the hypest I think I've seen you in the last hour or so was whenever Buff Pathfinder went out. I was like, oh damn, he's still got it in him a little bit, but it's awesome stuff. Well, let's not waste any more time. Let's take a look at that overall leaderboard. Obviously, we know the bots is going to finish at the top, but let's take a look at the rest of the top 8. Dia, let's go through it. And SCS, just fantastic performance by them all the way around here tonight. Doesn't end up getting the final victory, the overall victory, but they got to be feeling pretty good about themselves.
They do. Multiple appearances in the top 3, even multiple wins, I believe, and I am double-checking all of my notes right now, that they are one of our only teams to do so. No, I'm not seeing any other team that won multiple games, and so obviously props to them. It is worth noting, though, this is a Pro League team, and it was a Pro League team at the start of the weekend, so I dare say that they are not satisfied with what they did today, and I think that the same can be said for a lot of the teams in the top 8. It is incredible to go on to Pro League after this weekend's games, and for each of these teams in these lobbies that have evolved from super scared to very chaotic, everybody's had their limits tested. So from SCS to Deadass, LTC, Sausage Sorcerers, Revival Games, Rise, and Intel, your 8 teams that will be moving on to Pro League, each of them throughout the course of the 25 games this weekend, has had their weaknesses revealed.
Yeah, definitely have notes now to work on, but for right now, we'll let them bask in the sunshine, in the glory of finishing in that top 8. And you can see Team Intel drug-free getting so close there. Team Intel, obviously, with the tiebreaker there, will take 8th place. But any names that are really kind of sticking out to you as surprises, Twig? I gotta say, for me personally, Deadass. They had such a slow start to the day. First 4 games, they had, I think it was 12 points total through 4 games. And then all of a sudden, it's just like a switch flipped, and they absolutely turned it on.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. We didn't really talk about them for the first 4 games, really, and then suddenly, they're up in our top 3, and that was the story with a lot of teams. It's just these dramatic changes in pace, going from either the bottom of the leaderboard up towards the top. I mean, Psycho almost pulled it off as well. They finished 11th, if I remember correctly, and teams from the top that went down to the bottom. Rise had their moment right down at the bottom of the leaderboard, and eventually made their way back up into the top 8 just about. But yeah, no, we had some really insane changes going on here, and Deadass was definitely one of those teams that they impressed me quite a lot with their resilience.
And then obviously Deadass had the 30-point Game 7 win. That was a big feather in their cap. Sausage Sorcerers as well, 28-point win in game number 8 after having a good game in game number 1 and kind of, reasonable showings throughout the rest of the time. Dia, is there anybody, this is just kind of off of the top of my head that I'm looking at, but who really impressed you tonight?
Ooh, who really impressed me tonight? I was really impressed by Revival. The tail end of their tournament was a little tough, but I really liked the way that they pulled together during the first couple games, and I'm going to throw teams like LTC and Intel on there as well. Slower starts for those 2 squads, but I really think we got something special here, and Revival gave us, I think, the quintessential Challenger Circuit story, where they didn't have one particular play style that was really working out in their favor. What it was for Revival was that consistency that Tiff kept harping on, but it was consistency across multiple play styles, whether they were forced into being a zone team or an edge team. I never felt like they were completely out of the running.
And you get a little look at Team Intel's stats there as well. Team Intel, another team that kind of had a slow start, had a big couple of games in the middle, and just kind of held off the push there. And that says something as well, Twiggy. These teams that were as close as everything was, just to be able to hold off the push, to maintain that top 8 position when everything was so tight throughout the whole thing, that speaks volumes to these guys' mental preparedness.
Yeah, and I think it also speaks volumes to, you mentioned they had a little bit of a slow start. Their first 2 maps weren't great. I think the reason that they, went so far back up the leaderboard and then held on to that position is just being able to learn how your opposition play and actually keep that in mind in the heat of the moment. It's something that we take for granted, but it's actually quite difficult to change your playstyle change kind of how you react to different teams, depending on what you've seen from them in previous maps. And I think that is what a big part, at the very least, of what Team Intel did in their ability to, go from the bottom of the leaderboard all the way up to the top and then not, lose that position.
And you got to see there just briefly Zainu, Anons, and Crust, Awans and Crust, the top 3 kill leaders on the day. So congratulations to them as well. But I guess I know Twiggy's dying over here. So let's get to our final thoughts on the day here. Dia, we'll start with you.
All right. Well, I think I'm going to echo what SpiderTiff said, because we had a lot of really talented squads today that were not quite able to make the cut. But my God, did everyone play their hearts out. I remember calling it out midway through the day, but everybody had their time in the sun. Yes, even UTSS, who we will remember fondly. But so many of these teams, be it in the winners bracket, the losers bracket, or the finals, showed us what they were all about. A huge congratulations to the 8 that will be going on to Pro League. And I can only hope that we get the privilege of seeing those that did not qualify again.
Well, Twiggy, I know you can finally finish us out, man. Final thoughts, and then we'll let you get to sleep.
Yeah, I think when we went into today, I think, we'll admit it, all around kind of the talent team, and I think pretty much anybody who was going into this one was thinking, oh, it's probably going to be over relatively quickly. It's not going to be one of these affairs where it's a really, really close lobby. And we didn't see that, and I'm very glad we didn't, despite, my lack of sleep. I am very glad that we did not see, a blowout and one team gets to 50 points within 3 games and absolutely just crushes the whole lobby. I'm glad we got to see, these Challengers teams really pushing against the Pro League teams today. And showing us why they deserve to be up in that top 8 and deserve to be in Pro League. So I'm very happy with that. And all I have to say with that in mind is that I'm very glad that I don't have a Valentine's today, because I'm going to be sleeping all day.
It's okay. Your Valentine could be your pillow. We'll call that a nice little playthrough. Well, that is going to do it for us. So once again, thank you from Mellacrit and SpiderTiff for their casting. Thank you, too, very much as well for bringing us some fantastic games here tonight. Thank you to all the players, all the production staff, and most importantly, thank you guys out there for watching us. It's been a great 9 games. Congratulations once again to those top 8 teams that are going to be making it on to Split 2. And that's going to do it for us. I've been Porosaurus. Thanks so much for joining us. We'll see you next time.